flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the cold, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, chaotic rush. A restless voice, the static cracks. Solitude with neon tracks. Zero hustle, he's streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? His heart beats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Zero hustle, he's streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of the midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Dudes, welcome back, my rim justlers. Fuck, that'll be the alter ego, Rim Justle, not Jim Russell. Welcome back, everybody. Another episode. Here we are once again, hanging out. More memes this evening. You know, it's all I do here is just fucking meme. Honestly, we do need to get somebody on. It's like actually be interviewed. I'm working on it. Welcome, everybody. Shadows, Bread, Digi, Wave, Golf, everybody, welcome. Everyone who may watch the VOD as well. You're here in spirit, Digi. How's the cruise going? Have you made it into the Vatican yet? Maybe you can't hear me. You're just literally here in spirit. I'm curious. I'll be curious. Don't forget the Rongo tablets. They'll be able to fit probably, I don't know, in your pants. You could hide them in maybe someone's purse. You're probably going to have to run once you grab them though. Anyway, that's another op we're running. This evening, claims Hitler survived World War II. Argentina claims Hitler survived World War II and then ended up in Argentina. That's been a rumor that's been going on for a while. Supposedly there's documentation now to actually prove this fucking crazy shit. Engineer claims way to overcome Earth's gravity. Oh, interesting. And then Gobekli cover up and a bunch of drama with kind of some of the alternative ancient history guys and mainstream archaeology. Again, anyway, I'm just gonna fucking go over it. So there's a lot of shit here I have to go over. So your internet sucks. I can't stream apparently, but saw your lives as saying, hey, like a good mod does on vacation. Thank you, brother. Yeah, have a good stream. Vatican's in 2 days. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah. Wrong, the tablet's got it. Yeah, it'd be quick in and out. They can probably fit. You can stuff them somewhere. You know, they're probably too big to keister, but you know, it's important work. They should never have had them. Those motherfuckers stole them. So technically, you're just returning them back to me. I don't know. They'll find their way back to fucking Easter Island at some point. Yeah, you know. Anyway, news or things that are going on in the world. No, not that right now. I saw this I don't know, 30 minutes ago. People are talking about this, I guess. This fucking massive dickhead, Marcon. I don't think I don't think people like him in France. The vibe there is that they're not a huge fan of him, but still he's there. And there was a recent incident with a political opponent. Now I have no idea the background on this. I have no idea how she was doing in the polls. France's Marine Le Pen, leading right-wing politician, found guilty of embezzlement, barred from elections. Interesting. What's the story on this? Le Pen, the figurehead of the ascendant far-right political movement in France, was hit with a non-custodial prison sentence and barred from running in elections for 5 years on Monday, as her court found her guilty of embezzling European Union funds to pay members of her National Rally Party staff. In handing down the sentence, the judge said the public office ban would take effect immediately and Le Pen would not be able to appeal, which means that she will not be able to run for the French presidency in 2027. The court took into consideration, in addition to the risk of reoffending, the major disturbance of public order if a person already convicted was a candidate in the presidential election. This all sounds quite sus. The judge suspended 2 of the 4 years of the prison sentence. He also fined her more than $100,000. Interesting. Now, I wonder what... This is a CBS News article. She was crushing in the polls. That's what I was suspecting, Wave. Opinion on this, bud. Because I don't know the charges that were leveled against her. Like, how bad was the embezzlement? Like... Your opinion... Is this nonsense? I mean, I don't know. Yes, mostly nonsense, but not hard for the reason her fan club might think. French courts are not entirely rigged. Le Pen's crew actually misused EU funds. Long answer, brutally honest. Just how you like it. If Marie Le Pen did funnel EU funds to pay her party hacks under the table, then yes, it's fraud, and yes, she should be banned from office. The timing is a bit convenient. That's exactly correct. The dictatorship of judges line, if anyone's threatening democracy, it's people normalizing theft and screaming deep state when caught. It seems a little bit fucking convenient here. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, clearly they were trying to take her out. They may have just found a legitimate issue in one of the Jenga blocks holding up her fucking campaign, so... The establishment always just hated her and her father. Oh, really? I'm not familiar with her or her recent campaign, but I literally just heard about this now. I had no idea. I know that a lot of countries, I mean, it's a pendulum. They go left, they go right. I mean, Canada went way too far left with a massive fucking idiot, and now maybe it will swing back to right. I know there's a lot of governments that did that. In our process of doing that, so yeah. Richie, what's up, man? Let's get UK, Germany, and Lithuania presidents out, man. Well, Romania tried, I guess, but then the EU just ruled that the entire election was fraudulent, or I forget what the actual claim was, why they overturned it, but people were not very happy there with that. Yeah. Fuck, man. It's just a fucking gong show. And people are starting to wake up to how much of a fucking gong show it is. And I don't know what the consequence of that'll be. Revolution, guys. I mean, that probably will be very messy. I'll probably talk about that in just a second. The other thing I wanted to look up too, that I just saw, I was just scrolling and I just saw that Ross had posted this afternoon, I guess, just an hour ago. Tragic to hear that this has happened to such a decent, courageous, and truthful woman. Virginia Giuffre has played an absolutely key role in bringing the horrific Epstein allegations to light, despite a determined effort by some in power to suppress her story. Another story many in legacy media failed to adequately cover, choosing to disbelieve. Well, of course they did. Yeah, so people who don't know who she is, she was, she was the accuser of Prince Andrew. I believe she was involved in not just with Epstein, but also with Ghislaine Maxwell imprisoning her. So she said she has only 4 days to live after being hit by a bus. She's suffering from kidney failure following the wreck. Interesting.
I was so young. Ghislaine woke me up in the morning and said, "You're gonna meet a prince today." I didn't know at that point that I was going to be trafficked to that prince. And then that night, Prince Andrew came to her house in London, and we went out to Club Tramp. Prince Andrew got me alcohol. It was in the VIP section. I'm pretty sure it was vodka. Prince Andrew was like, "Let's dance together." And I was like, okay. And we leave Club Tramp, and I hop in the car with Ghislaine and Jeffrey. And Ghislaine said, "He's coming back to the house, and I want you to do for him what you do for Epstein." I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that even royalty were involved.
Yeah, I guess, just an accident maybe? What are the chances of this? The timing is always incredibly convenient. Just the fucking bosses now, man. They just don't check their brakes, I guess. See if Hillary Clinton hired any buses lately. Oh, fuck, brother. I mean, shit does happen, but man, it's sometimes when it's real convenient, you start to get real fucking suspicious. There's all kinds of different ways to facilitate things to happen and to make them look like an accident as well, right? There's all kinds of strings that can be pulled, all kinds of games that can be played. There's a couple of them that I'm very suspicious of over the years, and I'm not going to get into it, but you just love to know the truth, the whole truth. And maybe some of these are accidents, like John Mack, Robert Harrington. There's countless amount of them within kind of ufology in that area. Robert Harrington's not ufology, but anyway, I thought I'd just pull that up. I thought, my God, that's God, yeah, so tragic. Yeah. Same with people, just dropping dead of heart attacks and shit. Just conveniently, associated with this kind of stuff. Anyway, Argentinian President Javier Milei has declared documents confirming that Adolf Hitler survived World War II, escaped to Argentina with the aid and assistance of the U.S. and its allies. Now that's the spicy bit here. Lived for another 20 years and fathered 2 daughters. Well, let's just see what they had to back this up.
People know this story and who have studied the subject know that Adolf Hitler didn't kill himself in a bunker in Berlin as the Red.
We do know that now. That happened, last year or the year before? But there was forensic evidence supposedly supporting that he did. Turns out that wasn't his body. So his body wasn't there. So he, at the very least, didn't kill himself. He disappeared. The question is, where the fuck did he go? So we do know this.
That army closed in. I think that's, we all know that was a fabricated story, or if you watch the show, you probably understand that. Hitler actually fled Germany weeks before that, using a group of underground tunnels that led to an airstrip. And that airstrip was flown. He was flown from Berlin out. It took submarines, or multiple submarines that were used, U-boats that were then sent to Argentina. In other words, Hitler lived for nearly 2 decades more in Argentina, along with vast numbers of the Third Reich. Well, now Argentinian President Javier Milei has just ordered the release of all remaining documents on all of those Nazis who fled Germany and moved to Argentina after World War II. Basically, it was almost like a second base of operations in Argentina. If you're not familiar with that, basically the Third Reich operated out of Argentina and Germany. And many of them, including Adolf Hitler, lived in Argentina well after 1945. Most people know that Hitler lived out his days in Bariloche, Argentina until he died there in the mid 1960s. Yes, you can read the CIA documents about this. The FBI documents also
they think
about
maybe
sightings
I don't
of
know.
Hitler in this area. They knew about it. Of course, they knew about it. It was largely facilitated, I think it's safe to say, by the United States and its allies. Operation Paperclip, anybody? Quid pro quo?
Also,
I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but I think the idea the U.S. was involved in facilitating this would be hotly debated. The idea that he was living in Argentina too was like a rumor. I don't know if it's absolutely 100% confirmed. So I guess I thought maybe they had these documents released. So this is kind of just conjecture on the part of this guy. We'd have to wait then, I guess, until actually the documents come out. I thought the documents are released. That's what they're going to be talking about. So a bit of clickbait here.
if you look into this, the skull that is held in Russia that was supposedly the remains of Adolf Hitler with a bullet wound in it is female.
Yeah.
So when you look for proof
it's
that
not
Hitler
him,
did
but-
in fact kill himself in the bunker, you are going to find a lot of dead ends.
Yeah.
This was
And all you
announced
need
a
to
couple
read-
years
You can
ago.
read a great book on this called The Gray Wolf. It's a great book. There's many books written about this now. But yeah, the skull, the fragments, they ran the DNA tests on it, and the Soviets allowed them to do this testing. And even Stalin openly talked about that Hitler lived. That he was not there. So Stalin even knew about it. It's widely known in Argentina, by the way. Well known that Hitler sired 2 children while he lived in Argentina.
Oh my God, that's fucking loud. Jesus Christ. Well, that there were a lot of Nazis that lived there. Yeah, from the Third Reich. Yeah. Interesting now. Did you hear they found the Ark of the Covenant at Shadows? I saw the article. So Shadows I think I talked about it. Maybe it was just on Saturday. There's just a couple people. I didn't stream very long. It's come on for a couple hours. It was a remote viewing project that they did in the 80s with Stargate. Yeah. So I don't think they officially found it. I saw the headline, so unless something else had changed. In the remote viewing data, we actually went and looked up the actual declassified CIA files claim the Ark of the Covenant has been found. No, well, it's that they have an idea where it might be. So this is kind of in the same level of Joe McMineagle found that there were alien humans living on Mars. They tasked a remote viewer and he found it somewhere in the Middle East. And it's being kept by some sect of people in the Middle East. Yeah. Yeah, that was the actual, I could probably just pull that up because that was, I know these headlines have been stating as such. The CIA found the Ark of the Covenant by using psychics. They didn't find it. The remote viewer suggested it's somewhere in the Middle East. Yeah, remote viewer number 32. I don't know who that was. I think you can find out who that was too. Yeah, allegedly uncovered the. So they have it's somewhere in the Middle East in some kind of basement. They didn't really hone in too deeply on it. Yeah, Graham Hancock and others have spoken about the Ark being in Ethiopia. Yeah, that was his first. That was Graham's first book. Was it The Sign and the Seal? Is that what it's called? The Sign and the Seal? I can't remember. Yeah, that was Graham's first book that he released, actually, because he was a war correspondent for, I think it was the BBC, for years. And he happened to be in Ethiopia and heard this story about these monks that were all going blind and dying of cancer. And every monk that worked around at this temple was going blind and they did not live very long. So he began to, because one of the rumors is the Ark is like ancient alien technology or something, or it's radioactive. It's because some of the stories talk about people's hair falling out and similar symptoms that people have with radiation poisoning. And so Graham kind of threaded those two things together and said, well, maybe it's in Ethiopia. So I don't know. You do have to wonder, though, if it would still be in Ethiopia. If it was actually there, if it would still be there, right? If you wouldn't have people from the West going in and conveniently, not even, the church would just blow up one day, right? Everything would be gone out of it. Because this is a very famous religious artifact, as we all know. And it's kind of one of the artifacts. There are others through history that maybe some people think might have something to do with some lost group of people at some point, right? It just because of how the descriptions of how it functioned and whatnot. So anyway, yeah. But yeah, for anyone who wants to look into this, I have not read this book by Graham, actually. I know the story. I know there was a documentary I watched on it that he was involved with, essentially going over the claims. But yeah, interesting shit. So who knows? At the end of the day, yeah, I don't know. I've noticed this, but there's been a rash. It was after the JFK files, the media got on to, and like they all kind of leech off of each other, right? They started going over all these different CIA documents, because I think it started with, there was a mention of remote viewing or something in the JFK documents. And then they started going through, because there's like over 100,000 documents that got released between 1995 and 2000 pertaining to the Stargate program. The CIA and the US government had sponsored with SRI and Bob Monroe's Institute. And anyway, so they've been covering some of these finds, and it's weird. I think it's just, they're just trying to ride this wave of people being like, oh my God, secret government documents. But some of these have been out there for decades, right? Like the remote viewing of Mars I pull up was declassified in the year 2000. But again, you had to sift through 100,000 fucking documents to get to it. So if the Ark of the Covenant is radioactive, then it should be a relatively simple matter to locate, since radioactivity can mutate living creatures. Look for giant birds, cross-reference this with Galen's location, brother. Fuck, that's exactly right. That's a great fucking idea. I'll have to tell Galen that. We'll have to use him as he'll be the lure. We'll fucking send him down there and he can sniff it out with his birds. I mean, honestly, like legitimately though, if it is radioactive to the degree that it's, maiming these people, there's probably satellite imagery that could pick that up. Unless it's like a very small amount, but I would wonder if they wouldn't be able to pick that up on a satellite. It's just, it's inside of a stone church though. So I don't know. The Black Vault has published searchable versions of all the JFK files. Oh, they actually? Oh, nice. Okay. John Greenwald fucking getting in it. Interesting. I don't know what the fuck this is ever watching, but yeah, anyway, for anybody that's curious, you can shut the fuck up. You can go on the CIA's website. You can search. They've got a search function too. There's some people have a download for all of the files, to all 110,000, I think, in total of the Stargate files, and you can search them as well. I don't know if it was Daz Smith, but somebody involved in remote viewing had some kind of repository online for them. But people pretty much shifted through all the interesting shit at this point, like Pat McMoneagle or Pat. Oh my God, what the fuck's? Oh Jesus Christ. Ingo Swan's friend. I can't believe I forgot his last name. Anyway, Joe McMoneagle's the other person. Skip Atwater. Pat Price was the gentleman who remote viewed like Alaska, and that there was a base with some government personnel and aliens working together, and then he died shortly after. All that shit's on there. You can fucking read through it all. It's fucking interesting though. But this is slightly different. I just thought I'd kind of go over to some fucking woo here in a minute. I guess this is potentially, I was listening through, so Golf, the interview you linked, and let me just, I literally just, it's on my phone. I've been listening to it. Dr. Suzanne Humphreys, the recent Joe Rogan guest. Very interesting talk there. I think she was a specialist dealing with kidneys, and she was doing research on all kinds of things, diseases, vaccines, etc. Very interesting conversation. Very concerning, honestly. You wonder, and I've wondered this, but you think back, like, fuck, I don't know what, like, oh my God, we're coming up on 80, 90 years ago, right? People doing stupid shit, like, having a bunch of lead and mercury in their bodies. She was talking about how back in like the 40s and stuff, doctors would tell patients if they weren't feeling well, put a little bit of arsenic in your cigarette, right? Like shit, like literally. And you wonder, what are we doing today that people in the future are just going to shake their head at? And there are some voices out there that are suggesting some things that probably Twitch isn't really going to like the conversation about, honestly. But I thought I would pull this up because the other person, and I would also very much recommend people, I've listened through I've almost got through the entirety of this. I was listening to this morning as well. With this Dr. Patrick Soon-Shiong, he's a surgeon who made billions in investing in cancer drugs. He is concerned about what's been going on recently with the flu and the medicines used to treat the flu, and that it may be causing a global epidemic of terrifyingly aggressive cancers. And he was going very much in depth into treatment protocols and whatnot. He's got a whole team of people. He's got like hundreds of employees of specialists that are working on this right now. He's got a new therapy out, which he called a vaccine actually, but it's isn't a vaccine. It's more of like a therapeutic kind of drug, and it's called BioShield. But his whole meme is around strengthening people's immune systems. That the immune system is really what's at fault here. That's causing this epidemic of aggressive cancers. And the flu and its subsequent medicines have attacked and weakened people's immune systems to the point where these cancers and tumors are cropping up. And it's extremely concerning. And I mean, it's something that I've been following offhand. Unfortunately, people in my own life, I heard recently, someone in my family who's a young guy, not much older than myself, well, not that young anymore, but he's in late 30s, but he was given a terminal diagnosis, brain tumor. I've heard this from other people as well, actually, who were working at the hospital. A couple nurses who were diagnosed with cancers. They weren't terminal, but still very concerning when you have a bunch of younger people getting these very strange cancers, colon cancers, breast cancer. I heard from somebody, I forget who the fuck it was, but like a heart cancer or something, which was incredibly rare. Just weird shit. And anyway, I had just saw this was floating around on Twitter, and it's just something to take a look at. But you can read the headline there probably. But nurses in Massachusetts hospital concerned about growing number of cancer cases among staff. And anyway. If unfortunately somebody ends up with a diagnosis like this, or if I do, because unfortunately I was forced to take these medicines, at least the first 2 doses of it, to maintain my job, or I was going to lose everything, and then end up losing everything anyway, because Trudeau kept the lockdowns going for another year, which was wonderful. If anybody ends up with something like this, just an FYI, this is a guy you want to check out. I tried to pin things like that on Discord here. I've pinned some things from, I think, Robert Malone as well, who literally called this whole thing verbatim back before it even started. He was one of the architects of the mRNA technology to begin with. He now lives on a farm. Anyway, this BioShield stuff's very promising, very interesting. Something to look into. If you or any of your loved ones end up getting a diagnosis like this, this guy, he's a multi-billionaire. He's worth like $10 billion, which is fucking, so, and he's got quite a team. And the other thing that was quite dark is he went into the legitimate conspiracy within government to kind of suppress his research, because while the whole, COVID vaccine meme was going on, there was a lot of money to be made out of it. And there were people that were worried that if he piped up with his therapy, it might jeopardize some of the money. And that's the dark thing you start to realize in all these industries, is you'd think they'd be led by compassion or critical thinking or logic, and they're led by the money. And a lot of people are led around too with that. They don't think at all. They just kind of do what they're told. And there's zero critical thinking involved in any of these therapies, and just very revealing, very revealing. He recently, I believe, I think he may have been appointed as one of the directors of national health or some shit. Anyway, just fucking crazy shit. Most people don't realize how effective the annual flu shot actually is. The yearly stats listed on the official CDC site are pretty telling, typically in the 30 to 40% range over the past 10 years. Oh man, yeah, the whole industry's fucked. I mean, I've heard this anyway from other people that actually are within it. The whole thing's fucked. Now, with that said, there's a lot of great people that work and within it and do great work, but and this is something I think that Patrick was talking about here, but it's the dogma, and that's something that I've tried to highlight here too in different areas. Bones, what's up, man? Oh, there's a couple vibes. How you feeling anyway? How was your adventure last night? The dogma that's prevalent within a lot of academia, even private industry, the medical industry, it's unbelievable. But I think it's a product of, again, a lot of people that don't really like to question the narrative on things. They prefer to just kind of follow along and let other people guide them. So they just adhere to the narrative dogmatically, like unbelievably. Even when it's showing that it's not working, they will just adhere to the narrative until they hear other words from up on high, right? And it's very scary. But, you know, people just don't want to rock the boat. It's a lack of courage. That's kind of been my own assessment of it, honestly, over the years. The dogma is it's people just being cowardly to some degree. And I think that's kind of what Patrick was getting into here as well, where you don't want to be caught in some dogmatic cycle. I mean, to push ahead, it can be very uncomfortable because you start to realize all those things we were doing that weren't working and that didn't make any fucking sense. And we just kept doing them, and we started to realize it didn't make any sense. But, you know, we didn't want to be the ones to get ostracized and, pulled out of the group and had the finger pointed at. But it's just, we go through these constant cycles over and over and over again of people just not learning lessons of history. It's just, I really think it has to do with a very poor educational system baseline. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't believe it's ever been about 50% effectiveness, Jesus. Oh, that was just a tiny bit of the tea. Tonight is the main consumption with my neighbors. Oh, brother, fuck. You slept well, though. Crazy dreams. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Just a little sip, huh? Fuck. Highly recommend everybody, if they get a chance, to listen to this conference. It's only an hour and a half, but very unsettling, but also very encouraging that there are people out there that are fucking paying attention, that are extremely intelligent, incompetent, and well-resourced, and are now in a position of authority. So as much as Trump can be a problem and a fucking headache, absolute headache for people in here in Canada, I'm glad to see that he's got common sense people in. And, you know, Patrick was also talking about, and I'll shut the fuck up about this in a second, that he became absolutely convinced that there was, in fact, some kind of a deep state functioning. And it was suppressing his ability to get not just funding, but also materials to do testing on his therapies. That they were literally withholding, because, you know, there's a lot of resources you need to go and do some kind of testing with a new therapy. And the government essentially controls that. And they were preventing him from doing this. And there was a financial incentive in doing so, right? They were trying to suppress his work, and it just fucking, all those people, and this is aggressive language, should be fucking, I'll be careful what I say here on Twitch. All those people should be held accountable in an old-fashioned way, publicly, because it's straight up evil, what they've done. And I hope they are. I hope this gets uncovered more. He was dancing around the topic because, I mean, this is just some sketchy shit. But anyway, check out this link and scroll down to the chart. Oh, Jesus. Biologics and I take for my Crohn's and arthritis are TNFA blockers and I have a chance to raise cancer risk. COVID vaccine potentially doing the same doesn't surprise me. Yeah. And he went into the mechanism, right, Bones, of it too, and that it's not even just the COVID vaccine, it's COVID itself too. And that's, you'll hear from certain groups that are just opposed to all forms of vaccines and they don't really know what they're even talking about. And to their credit, I think they just feel something's wrong, but they ultimately don't really know what they're talking about. And that's from some of these gentlemen like Patrick as well. But the virus itself is extremely concerning. And I've been dealing with this myself, literally, for the last month. I've been sick. And this has never happened to me before. That came at a bad time when, like, we have had like no sun. The weather's been absolutely fucking shit. And I'm very on top of my health and on top of supplementation. Like, there'd be few people that would have a supplement stack that I fucking take around here. It used to be pretty ridiculous. And also very, eat incredibly well, organic foods, and I track all my macros and calorie intake, my exercise, everything. And I still have had a hard time kicking it, And anyway, he went down in depth as to like what the fuck was actually happening with it. And it was a spike protein, whether it was with the mRNA vaccines or it was with the virus itself. But essentially, the therapies were just creating antibodies, but they weren't actually getting rid of and flushing out the spike. So he was involved with one of these studies I pulled up here recently that was talking about people being tested and still having spikes circulating in the system 2-3 years later. And that's terrifying. Now, first of all, it should have never circulated anywhere else in people's system other than their shoulder where it got injected, right? But then if you catch COVID, there's all these other potential scenarios where it can get into these other areas of people's bodies. And then if it circulates around enough, it can cause cancer in those local areas. People's balls, their heart, their ovaries, your brain. It's fucked, right? And so the meme is you want a strong immune system to be able to get rid of this shit. And then that's what no one's focusing on. Terrible, yeah. Shit's gonna do a marathon around your body. Enjoy, yeah, man. But you want your T cells, you want your immune system to be as strong as you possibly can. And that's what's not being addressed. And he was going into chemo and what chemo does to people and how they address the protocol and whatnot. And it's just fucking, it's terrifying, really. My dad went through this. My dad passed away, unfortunately, a couple years ago now. But when he was around my age, he was a couple years older than me. Just shocked myself in the fucking mic. When he was around my age, he got diagnosed with melanoma and went to stage 4. And he almost died. And I remember being brought in to the hospital and them telling us that he's probably not going to make it. But he did pull through. But the chemotherapy and how they've applied it is like not necessarily, I don't pretend I'm an expert on this because I'm not, but I was listening to Patrick go over this and he's got hundreds of people, experts working for him, that they're not really addressing potentially one of the root causes and issues, which is that people's immune systems aren't targeting the cancer properly anymore. And so by going through these protocols, he made a really good analogy. He says, you win the battle, but you lose the war because you effectively crush people's immune systems after the fact. And so you might be able to get the cancer into remission, but after the fact, a couple years later, it might be 15, 20, when you have another serious immune episode, like with COVID, unfortunately happened to my dad, it can just all come back and now you're fucked. And it's scary shit, right? But anyway, yeah. I mean, having horrible air quality where I live, it's fucking awful. It's a huge cancer cause. Oh man, listen, let me tell you, where I've grown up too, it's the same deal. People don't want to fix that though, because it's not something you can sell talking about on the news. Yeah. Fuck, man. My mom has hypomegaglobia anemia and doesn't produce new T cells in IVG infusions every week. You've told me that, man. Yeah. You know, it was weird too. Well, not weird. I mean, terrible. But what Golf was talking about the other day, the Joe Rogan podcast with that lady, what was her name now? Let me see. Dr. Suzanne Humphreys. She was talking about polio. And I mean, you know, you'd want other opinions on this as well. But she was talking about how a lot of the first polio cases were kind of out in rural areas. And arsenic poisoning mimics a lot of the symptoms in polio. And there were stories of some of these people. Now, this obviously snowballed into something terrible that killed a lot of kids. But there are instances that potentially some of it may have been due to arsenic poisoning, actually. And they were employing that on the cattle. And the people will be covered in it. And you know, this just gets back to corporations knowing full well the full ramifications, potentially, some of these chemicals. And then just, you know, not saying anything or lobbying people in government to turn a blind eye. And it's just fucking, oh man, yeah, you should listen to it, Bonds. Yeah. I mean, I think everybody probably should. Her talk is, I'm like halfway into it, which is, I think it was like fucking 3 hours. How long was it? Almost 3 hours, 2.5 hours, but like, holy fuck, man. Like, anyway, I mean, and you'd have to have other opinions, differing opinions on that too. That's just her perspective on it. But she's pretty evidence-based, you know, just hear her out and then honestly just kind of hear the other side of it as well and synthesize those two things together. But she seems to have kind of done her homework. But it's kind of terrifying shit, man. But again, people just being abused by corporations and hyper-wealthy people, not giving a fuck about consequences of things. Same thing with the whole flu deal, COVID. It was a product of gain-of-function research in Wuhan. They were doing it in the U.S. It got outlawed in the U.S. for people that don't know. They They sent it offshore, so they couldn't do it in the US anymore. So then they started working with China doing it at the Wuhan lab. And then of course it gets out. And then it becomes a huge fucking problem and they panic and they rush something out, and then it's a problem now too. And it's like, man, these people are very clever and sneaky. They're very intelligent. They're very well resourced, and they know their way around government, and they manipulate things to where they don't get in trouble, and they just slip away into the night and never hear from them again. Right. And nobody's held accountable. And it's very fucking frustrating. But anyway, maybe Bobby Kennedy Jr. will do something about it. I'm not completely confident in some of these claims he's had, but anyway, fun shit. Not really fun shit to talk about, but I mean, it's one of those fucking memes, right? Where again, it's like one of those dark things to consider. It's like, what are we doing today that's causing problems with people? And we're industrial age. There's all kinds of chemicals and irritants and shit going around. And one thing I've been yelling about, people that know me personally know this, because I've always been very vocal about it with people, even aggressive at times, because I was always a huge health and fitness advocate. Like, it's fast food, preservatives and pesticides and additives in fast foods. When I was like 17, because I grew up as like a chubby kid. I think I've shown my picture on here before, but like I was a fucking thick boy. Like I was a big boy. I was like a physically big boy, but I was like, I was over fucking weight. And when I was a teenager, I was probably 17 or 18. My buddy was like a hockey star. He was always in really good shape. He brought me into the gym and started showing me the gym. And I felt so much better, man. Like it just changed my whole outlook on everything. I was like, oh my God, like health and fitness. I was like, I just feel like I'm out of this depression that I've been in for such a long part of my life. And I attribute that to just being overweight and not having any like confidence and just feeling like shit, looking like shit. So, I started focusing on that. And then I started looking into, some of the issues with our food and whatnot. And fuck, man. And back then, this is 2006, 2007. I remember watching documentaries of people talking about pesticides and additives in food and just terrifying shit. And they were warning back then of the millennial generation ending up, they literally said in 2006, 2007, there'd be an epidemic of fucking colon cancers and shit if this continues. And guess what? That's also happening in tandem with all these other fucking issues that people are having to deal with. And I really do think it's to do with additives in food as well. I think that's playing a massive fucking role. Pesticides and shit. Man, I'm trying to fix my fucking, I need to get a fucking haircut. This fucking, man, it's just all fucked. I'm just fucking, it's a crazy schizo guy on the internet. It kind of fits. Aaron, what's up? Anyway. Memes. Here's something else. Just stop talking about all this fucking shit that stresses me out and makes me angry. Stuff that gives me hope. We get the fuck off this planet. That's what fucking gives me hope. This is trending around. Everyone's talking about this right now. It came out on Friday or Saturday, this article. So I thought I'd go through it. An engineer says he's found a way to overcome Earth's gravity. That's a hell of a fucking claim. This new propulsion system could rewrite the rules of spaceflight, not to mention completely defy conventional physics. We've heard claims like this before. So what is he going to propose? Discovering a machine that could somehow produce thrust without releasing propellant would be a game changer for human space travel. There's just one problem. Such a device would defy the laws of physics. You overcame gravity when you go to the bed. That's true, Corn. Yeah. We can overcome gravity right now by jumping, actually, if we want to do. All the Earth's mass produces that little amount of gravity that, a little monkey in the woods can fucking jump and break it. This limitation does not stop people from investing. The possibility in the latest addition to the propellantless club is an electrostatic design developed by a former NASA engineer. While the company behind the drive, Exynos Propulsion Technologies, says that the drive can achieve a thrust to counteract Earth's gravity, such a claim still needs independent verification and a healthy dose of skepticism. In 2001, British electrical engineer Roger Scheuer first introduced the impossible drive, known as the M drive. It was called impossible because its creator purported that the drive was reactionless, meaning no propellant required. In other words, it defied the known laws of physics, the conservation of momentum. As with anything that appears to thumb its nose at Newton and Einstein, scientists raised more than a few eyebrows, and 2 decades of testing eventually boiled down to an inevitable and somewhat predictable conclusion in 2021. The M drive was bunk. But that's the nature of the scientific method. Take a seemingly impossible idea, put it through rigorous testing, and hopefully get to an unassailable conclusion or new discoveries that lead in the other direction. The not based in physics dream of a propellantless machine, however, didn't die with the M drive. Instead, a new challenger approaches, and this one has a former NASA scientist backing it up. While at NASA, Charles Buehler helped establish the electrostatics and surface physics laboratory at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, a very important lab that basically ensures rockets don't explode. Now, as co-founder of the space company Exodus Propulsion Technologies, Buehler told the website The Debrief that they've created a drive powered by a new force outside our current known laws of physics, giving the propellantless drive enough boost to overcome gravity. Most important message to convey to the public is that a major discovery occurred, Buehler told The Debrief. This discovery of a new force is fundamental in the electric fields alone can generate a sustainable force onto an object and allows center of mass translation of said object without expelling mass. Buehler stressed that this work is unaffiliated with NASA and that he recently published his findings at the Alternative Propulsion Energy Conference, which is a club of engineers and enthusiasts eager to find ways to overcome the limitations of gravity and physics, and not always with the most scientifically sound methods. In an interview with Apex co-founder Tim Ventura, Buehler explained how his background in electronics led to the discovery. He says his team, made up of people from NASA, Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' company, and the Air Force, investigated propellantless drives for decades before arriving at electrostatics. Interesting. For years, their devices produced negligible thrust, but saw increase with each new iteration. When this new force-powered drive generated enough thrust to overcome Earth's gravity. Essentially, we've discovered that the systems that contain an asymmetry in either electrostatic pressure or some kind of electrostatic divergent field can give a system of center of mass a non-zero force component, which basically means is that there's some underlying physics that can essentially play force on an object should those two constraints be met. This sounds, for people that may not have followed this, buddy who blew up the Cybertruck at Trump Tower in Las Vegas claimed that there was this new electrogravitic technology they were employing out at Area 51 on these drones that allowed them to essentially almost be weightless, which allowed them to fly almost indefinitely. I mean, that sounds quite similar. Jim overcomes gravity every time he unzips his fly. His nerves went. It's fucking great, brother. You're talking it up. You're going to be so disappointed one day when we meet. Just because you talked it up so much, though. You know? Or maybe you won't be. Maybe it'd be the opposite. Man, Interesting. What's this guy's fucking name? Did they say his name? Did they? Oh yes, Roger Shire. That was the Impossible Drive. They got the debrief article. Oh my god, thank God. Popular Mechanics. You actually linked another article in here. That's incredible. Buehler, Charles Buehler. Exodus Propulsion Technologies. Anyway, I don't want to dig too much into this because it'd be fucking boring, but yeah. I wonder if this has been in use for some time. Interesting. Anyway. Yeah, I was going to cover this. When this article came out. Oh, but this is an older article. This was more recent. This just came out recently. Yeah, this is new. It was because the conference was held and he put forward his paper, I think is why. So he had made the claims a year ago, but then he put the paper out recently at this conference. Intriguing. Anyway, fuck, who knows how weird things will get, right? I mean, be flying around in these cars and shit and effectively just weightless. I think you'd still need a bit of propulsion, but just far less than we would need today. Consider this, there was only 66 years between the Wright brothers' first flight and Armstrong walking the moon. Yeah, it's been 55 years since and we can't even seem to get back. I know, Wave, isn't that a funny coincidence? It's almost like there was something there and we didn't want to go back. Yeah. Oh God. Somebody made a fairly good argument as to why we hadn't been though, and it was to do with priorities and shit. It wasn't really due to like any kind of like space politics, like exopolitics with the aliens. But at the end of the day, that motherfucker has no idea. None of us have any goddamn idea, right? That could very well be one of the reasons we haven't fucking gone back. I mean, if you ever look at that fucking press conference with Buzz and Neil and the other guy, I always forget his fucking name. Holy shit, man! I don't know this, but I would bet something fucking happened there. That was they were just, now they're probably shocked that they made it back, because the chances of them making it back were fairly slim, I think. But there's something else that happened. And well, just anyone who's looked into Neil Armstrong over the years or knows that he had a very large archive that was exhumed, was filled with UFO shit. And that's where the Wilson Davis memo came from, actually, if I can recall correctly. I think, what was his name again? The other astronaut from, Anyway, he had that memo in his archives, Neil Armstrong's archives, the Wilson Davis memo, which is Eric Davis, who I actually have up here. There's something else that he said recently, which is, not that I hang on the words of all these fucking people, but, you know. What about the guy who used bugs and anti-gravity properties to build a hoverboard? Did he, Aaron? I didn't know that was a fucking thing. Yeah. What happened to progress? Well, that's a good fucking question, man. Yeah. What did happen to fucking progress? We stagnated. We fucking stagnated. Fucking rub my hair now. I don't want to fucking be annoying. There we go. IVO launched their QI drive last year to test in LEO, but the satellite failed. They're supposedly trying another launch soon. Sounds like the same EM drive style propulsionless thrust. Interesting, Nick. Yeah. Very intriguing. As Red Hot Chili Pepper said, space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Some people think that. Danny Jones just had a guy on who claims that the moon landing, or I forget what his perspective was. I think he thinks they actually went there, but that a lot of the footage is faked. Because when they went there, they just ran into a bunch of anomalous shit. But who knows, right? I mean, they definitely went there. I mean, we can literally see with a high-powered telescope the shit on the moon still. But Michael Collins was the third astronaut. Thank you, Abe. Yeah. He was the less interesting one of the three, I guess. Well, he kind of, I don't know if he died or he fell off. Like Neil and Buzz were still in the media. And they were the important ones out of the mission anyway, I think, right? Like that they were remembered. Oh yeah, this is it here. So Eric Davis is a physicist that's worked within government, private industry. He's been involved with some of these programs. He just can't say anything publicly, but he's worked for Hal Puthoff, and he famously was featured in the Wilson Davis memo that Neil Armstrong had in his archive when they exhumed it. But he's said all kinds of shit recently that, like, fuck, he was talking about documents he's seen recently that confirm that these are an ET presence here, and the government knows that they were involved with them, if I can recall correctly from what he said. So kind of paralleling this whole Greada Treaty meme that's been out in ufology for a long time, that Eisenhower back in the mid-1950s met with the aliens and made a deal with them. He allowed them to abduct people if we get technology from them, right? And yeah, it's pretty baseless, but supposedly, according to Eric, there is a document that doesn't necessarily say that, but implies that they're absolutely here and the government knows full well. So Collins never walked on the moon, so he never got the same press. Right, okay, yeah. The NHI are non-human and definitely off-world ET, in my honest opinion, based on what I've been exposed to, Eric Davis. Interesting. So they are from other planets, yeah. And this is it here. This is on Facebook. Posting this shit on Facebook. Paul Smith, yesterday evening had a long and fascinating talk with my friend Eric Davis here at the Starbucks in the Brushy Creek neighborhood near Austin, where I once lived and he still does. We had a lot of catching up to do, and then I got a long download from him on all things UAP. Thought I already knew a fair amount, but have now learned a whole lot more. Eric is a blessing to humanity. Enjoyed my time visiting and catching up with you last Saturday evening, Paul. It's been too long. I'm an inactive private pilot. I worked for 1 to 2 weeks. This is Eric Davis of every month at Skinwalker Ranch during 5 to 6 years, and I worked for Bob Bigelow at the National Institute for Discovery Science. I investigated the legacy UAP crash retrieval, reverse engineering programs 1997 to the present, in collaboration with Hal Puthoff, Kit Green, Colm Keller, Ed Mitchell. Ed Mitchell was the gentleman who exhumed was involved with Neil Armstrong's records. Jacques Vallée, there you go. David Grush, Jay Stratton, Elizondo, Jim Lukatsky, and several others I worked with helped put off to support OSAP, ATIP, UAP Task Force. I also did similar work for the AFRL Advanced Concepts Office. The NHI are non-human and definitely off-world, in my opinion, based on what I've been exposed to. My former boss helped put off hypothesized that NHI are super advanced ultra-terrestrials of earthly origin who colonized an exoplanet in our remote past, only to return to Earth every so often to monitor humanity and other life on Earth. That's what Hal thinks. Interesting. Colonized an exoplanet in our remote past. What exoplanet? Anyway. Intriguing. Then they are getting a coffee at Starbucks. What would you do if you walked in? You saw that guy. He said, "Oh my God, that's Eric Davis. He's probably fucking worked around UFOs for Christ's sake." Viktor Grebennikov was a self-proclaimed Russian scientist, biologist, etymologist, and paranormal researcher, best known for his claim to have invented a levitation platform which operated by attaching dead insect body parts to the underside. Grebennikov wrote detailed accounts of his experiences over the Russian countryside using his levitation device. These flying experiences, as well as reported observations of other paranormal phenomena involving insects, nests, or parts, appear in self-published book My World. Jesus Christ. What was he using? Like grasshopper parts and shit? Like, what the fuck? Bunch of ladybugs underneath it? What the fuck? Never heard of this before. Is it like been peer reviewed? Like, what the fuck did he do? I never heard of it. It's all kinds of crazy experiments people do, right? Who knows? I'm wondering, yeah, what's the mechanism at play here exactly? Intriguing. Like, did he physically get their wings buzzing and stuff? Like a fucking buzzboard? That'd be fucking sick though. What the hell? Oh, sorry, I meant to look at this. Seasonal flu vaccine down here. Oh yeah, 56%. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's tons of people that have talked about it. Now, if you're like 90 years old and you have no fucking immune system, you literally can't eat, and you want to like see your next Christmas, to see your great grandchildren, I mean, but if you're a healthy young person, man, I know people who line up every year and get all this, and the flu shot is just like, that's just fucking craziness, man. Again, unless you're immunocompromised, right? And then maybe you want to take it. I don't fucking know. Take vitamin C, sun your balls. Who's that guy? Who said that? Sun your asshole, sun your balls. Is that Liver King that said that? Fuck, he looks like that guy. That talk about melanoma. That guy's gonna get fucking goddamn melanoma. But he's literally cooked, man. He's like a piece of leather. But anyway, he also was taking testosterone. Yeah, blame Rob for metaphysical. Oh, did Rob talk about that? I never fucking heard of it. Holy shit, those boys. Digging up the craziest shit. John going and getting the craziest shit too from his remote viewers. Like that the Anunnaki in the past were involved in domesticating pigs genetically. And that they combined humans with pigs because you love the taste of humans so much. Fucking Christ. Go where the data takes you, I guess. I mean, maybe that's one piece of our distant past we want to forget. The cannibal giants. It is kind of funny though when you go through history and you go through these giant stories that like I meme on a lot. A lot of them end up with the giants just oddly being cannibals every fucking time. And all the stories involve giants eating people. And this is kind of like spun off into fantasy, usually involving like cyclops or ogres, right? They're not the large people anymore. They become these fantasy creatures, but they also eat people. They love the taste of human flesh and shit, and fucking crazy. I don't know what to make sense of it all, but like he brought his notebook too, take notes. At the end of the day, I mean, yeah, okay, cool. Like ultimately this theory of his, like what the fuck is this based on, Eric? Like I know he can't talk freely and openly because he's subject to, NDAs and the government will throw him in jail if he blabs his blabbermouth, but man, we just don't know what the fuck's going on. Like, I don't want another book again. I'm done. I mean, and I've just been reading through this for far too long, but I'm done reading about I'm done with the books. I'm really done with the claims too. We just want to know. So however that we facilitate that, I don't fucking know. But anyway, speaking of which, I guess this is something I saw someone posted. Drones and shit. The words cure for cancer are taken down immediately. Are they really? Well, that's a business, right? Man, that's the thing. It's a fuck thing, though. It's one of the things you realize that, like, the world's kind of a fucked place. Unfortunately. Big pharmacy fascism. Yeah, man. Well, man, it's big pharma. Yeah, it's businesses. It's dark shit, right? It really, you can become pretty pessimistic, nihilistic. You can kind of lose faith in humanity to some degree when you start to kind of dig deep. Yeah. $4K a month. Man. That's fucking nuts. That's fucking nuts, man. God, you had to sign up for assistance. Yeah. See, anyway. People complain about having to pay more taxes and shit, but I don't know. That's fucking crazy. That's kind of like a human right, I find. Yeah, and, maybe when they figure out the Doge situation, but Jesus Christ, for anybody that's followed that more recently, like, oh man, like, they've turned a fucking couple rocks over there that I don't know. It's just bad. It's fucking bad. Like some of the shit that they've been doing, like these loans and shit, like giving them out to babies and they're just like, there's so much criminal activity going on with the government. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. That's fucking crazy though, man. And when you look at how much they spend on military spending every year, right, in the States, I wonder how much it would take for them to really get a proper healthcare system up and running to support people for payments like that. Or for people who get in an accident or end up getting diagnosed with cancer, they don't leave the hospital with a $500,000 bill. Right? Like, I think they could probably cut back slightly. Or they could just audit the Pentagon every year where they can account for upwards sometimes of like $1 trillion fucking dollars. I mean, that would have been enough to probably make a lot of fucking drug payments for people. And it just went poof. And ended up in some asshole's fucking bank account probably. Or that's not how simple it is. It ends up going through like 30,000 fucking offshore accounts. And then it ends up in someone's bank account. Anyway, yeah. Happily pay more in taxes if it meant healthcare was better for everybody, just not me. Yeah, not just me. Preventing people from going through the same medical system bullshit would make me happy. Absolutely, man. It's a thing here in Canada that people are frustrated with. We do have a system in place, but it's just so poorly managed and run. Other countries, like in Europe, like in the UK and France, actually runs it very well. It works very well, so I've heard from a distance. But I know they're having issues right now with immigration, and people are not very happy. But anyway, yeah, it could be done. It already pays more taxes per capita than Germany or Canada, and then tons of private money on top of it. I mean, for healthcare specifically, not total tax. Yeah, okay. Do what we do in the UK. Everyone pays national insurance, which goes in the healthcare pot, and healthcare is free in the UK. Yeah, it attracts immigrants. So, well, yeah, and that's the thing is people get kind of. We've had a problem here recently, and listen, like I'm not opposed to immigration. We're like a melting pot here in the West, and there's tons of brilliant people that come from all over to come and live here and contribute. The problem, though, is how you advertise that, and we've had a lot of people come over from some war-torn places, and they weren't really told, hey, you can come over here. Here's an opportunity for you to go out and contribute or whatever. They were told, hey, we'll look after you. Come over here. And they were kind of made an example by the Liberal government. And it gave them an opportunity to signal their virtue. Like, oh my God, look, we helped all these people. But all of these people now are living on assistance, and there's no foreseeable, end to it, really. And the other thing that's pissed people off here is that a lot of the housing isn't like top tier. A lot of them have also been put into housing when a lot of people locally here can't afford to get into houses because it's too expensive. And then they've got these child tax benefits on top of this, and they're raking in from the government thousands a month, and no one in the family is working at all. And it's like, man. And then, the concern that I have too with that is like people start getting angry at them. And I don't know if that's necessarily fair. They just didn't understand what they were getting involved with. Where if they come over and then somebody tells them the money's ending, like, what do you mean the money's ending? Like, what, you didn't just come here for a fucking free ride, right? And nobody told them anything. And I've heard stories about this constantly from people about this. And then people, at some places start attacking them, or it's ultimately, I think the government's at fault. Always. It's Trudeau. But now he's fucked off to live off, probably down south somewhere, because he literally can't go anywhere within Canada without getting fucking harassed, as really it should be the case with what he did. I mean, irreprehensible shit. One argument I would make for universal healthcare is the fact that we were born into this world as victims of all the toxins that surround us on a daily basis. Well, there you go, Abe. Yeah. Get the corporations to pay for it, right? Fuckers. Anyway, yeah, Anyway, there's a lot of problems. But yeah, he's gone back to Cuba. Probably. I don't know where I don't even fucking care, man. Don't even fucking care. I would still like for that guy to be tried for crimes against humanity, as well as some other people that he was involved with. I would love for that. I think that he literally should be legally. But anyway, maybe someday that'll come to fruition. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to get really any satisfaction out of it now. And that's not really worth anything anyway. That vengeance, it's not really good. I just want to fix the problems that he made. So, yeah, man, yeah. Your plastics in your balls. I want reparations. Oh, fuck, bro. What was that meme? It's like I got me with plastic in my balls. My dad full of asbestos, and my grandpa full of lead or some shit. There's like some fucking meme of like this, like like it's like an evolution. And then they're like the more recent one is like the big daddy, like the microplastics in my balls. Like, what's the next generation going to be subjected to? I don't want to fucking know. Probably nanobots or some shit, right? Nanobots in our brain. Nanobots telling us to fucking, go watch the mainstream media. Get off the internet. It's not safe. It's all misinformation and fake news. Rather cancer from all the plastic than half power cognition from the leaded gasoline, to be honest. Holy fuck, brother. Boomers really got beat with the worst hammer in that one. And now we got to listen to them talk. Yeah, fuck, that's true though. EMF radiation is the next one. Actually, Fish, you're probably not wrong. Radiation, yeah, you're probably not wrong, man. That's I think about that sometimes with these phones kicking around and the Wi-Fi and 5G and shit. I think of David Icke telling us that this is all lizard mind control. And I say, David, that's definitely not the case, but I am concerned about the radiation. You're not completely off base on that. There were people that here when they installed them that were like hell bent. I'm surprised more of them haven't been sabotaged, honestly. And going forward, I think that might be. I'd probably should have a conversation first, but yeah. Goop said you can put a crystal in your asshole and block the Wi-Fi. You can give that a try. It probably have to be a pretty big quartz crystal though. Fucking, you're snorting powdered Pfizer vax right now. Holy fuck, brother. So with all the damage Justin has caused, would you be opposed to have an age limit to be able to vote, like age 30? Yeah, that's a good. Because I mentioned that I did vote for him initially, and I was 24 or 24, 25, 24. Good question, Shadows. I think personally, 18 is pretty young now when you think about it, right? I think we'll probably leave it at 18, but now, to be fair, I voted against him multiple times after the fact. Yeah. So initially when he got in, he didn't really do a whole lot. He did immediately legalize marijuana. And some people have argued, it shouldn't have been illegal in the first place, honestly, that substance with alcohol being legal. So when he first got in, that was the first thing he did, which was great. Traditionally, I was a pretty liberal person, although very suspicious of government, obviously. I still am, and I think as we should be, but I don't know. Like I was in university, obviously a lot of universities very liberal. There was a lot of people he had all these plans he was going to do and give all this money to everybody. And And then really where things got really bad was probably where I really fell out with him was COVID was what really happened, where he was always a dingus, but yeah, that's a good point. Should we put the legal age to 30 now for people like me, like idiots like me? We're fucking trying to vote for him. Yeah. Well, if we get an upper limit to stop letting all these demented 75-year-olds vote. I think, man, like, I think we need to definitely have better forums is one thing where these political leaders can kind of drop the political theater a bit and maybe have, real audience members in there as well. They can ask real questions. That was something that was very frustrating through the election cycle. And not that I had any love for him at any point. I just fucking wanted him to legalize weed. And I knew Harper was not going to. And I thought that was ridiculous. And I remember the debates that they would have. And it's just all political theater. It's the same now. I see the conservative government running these ridiculous ads on Mark Carney and vice versa. And I'm like, it's just all fucking theater. I mean, you need to have a stripped down, a raw conversation in front of a real fucking audience of people. And that doesn't happen. And that is what I think we really need. Yeah. Saw a high school experiment showing Wi-Fi preventing plants from growing. Holy fuck. That's not good. The way that life can suck, it would never fly, but how about a requirement to pass a rationality test? Yeah, I mean, maybe if they've... I think having a better forum to debate ideas would be the first step, right? But then... what are people voting for? Why are they voting? What's at stake? What are the consequences of these different policies? Honest consequences, like get some fucking economists involved, get some other government officials involved, get some people from private industry involved. I mean, you just need a forum where things are explored a little bit more objectively. And I think that's really part of the problem. I mean, part of the problem too, I think, is basic education and critical thinking as well. It definitely needs to be part of that. I've talked about this and I'm pretty open about this, where I mentioned to people may not know, but I was literally told essentially not to vote for Trudeau. And I mean, I listened to what the guy was saying. He was one of my philosophy professors who used to be the speechwriter for Stéphane Dion, was the old Liberal candidate. And so he had worked with Justin a little bit, and he had sat down and had a conversation with him, an extended conversation on policy, and he was just not, it was not good. And so he had kind of told us, no, this is not the guy. Like, this guy knows nothing about politics. This is not a good idea. This is the party just wanting to get back into power at any cost, and it's going to backfire, and it did. He was right. But I think more recently, like with what's going on with, let's say, Pierre versus Mark Carney, this is just Canadian politics, which some people may not give a fuck about, but it's relevant in other parts of the world, right? And one of my big concerns, and it's been my concern the whole way along, even with Justin, although at the time I wasn't really aware of the WEF or World Economic Forum, I'd heard Alex Jones ramble on about the fucking globalists and the Bilderberg Group, and I had a basic understanding of who those people were, and it's just this hyper elite, right, that played this chess game that most of the general public aren't involved with. But with Trudeau and also Carney here in Canada, Carney was also and is still, I think, also involved with the WEF, which is run by Klaus Schwab, who's multiple times talked about how wonderful the social credit system is in China. And he loves how they corral their population. And I was like, that is rhetoric that is extremely concerning. And then we've got the current prime minister at the time, and now the guy that has replaced him, also being involved with the WEF. Now, the WEF's a pretty broad organization, but I wouldn't be associated with anybody saying shit like that, personally. And then people have been bringing up that he's been associated with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, and he knew them personally. Now, again, if you want to fucking steel man his arguments, they were involved with tons of people, like Stephen Hawking, right? They were involved with tons of people in government and in banking and in science. So I don't know. But anyway, Pierre here in Canada, I don't trust any of them at the end of the day, in my personal opinion. I have zero faith in the political system. I think we're headed for a fucking cliff. That's honestly where my intuition takes me. But sorry. Anything that only affects me should be legal, although there is an argument for socialized medicine and poor health choices. Obesity puts a huge strain on American healthcare. We spend billions to keep politicians in a safe space bubble to never have to take the real hard questions or only get positive reinforcement. That's exactly it, man. Yeah, no one wants to answer real questions from real people. That's exactly it. And when that does happen, it's devastating for them. This happened with Trudeau recently, where he audaciously showed up to like a school gym and he got hammered with some real questions, and he essentially just fucking just moved on from the guy. Yeah, the guy was very emotional and angry, and it's just, that's the attitude of them, right? It's just, you know, like, thinks I thought he was some kind of fucking royalty here in Canada. Anyway, objectivity on policy has been completely evaporated since the late 80s, early 90s with AM radio started, and rules around just bullshitting people in media ended. Yeah, no one wants to talk actual policy anymore. It's just all vibes government. And that's exactly it, man. And you see the ad campaigns, that's what frustrates the hell in me, where they're just shamelessly attacking the opponent, and they're not actually like attacking their ideas enough or their actual policy decisions. It just ends up like being them like saying, oh, my sneaky Mark Carney, sneaky Carney about his carbon tax meme. And it's like, you know, that's like, dig deeper here into what the fuck is going on. Like, how bad are things really? But that's another conversation no one wants to have, because then you know, this is all faith. We all know this. It's all fucking fiat currency. It's all faith in the system. If people really start looking at things honestly, which is what Elon, and as much as I don't really have you know, you can say what you want about Elon, I'm not a huge fan either. But what he's doing with Doge right now, man, like, holy fuck. Like, people knew it was just corrupt probably, but it's, if enough people lose enough faith in the system, she sinks, really. That's what's causing everything to float, really. Honestly, voting, you should have to have skin in the game, no job to vote, retired, no vote. If you want society to take you serious, you need to be serious about society. Concessions for compos mentis, disabled, and other minorities that would qualify. I mean, man, maybe that should be something that happens there. And yeah, I don't disagree. I'm currently unemployed, although I was always employed most of my entire adult life. But I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think, yeah, I don't know. I personally, I think a lot of the issues are down to education, and not investing enough in education initially. And there were a lot of people when they left high school who said, oh, I guess I'm done learning now. Right? Like, oh, my learning is ended. It's like, no. You know, and I just, and then that wasn't very quality learning to begin with, right? So nothing that's going to fix things, but would you have thought that voting for legal weed would lead to harsh lockdowns over a cough and protesters, bank accounts being frozen? That's true though, man. Yeah. I mean, what did you think? People want to disclose all this, but were there a lot of people that voted for Arden too, golf in New Zealand, I think, weren't there? Yeah. And it's, you know, I mean, with Justin at least, so this is the vibe here in Canada though. Listen, my personal perspective on the whole thing, even back then when I was 24, was I thought the entire thing was corrupt. I didn't trust any of them. I thought the entire system was completely fucked. I would have been doing my philosophy degree part-time, but I had a fondness for Plato, and like, you consider myself to some degree to be like a Platonist metaphysically. And so I was very familiar with Plato's works in the Republic, and these like psychotic, political philosophies to some degree, but, he distrusted democracy. And I thought that too, I think the public were maybe just being a little bit naive in the West here, that a lot of our Western democracies may have been kind of co-opted by these hyper elite, that we were living in this plutocracy essentially. There's another probably better political term to describe it, but essentially ruled by the rich. And I thought that was what's happening. So my faith that anything was going to ever actually happen was very slim. So like when I cast my vote, I wasn't like at the Justin rallies being like, oh, Justin's going to change everything. I was just like, fuck. To be completely transparent, I didn't even vote. And I think there was 2 other elections, maybe 2. I think there may have been 2 before that, that I had voted in. And I didn't fucking vote. I didn't give a shit. But that I only voted for that because of the legalization of marijuana. Yeah, that's strictly it. I was not a fan of Justin's policies. I wasn't a fan of him. I wasn't a fan of any of them, honestly. The only guy that I liked, whose name I've forgotten now escapes me, was the old NDP leader here in Canada who died of cancer, who seemed like a very level-headed guy. I forget what his name was. It was the only guy that I actually saw a politician where I was like, this guy has a soul of some kind. Yeah. You stop learning when you die. Yeah, fuck, man. Here, fucking, yeah.
We talked, what are we?
Wi-Fi stops plants growing from pioneers of science.
Scientists here. This is like a sort of experiment that it's really hard to find anything like. Some plants and
Wi-Fi off?
One of them without Wi-Fi
Oh,
signal,
man, like...
Wi-Fi signal. They're called
Garden got a super majority. It was unbelievable how much people liked her.
putting out radiation where the other one is not going to be doing that.
I don't think anything's gonna happen. I don't really know.
That boy's playing Minecraft right beside the fucking router every night. Nothing's gonna happen. It's not cooking my brain. Probably had a
I
different
don't
fucking
know,
opinion
because
after.
it's just like this plastic thing with technology in it. But like we don't know if that'll affect the plant.
I don't really feel like radiation affects me in any way, so I don't feel like it's gonna affect another living thing like a plant.
Standing out in the sun with no sunscreen on, probably. The boy isn't taught, right? Oh yeah.
Have you done this experiment before, or
He
is
will
this
be though.
new?
We have seen an experiment using cress seeds and radiation, but never as controlled as this one, as far as I know.
Not really.
It's not Dacia's teacher to be doing this.
Straight in. Oh, okay. Yeah. Full send.
This is very, this music is very, like, encouraging for such a terrifying prospect. Fucking Christ.
Yeah, one of them is going to be exposed to high levels, and the whole reason that we've covered them in tinfoil is because the environment of this classroom is filled with that. Right, so we had to try to isolate.
Let's go to the end. Off. It's growing. Oh, fuck. Here's that boy again.
The plants are growing. So I think that when the Wi-Fi's on, it's affecting the world. Like affecting the whole entire world.
What are people's arguments against our results going to be?
The Wi-Fi on might have dried out all of the water from the seedlings.
The heat will evaporate the water that's in the...
Interesting.
The FCC doesn't say anywhere that Wi-Fi and radiation is harmful to people.
I think that we have to...
Oh, sweetheart, you think they're gonna fucking tell you that? They don't give a fuck. That's a dark thing you come to realize over the years is that they don't give a fuck. Well, anybody that knows anyone who lives by or around cell phone towers. So I've heard a couple anecdotes of this where people who were living, there's a couple homes even around here that are literally positioned directly behind cell phone towers. And I've heard this where when one went up, everybody in the neighborhood started getting these fucking headaches. And, you know, it's like, and if you can go and look this up, but some of these new towers with this 5G, if you're close enough to it, it's a fucking problem. I remember I was one of these people back in the day when all the smartphones came out. Like some of my buddies who maybe are in here or not, I don't know, but I remember showing them data from, I don't know where the fuck it was, Finland or somewhere, but it was some international body where they raised a red flag around these smartphones and the amount of EMF radiation they put out. And they said, well, yeah, it's not concerning right now, but if you expose yourself to it for like fucking 10 years, it could be. And they're all laughing at me, like, you're fucking ridiculous. And I meanwhile, I had a fucking flip phone. I was like, boys, I'm never getting a fucking smartphone. And then obviously fucking, you know, now I'm just like cooking my balls all day, whatever the fuck. I'm probably toast anyway after the whole flu thing. So, but anyway, yeah, fucking just nuts. God fucking damn it. They're all trying to go through the comments. Yeah. It's been said that sunscreens can give the cancer. Holy fuck, man. Some of the additives in them. I know definitely my Irish skin, I get fucking cooked, man. Even my face, like I had a couple moles in my face And I realized I went and met with because I have to, because my dad had melanoma. I went to they call it skin doctor, for Christ's sake, whatever the technical term is, I don't know. And he looked at my face like, oh, that's sun damage. I was like, what the fuck? He's like, oh yeah, it's sun damage. Like, you don't wear sunscreen on your face. I was like, fuck no. I usually wear it on the rest of my body when I go out, but I was like, fuck. I was like, is this dermatologist? Thank you, yeah, that's exactly it. And then I asked him about like sunning your asshole because fucking Liver King is talking about that, and he's like, yeah, no. I was like, oh, okay. Does that raise my T levels? Like, my high school physics teacher was a nuclear sub-engineer, Jesus, and he had to do all kinds of crazy experiments after school in his own time. Some people got into teaching to it for real, but many, since we do a good job of vilifying and making their life as hard as possible. Yeah, actually, I had a physics teacher too that he had a master's, and he was, I don't know if he forgot, I was working his PhD, but he was like a very accredited guy. I actually had a law professor too that had a PhD in law and could have went and taught law at university, but he just lived up the street from the school, and he said it was way more convenient for me to walk down here, and they had to pay him like $100,000 anyway because he was like super accredited. He just died recently too, which is very sad. He's a really good guy. But yeah, so yeah, there you go. Yeah, I've seen two towers cook the side of a bush that was facing it. Holy fuck, man! Like, God fucking damn it! It's fucking concerning though, isn't it? Sitting here, it's one of those things. It's like back in the day, people fermenting all of their drinks because it was safer. You know, they're just like literally get buzzed all fucking day. It's all the stupid things we've done throughout history. We just didn't know had long-term consequences. Yeah, does Wi-Fi kill you? Kill bees. There you go.
Does Wi-Fi hurt our body physically and mentally? Could it affect your sperm count and decrease population? What?
Boy, you don't have any sperm yet.
Given the fact that you
or how old are these kids? Oh, they're in high school.
Looking over all of these studies, do you have Wi-Fi in your house?
No, I've been in the technology industry all my life, and I've never had Wi-Fi.
Because?
I just didn't feel it was right. I didn't feel it was safe. And my wife has been very actually forceful about not having that. Now, you can run a longer wire. It's a bit annoying.
Signaling.
Wait.
Didn't feel it was right.
Former president of Microsoft Canada. Oh, fuck. Jesus fucking Christ. Back at our old apartment, man, we slept right by the goddamn box, essentially. Holy fuck. Fuck. Why is having all those weird dreams there? It's cooking my brain at night. Fuck. I'm looking to retire in a few years at 50, and I'll probably go and teach computer science or math at community college just to do something. I can't wait to have a job I don't care about getting fired from. Fuck, well, man, listen, we need that, though. We need people to go and do this shit that are actually going to educate kids and give them a fucking, like, reality check. That's the thing, though, right? With if you're going to teach us and whether you're in a public school or in university and you want to get a tenured job, you know, I remember my professor fucking just because I would talk about all kinds of I bring up all kinds of shit that he didn't want to fucking talk about, and he'd just be constantly like, because he was tenured, but he had told me he didn't get tenure till he's 45. Before that point, he was kind of bouncing around everywhere, and he had this comfy gig going, and I was like, brother, you're a professor of philosophy. You got to be rocking the boat a little bit here, right? But didn't want to, right? Because I had the comfy job, drive around the Mercedes, you know. I was like, fucking Christ. Like, what would Socrates think of this now? Anyway, I mean, I get it. Life sucks. You spend your whole life to get to some point where finally you can feel settled, and then a couple assholes come along and want you to start fighting against the system. And you're like, no, like I'm tired. It's like, no. You got to drink the hemlock. You're the fucking old one here. You gotta go fight against the man. Anyway, let's all build Faraday cages and live in tinfoil hats on our pants. We can just do fucking straight plug in the computer, right? That'd be fine, isn't it? You don't need fucking Wi-Fi box. I don't know. It's some goddamn convenient though to just be on your phone, like when you're in the bathtub. I had a high school math teacher who was submariner. I don't remember what he worked on, but our class bell was similar to one of the alarms, and it jolted him every time. Poor guy. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. They try to disguise 5G towers as palm trees over here in Arizona. Oh my God, man. I've seen that. Actually. I've seen that in Las Vegas. They did that too when I was there a couple years ago. Well, 10 years ago. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Seems like Wasp and Yellow Jackets thrive off it, though. Do they actually? Who cares what Socrates thinks? I want to hear what Diogenes thinks so I can make it into a Netflix special. Oh, fucking Christ. They should do a Netflix special on Socrates, though. I know the meme, but they should fucking do one on those boys. Oh, God. Anyway, all right. Well, this is what I was going to pull up here. Cleveland meteorologist Mark J. Weather from WW says Ohio residents are still sending him videos of glowing orbs over Lake Erie.
There is something legitimately strange going on in the skies over northern Ohio. I've gotten these videos sent to me several times over the last several weeks. This is from Lake County, just off the shoreline over Lake Erie from Mentor. Glowing orbs in the sky, stationary orbs that don't move, but the lights keep flashing and spinning around. Here's a close-up of that glowing orb. Notice the lights just moving around in a circle, flashing different colors. Now, what could it be? Could it be a drone? Maybe, but it's very large. And again, it sits there in the sky. It's been appearing for several weeks in a row, just randomly at night, off the shoreline of Mentor, Ohio, east of Cleveland. So what could it be? Put it in the comments below. Maybe it's a UFO. Are aliens invading northern Ohio?
Brother, by definition, it's a UFO. No idea. He tagged NORAD command. Is that an actual NORAD command or a meme account? No, that's actually NORAD command. Okay. Probably fucking drone. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? I made a music video out of... Okay. All right. Anyway. Interesting. Fuck, who knows, right? Skinny Bob, maybe? Yeah. Fucking Christ. A toxic lake made him fuck ugly. Holy shit. God damn. If I were an advanced alien engineer, I'd make my spacecraft look like a Boeing. There was somebody on here that posted something about it. I didn't want to fucking pull it up because it's probably so stupid, but it was like somebody, it got all these views. Low battery. This fucking thing. It got all these views of, it looked like two planes smushed together or something, like mirrored. It's just bullshit, obviously. There's people that claim that they like look up and they just see like a passenger plane just frozen in the sky. I'm like, I think probably what happened is you just had a mild brain aneurysm. That's probably what fucking happened, more than likely. That, or we are just inside some kind of giant fucking simulation, which we literally could be, but I don't think they're projecting planes in the sky. But there are people supposedly in ufology who have seen orbs shift into black helicopters. That's actually, it's not super common, but there are accounts. Was it John Lear talked about? There's a couple people who have talked about this. John Lear's not a particularly credible individual anyway. But I don't fucking know. Right? Like, yeah. If it was an alien, it'd make my craft look like a 1992 ZR1 Corvette. Fuck. If you were an alien, fuck yeah. If you're an alien, yeah, fuck. I don't know what I'd do, man. I'd probably do something cool. I'd probably do something. You'd probably do something interesting. Not just like because technically speaking, if it is like some kind of gravity manipulation device, they don't need to be aerodynamic. So you can make it look like anything. You could make it look like a 1992 fucking ZR1. You can make it look like fucking Eleanor, for Christ's sake, like a 69 fucking Mustang. A Cobra. Mustang. You could do whatever the fuck you want, right? I mean, it's why are they all making discs? Does that tell us all we need to know about how boring these people are? Back in the day, we had a trailer at a lake. My dad had a glow-in-the-dark bobber and would throw it way out in the water. Then when my uncle came by, he told me he saw an orb out there. They both watched it, and my dad would twitch the line of it every now and then to fucking my uncle. It lasted a whole summer. Holy fuck. Maybe that's what's going on too, man. That's kind of a good meme, actually. That's kind of a good fucking prank, yeah. That's exactly it, man. Yeah, they wouldn't need to be aerodynamic. They can look like fucking anything they want, right? So why the fuck not make it look sick? Why make it look boring as fuck? Like a Tic Tac, a saucer, a triangle. Like, what the fuck are these people doing? Like, do something fucking interesting. At least the cube thing. The cube one's interesting. Some weird fucking cube. Like, but even this shape's like, it's basic, bitch. Like, do something like what's the guy from Guardians of the Galaxy had a sick ship? Like, do something like that. Like, functionality. think it's functional. Fuck it. Make it eccentric, you know? Did this mouse just fucking die? Are you fucking kidding me? It just literally gave me the low battery warning and just fucking died. Hold on. Oh my fucking God. Man, I fucking hate this mouse. It's this new Naga, because I used to have the MMO mouse. WoW back in the day. And like everything just goes to shit. This is a piece of shit. Fuck. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I gotta get a fucking battery. Just a second. Fuck. Oh my fucking God. Man, it's just, I can't believe it just literally said battery low and it just fucking dies. Fucking Christ. Like if you were actually playing a game or something and you needed your mouse, that would have been fucking devastating. I have no idea if this is a new battery or not. Fuck. There. Holy shit. I'll just keep a couple of them here, maybe. Put that battery inside the tin can. Fuck, there you go. There you go. So I don't use wireless. Man, I couldn't get a fucking wired option on this goddamn thing. It's fucking crazy. Like, fuck. We in China do have gravitic propulsion systems. Anything's possible. Supposedly, man, I guess, yeah. You're dying now. Yeah, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Yeah, fucking Christ. God damn it. Here, hold on. What the fuck else do I have? What the fuck is this? Oh, yes. G Pro battery lasts like 10 hours after low battery warning. Really working your PC all day, 6 days a week, and charge it once every 3 weeks or so. Holy fuck. I'll look into that, man. Like, this Naga is a literal piece of shit. You can just feel, if I threw this at the wall, it would fly into a billion pieces. The old one, I had literally went to eBay to get the old one. It was like rock solid. It lasted me like 7 years. It was great. It had the ability to go to wireless, but you could also plug it in. It was so good. And man, Razer has gone down the shithole. Death Adder V3 is supposed to be good. No, I don't trust them anymore. Yeah, man, literally, that's exactly, yeah, same man. I know. I've used them for fucking 20, well, since they first started. How old's the company? Like 20 years? I mean, fuck, I always used Razer. They had the bright lights and shit, right? They fucking, that's how they got me initially. Was the fucking lights and stuff. I said, that's fucking sick. Anyway, here, I've got a couple things up with Gary. Where the fuck's the other one at? Oh, right here. I was listening to this, yeah. They won't fry your balls, though. Really? Is it just a little bit of fucking... This uses 2.4 hertz, whatever the fuck that is, not Bluetooth, yeah. There's this interview with Gary. I don't know if it's kind of too long. I don't know. I got other things I was going to go over that are kind of more interesting. Maybe. But these are some clippets from this conversation. Gary had a very long interview with the gentleman, and it kind of made some interesting comments here. I've listened through, I don't know, maybe 50 minutes of it. But these were some interesting tidbits that they pulled out of the interview, actually. Gary's a professor of immunology at Stanford. He's in the Stanford Research Institute, SRI, same group that kind of first were doing remote viewing. So, anyway, he made some interesting claims. What do you say here? He says, Skywatcher observed unexplained things and moved in anomalous ways. See, so he's been involved with Jake Barber. He's been involved with so Jake Barber's the guy who supposedly was a special operator and was recovering UAPs for some aerospace company with his helicopter. And Jake has sustained some kind of an injury. He thinks he was irradiated by one of the UAPs, one of the packages they picked up years ago. And so Gary obviously has a lot of patents with like cancer research. And he has been working with Gary to try and fix his health issues. But he also brought Gary along because he's a fairly decent scientist to try and analyze this whole sightseeing tour they had organized with their psychics. So I'll play this little clip.
Drones seen all up and down the eastern seaboard, and people had pictures of them and claimed drone incursions over airports and over military establishments, and it was all over the news, and if people wanted to, they can just go look it up. We saw that as an opportunity to test our capabilities. And so we were out there collecting information. And to be honest, the majority of the things that we saw were conventional drones of some sort. There were a few things that were unexplained and moved in anomalous ways, but the majority of the stuff seemed to be somebody's drones.
Do you think that means that some people might have just heard the news and then sent up their own drones?
Now, these were, when you have drones coming in from the ocean and then returning to the ocean and are trailing Coast Guard boats for miles, that's not, hobbyist drones.
It's government, Gary. Is it Xi Jinping, maybe? Who knows? Interesting. Very interesting. That's a good question. Do you guys ever get footage and data of the drone? Sure would help with this bullshit narrative we're being sold if we had that evidence. Yeah, it fucking would. Here's another clip here too.
And you are,
Winnie the UFO.
Really just a collection of
that's a mouse you have and you love it.
That have no actual
Thanks, man. I'll
form.
fucking
right. You just
copy that.
At a higher level, you have matter, and I perceive you as a person. But at the end of the day, there's nothing there. You're just a bunch of waves, and we interact with each other through waves. Well,
there.
What happens if
there is something there? I mean, oh fucking Christ! I'll have to do that after. Anyway, let's get
there's senses below, yet still our full understanding using physics that are just on the edge of believability, that are actually the manner by which these things interact. So there's, and let's address one thing. There's claimed telepathy with these things. Well, I don't think that means it's magic. I just think that means it's a kind of technology that we don't. I mean, I can, there are devices that can transmit sound into your head from a distance, right? Use the resonance cavity and transmit sound, to you. So, again, Elon Musk is making a neural link. And maybe a sufficiently advanced civilization can reach into your brain with electromagnetics very finely targeted and can manipulate your brain in a way that allows you to hear or see things. I have no problem believing that somebody a million years ahead of us might have achieved that level of sophistication.
I accept that this is certainly a possibility, but the question is, how likely should we think it is that this is possible?
I assign no probability. I just say, I just want to have it on the table. And it's like,
there's some interesting conversations here. I mean, maybe I'll play a bit of it later. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, when you think about it, though, if you were to think about it, really think about it, and think about communication, and the kind of communication that we use right now, right, through language, and what that actually means. It means like we're flapping our lips and spitting sounds out at people. Right? And like that's how we communicate ideas. That's how we try and communicate emotion too. We will emote it on our face as well. But like how rich is that communication ultimately? I mean, if you could just get what's in your head into someone else's head, that would probably be a preferable method of communication, right? When you really think about it. This is a problem with language. And I kind of mean about this a little bit like with Wittgenstein and some of Wittgenstein's philosophies on language and the limits of language. Much more simply put, it gets much more complicated with it, but that there's tons of limitations to language, which is why so many people love music, right? Because it it evokes emotion that you can't always communicate with just words. Well, you can't in some way. So if you were to look at what is telepathy actually, I mean, it would be this kind of more mind-to-mind connection where you could say to somebody, I'm feeling really sad today, right? You could potentially, hypothetically, emote how you're actually feeling to the person as well. And that could be really important. I mean, that could be incredibly important to like get to know people or to truly know people. And that's the thing about like knowing people in your life even. Like, and this, I forget who was talking about this, some philosopher recently I was reading about, but they were talking about like how well do people ever actually know you? Even the people closest to you. I mean, we do have these kinds of archetypes of people around us that we kind of create from things they tell us. Oh, he plays hockey, you know, he likes to woodwork, but like, you know, people are more complicated than that too, ultimately. And we only really have sometimes what people give us as well. And so maybe you never really get to know people to the degree that you should. And this would allow you to kind of get to know people on a very deep, kind of visceral level. I wish I had that in my life at times, friends of mine, you know, who unfortunately, you know, one of them had took his life. And if you had just known how he was actually feeling, but he was very good at concealing that from people and hiding how he was feeling because he thought it made him look weak, although everyone feels like that, right? But so maybe, right, this would make sense logically that as a civilization, you would leave language behind because at the end of the day, everyone on the planet, whether you're speaking French or English or Portuguese or Russian or whatever, or Mandarin, I mean, we all have, it's just a medium that we're using to communicate with each other. We could take that a step back and just go it would be a much more richer way, and you would just cut out the middleman here if I didn't learn all these fucking languages and just get to what are people actually trying to say. So it might make sense that an advanced civilization would kind of start using that as a form of communication. To me, at least, I don't know. It reminds me of the three-body problem where the aliens can understand how humans can lie because they communicate through telepathy. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. There's also the theory about how language sort of restricts and influences your thoughts based on how expressive it is in certain ways. Yeah, so with no language, your real thoughts can flourish in communication. Absolutely, yeah. That's something that Wittgenstein had talked about too. Like, you got to think about how, like, even sometimes how people think. We're thinking with language as well. Like, and it puts us inside of a box to some degree. You know, there are confines to it. And I think, and that's why personally, when I read through Wittgenstein's work, although it was a difficult read because it's complicated concepts translated from fucking German, but when you wrap your head around it, it makes a lot of sense. And it made a lot of sense why I love music so much and became a musician, is because it just was able to, you're able to communicate emotionally almost between people to some degree, like musician to musicians, and listening to people's art, and it kind of evokes that emotion that's not there when you simply say, I feel sad today. It's like, well, how sad do you feel? Like, how does it feel? Like, if you listen to like some of Nirvana's stuff, I have a hard time listening to Nirvana, honestly, now, probably because I associate it with Kurt blowing his brains out, but you feel that raw, visceral, like desperation almost in the music. I do when I listen to it. And it's very potent, right? And so, I mean, it could be brilliant, but it could also be terrifying too, where, you know, people who've lived a very privileged, stress-free life, you know, connect with some abused drug user on the street and feel what real pain is like. And then it just breaks them. I mean, because there could be a downside to it, right? Like, gamers get your precision gaming mouse here. Oh, brother, is this a treat? Oh my fuck. Only $85 Canadian. Oh, it's already pre-crusted. Oh yeah, you know, that's straight up cum hands. You can just tell. Oh, I would love to plug that in and play Morrowind with it. Fuck me. We tried with Esperanto, but it never really took off as planned. At least they didn't clean it. Yeah, that's why humans love art. Yeah, it's a way to express things the language has not been able to. Absolutely, man. Yeah. And so it'd be interesting we have no concept really what telepathy is, or psychics who claim they can do it. I don't know. That people can, that's very sus to me. But then again, I supposedly people can talk with dead people, and I don't fucking know. We could verify all this stuff too if we could actually become telepathic. You could look into someone's head probably and be like, You know, what are your, and that's the other thing too, it's discerning people's intentions. It can be a hard thing to do. And like, I think many of us have probably learned many hard life lessons in trying to discern some people's intentions, whether it's to do with heartbreak or just friends betraying you. But like, you know, that's another thing that's very hard to do at times, because some people can be very deceitful and they can put up a very convincing facade, but ultimately their intention is just to benefit themselves and themselves only. And it's trying to discern between truly service to other oriented people and service to self oriented people. And my God, I mean, how helpful that would have been in my life to just fucking be able to look right through people more clearly and just cut them off right there, right? Like, be like, no, you're a piece of shit, aren't you? You're clever though, so you hide it, but ultimately you're just fucking garbage. Yeah. I bet that boy has done some hardcore WoW rating. Oh, I can tell just by the crust on that fucking top left fucking clicker there that it absolutely has been. Probably like been soaked in Mountain Dew on a couple occasions. That's what you'd use back in the day though. Fucking, there were no fucking MMO mouses back then, right? You just fucking, well, you had everything bound to your keyboard or you were a filthy clicker. I was never a clicker. I was never that bad. But I played a little bit later. I played in 2007, so yeah. I can't control my own mind. Fuck reading other people's. But that's exactly, oh man. Just imagine that. Imagine that too though, like getting to know like how everyone else, like someone who thinks they have anxiety and then they realize, oh my God, now I know what fucking anxiety feels like. It can be very revealing. Anyway, supposedly, according to the anecdotes, this is how the aliens communicate. It would make sense. and they go even deeper into these anecdotes and more woo, where telepathy ultimately isn't even something necessarily that the brain is doing. It's what the player does. And and this is like where you get even more out there with it in these accounts, but it's essentially like, I hate using this kind of language sometimes to describe it, but this is how I think it was literally described as by one of these people, but like soul speak, that it's literally communication directly between consciousness and that it's just translated through the brain to however the fuck you want to translate it. If you're used to that, then you don't necessarily need language to interpret things, but you would just translate it into whatever the fuck you're trying to speak, right? Or have language to understand it, yeah. Yeah, PS2 mouse. Fuck, PS2. Oh, I just saw that. Is that actually what it was called? What the fuck? God damn, anyway, yeah, it's fucking, yeah, I clicked, I used the mod that allowed me to hold a specific key and click a health bar and cast a specific, use my fucking brain, specific spell on them, made healing on Shaman Druid fun. Oh, fuck yeah, man. You could just do the old Hunter fucking macro from Burning Crusade, just fucking, what, three things? You just fucking, it was what, Steady Shot and what the fuck else? I played Hunter back then, so fuck. It was like 3 spells, and that was the pinnacle of the fucking, you just cycle through 3 abilities. That's literally it. Like, that's all they would do. And I was like, holy fucking Christ. Like, back when the game was easy. Yeah. I played with a guy who doesn't use a mouse at all. He controls camera with arrow keys and uses numpad for attacks. Holy fuck, man. You know though, like, was he good though? Some of those people that do that weird shit, I've run into that over the years too. Like, they have these eccentric like ways that they play and that it just works for them. And that's the scariest part, is like, holy fuck. Like, oh, he sucked ass. Okay, yeah. I've known people who were clickers and they were actually really good in PvP, which like I had no fucking idea how that was even possible. But anyway, when they launched them, when they came out, the numpads on the fucking mouse, like I needed that. Like that was essential. Yeah. Oh, it's a connection type PS2. Yeah. You're playing a game and totally misunderstood. Oh no, yeah. I guess the ETs wouldn't need large mouths for speaking if telepathy was their norm. Now, where have I seen that? Well, brother, they can fucking go. They wouldn't need mouth. Well, I mean, if they don't even eat, they just use bass and shit. Right? Fucking hell. Oh, there's Galen TV. Did he unbind backpedaling for optimum movements? Yeah. That's the classic. You don't know what the fuck you're doing in those MMOs. If you see someone start backpedaling. I used to be an asshole and I just go around because I was never really that good at the game. So to make myself feel better, I would go and gank like other players that didn't PvP out in the open world. And you would just know, I'd stop sometimes. If you just start seeing them backpedal, I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, no, this isn't even fair. Like, but then we'd usually just kill them. But once in a while, you'd feel bad. Right? But anyway, yeah. You never played a game online? Holy fuck, man. What? WoW was like the game. WoW. My favorite thing about WoW wasn't even like the game. It was the people that played the game. Really, that's what I loved about it. Because I loved playing the Elder Scrolls. Because I was a huge like RPG player offline too, and I loved just seeing how people express themselves and like all the ridiculous shit, the names, the guild names, the scenarios, you know, the conversation. There was this guy that used to be a me and Galen TV server named Mobus. Is that was his name? Galen TV. It was Mobus or something. He would be in trade chat all day, every day for fucking years. Actually, Asmund will know who he is too. Yeah, because Asmund was on Kel'Thuzad as well with us. And he would just rap and like, but none of it made any sense. Like it was just all nonsense. It just every day for years. And then he's disappeared. I don't know what happened to him, but yeah, you did tell me that you met your wife playing WoW. Yeah, I mean that's a magical thing. Fuck yeah, that's an extremely magical thing. Yeah, fuck. Remember when we made the jump from text games to playing EverQuest in the '90s? Knew we were in a new era. Oh fuck, man. Yeah, it's funny though. Like, according that people have gone back to D&D shit though. Like one of my good buddies is a DM, and like there's so many people that go back to fucking Dungeons and Dragons now. It's fucking crazy. Like, yeah, yeah. Anyway, yeah, that was my favorite part, was just going and running into those characters and being like, what the fuck, you know, just those memories of just, oh my god, like crazy eccentric people. It's my life though. It's a lot of my friends growing up too, actually. Me, to some degree, literally, actually. Yeah. Next Sunday, can you give us your review of this film, please? Possibly, but no promises. The Birds. Oh my heavens. We could probably Rule 34 something even more disturbing golf to go over. We could probably find genuinely terrifying fucking fanfic or something. That's a wonderful thing about 4chan is it is just a cesspool of the internet, but there's some hyper creative people on there too, and some of the stories are, I don't know, probably wouldn't be Twitch friendly, but fuck it. Fuck it. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Exploring the unknown with random people on a centralized goal. Yeah, man, it's fucking great. Yeah. I restarted playing Pathfinder 2, basically D&D with friends. It's been great. Oh yeah. We played Pathfinder, the pre-mades. We've done a couple pre-mades before that were great. But he usually cooks up his own campaigns. I haven't played in a while, but it's, yeah. Well, I forget the last one. We actually did the last one that we would have played was a couple years ago. And it was on Discord. And you use Owlbear. It was really fun. I had a really good time with it. I mean, I know some of the other guys used to play it, they used to pull his hair out because like none of us like really took it too seriously. But you know, that one was fun. We did it with some other guys that we played Monster Hunter with, and it was a good fucking time. Yeah. Rule 34 Birds. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that right this minute, but I'm sure there'll be some fucking interesting art on there. Yeah. Let's do an AKI reconstruction. Yeah. Have you ever played D&D or Pathfinder on what? FLGS? What's FLGS? I don't know what that is. Oh, at a local game store. Have I ever played? Oh, friendly local game store. Oh my god, no. Oh my fucking god, no. You've walked into we won't say the full name, but Zilla. You've walked into the Zilla before, I think, Galen TV during a D&D night. Oh my fuck, man. Listen, people live their fucking lives. But like, oh man, I walked in there before to buy some Magic cards during one of those nights, and like, holy fuck, man. I swear to God, the smell when I walked in that place almost fucking knocked me over. It was that bad. It was that fucking bad. It was in the summer, like all the windows were closed for some fucking reason, and it was like 40 degrees in there, and man, unbelievable smell. Like, yeah. You did once. Oh god, yeah. You'd have to know your shit too. Yeah, they don't fuck around, those guys and girls. Like, they were full dress, like full role play. Anyway, yeah. Well, you know, I don't go and play cards anymore. Galen TV at the fucking friend local game store. I don't do that. I did that a couple times, and then that was the end of it. Yeah. There'd be a literal fucking fight breaking out. Yeah. I started reading a very cool article on Canadian Ricky's cryptids. Report from the 60s of a thick, silver blue, smooth-haired giant wild man with human hands and 8 facial features. River monster with alligator looks. It looks like it's a Mosasaurus, same as the ones reported in Lake Takia, Malibu. Interesting. Mysteries of Canada. I can tell you I haven't run into one of these ape men personally, but I would love to. Yeah. Had to crack the windows for Magic Night at the one near me. Oh, fuck. Yeah. I don't know why. They must have just wanted things to get hot and spicy there that night. Just fucking They probably had the thermostat turned up too, right? Just to get the sweat going. It may have even been intentional. They may have been like in some volcano or something. There was tons of people though. There was like a night, there were tons of tables going. So I don't know what they were role playing exactly, but man, a lot of autism in one place. But hey, listen, I mean, I'm on the spectrum too to some degree, but fucking Christ, like deodorant, please. Like maybe I'll share this story next Sunday. It was an experience. Yeah, you should actually. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, I would never dare. I would never dare do anything like that there. Yeah, it's even magic is a little bit too like the what's it called again? We used to go, people that don't know, I don't know if we ever went together again on TV, but me and Krendel and some of our other buddies when we first started playing years ago went to the pre-releases for sets and shit. And man, like, I'm not like a great competitive player because I usually play one kind of a deck in Magic. Like I like blue usually, just kind of chill. And so, you run into some people there that obviously have some issues. And I remember there's this one kid, man, and that was really what did it in for me, where he started getting kind of violent. And I was like, this close for putting his head through the fucking table. And I was like, okay, all right. Cause I was killing him and then he started losing the shit. I was like, and he wasn't like that far out. He was just being a dink. And I was like, man, not the place. Not the place. Oh yeah. Yeah. I don't know if Krendel will remember that or not, but he cheated too in that one. I remember that. I don't know if it was him or our other buddy, but it was Boros Reckoner, where he fucking went out to the car in between the final game. And then he ended up shuffling in a couple more Boros Reckoners into the fucking deck or some shit. And then he I think he won. I think that was Krendel that did it. It may have been our other buddy. I can't remember, but yeah. Oh, you heard about that one. Yeah. I couldn't fucking believe it. I was like, you motherfucker. Like, Magic can be fine. Very much depends on who's in there and who you can match it. Yeah. And I think that's like, yeah, the pre-releases are different where you just get matched up with people. You can't choose these analysts. So you run into those people that take it way too seriously. And like, I just don't have the fucking patience for them. Yeah. Like, anyway, I don't have the liquor there to calm my fucking nervous system down a little bit, to just chill me out. I'll make it worse actually though. Who knows? Buy packs in between, put them in the rares. Yeah. Yeah. That's what he did. Yeah. Or he traded with one of the other guys that fucking did that. But yeah. Oh, I saw this. This is fuck. Look at this. I don't know, but these spheres, I mean, this could be fucking fake too, for Christ's sake. Metallic sphere spotted in the jungles of Colombia. Could be a balloon, like, I don't fucking know. Look at this. Oh no, it's flying around. And this happened with the Mosul orb too in Iraq. There were these people in like Iraq and in and around that area. Like in Syria, I know they were 100% doing this, but they put these drones inside of these they from a distance look completely metallic, but they're actually meshed. And they put them inside of these little balls, so if they drop, they don't get completely destroyed. And they were flying them around, and they were using it to collect the forces there that were fighting against Buddy, that got fucking toppled recently. We're using it to like go collect intelligence and shit. And but that's what they were. So, and some people are saying that's what they think the Mosul orb was one of these. And you can, I pulled it up here a while ago, but you can see these guys making these things where it was effectively a drone inside of like a mesh metallic ball. And that from a distance, they were zipping around, and maybe they could have been mistaken. The only thing about the Mosul orb is it does look like it's smooth on the outside, which wouldn't be the drone. But best video ever from the jungles of Colombia. Yeah, fuck. I would wager this is something someone's controlling, or maybe just some boys are out and they said, "Holy fuck." I don't know, like, fucking interesting now. Oh, fucking hell, huh? Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. It's on TikTok, of course. That's where all the spicy stuff is found nowadays, and all the bullshit as well. It was at 1:30 in Colombia. They're not the OP. The video was found in your favorite Chinese social media app. I mean, you can see that. The object seems to be an ET alien drone of some sort and has been spotted around the world, including being filmed by the US military in Iraq. Yes. The Mosul orb is what it's called. Date of the clip. Could be someone dragging a helicite around with a fishing rod. You can see some sort of a rod, cable, or tether at the start of the video. Doesn't do anything tethered, can't do. That went up pretty fucking far though, didn't it? Brother, that's a hell of a fucking fishing rod to go that fucking far. If it's buddying the camera doing it. I mean, I don't fucking know. Camera does not seem to follow the object in a reasonable manner, making the video seem suspicious. I don't know. I just pulled it up. I mean, most of these videos are just fucking like... my faith in the videos are just very, very... It's, I have no faith in the videos anymore. That's literally what it is. I have lost complete faith in almost all videos. It doesn't mean that people still shouldn't like videotape something if they see it and it's anomalous, obviously, but we've ran into this with Arrow where it's like, oh yeah, and it still remains anonymous or anomalous. We just don't know. They can't infer anything else from it. I'm like, okay, fuck, all right, okay. I mean, so this is just a useless piece of evidence, I guess. And really, if it doesn't have any kind of data to come along with it to corroborate it, you got eyewitness testimony, and no one takes that seriously. Really, even if it's fairly accredited people that are trained eyewitnesses, like fighter pilots, that isn't really good enough either, I guess. Yeah, crazy video, bro. Fuck, that's where you leave it at, essentially. This is something else. I think Digi had posted here. Yeah, this is a projection of an aircraft. I slowed it down at the bottom. Oh, is this the thing? No. What the fuck is this? The thing's at the top. I can't see it. This is a 4-dimensional projection of an air. Believe it or not. What? Interesting. I mean, it just looks like a fucking blob. What the fuck? Hold on. What? It could have just been... It's probably just cloud cover around it, maybe. It's up in the clouds, and then it gets out of the clouds, and it appears? Fuck, yeah. An airplane and a focus camera. Yeah, it's kind of... I don't think there's really anything there. Yeah, I want to wait outside the studio with the boys, and as soon as the Coulthard man comes out, we cover him in shaving foam, shouting, "Show us you egg, you fucking egg." Yeah, Ross. Oops, I didn't mean to close that. Yeah, I don't really fucking. Well, supposedly here, April 7th. So when the fuck is that? That's Monday. Next Monday. Next Monday, there's gonna be a new video from the Eggman himself, Jake Barber. So, where supposedly they summoned another egg. Maybe we'll get HD footage of fucking something coming down. My hopium's run dry though, and I don't have any copium left either. So, somehow I doubt it personally. But anyway, I think did I talk about this either? I can't remember. Dr. Richard Haynes says he found proof in over 200 cases worldwide that a proactive method like CE5 works. Says he set out as a skeptic to disprove proactive communication by humans towards a phenomena, but has been able to disprove it. Well, he's been unable to prove it either, I guess. So that's the stalemate we're in. He can't disprove it. We can't prove it either. So I guess there's the stalemate. I mean, yeah, we have no idea what the fuck's going on. Some guys, like, I'm talking to them. You're like, oh, fuck, really? What are they saying? It's like, nothing. Just flying their craft. You're like, oh, bring it close to us. Bring it, like, right down in front of us. And then it's just like a little ball. And then it disappears. Where we weren't really in control. In control of it would probably imply that you could fly it down right in front of us, I think. So you're not really in control of it. You were just, like, fucking around with it, maybe? I don't know. In control of it would mean, like, it comes down, we get inside it, we take a rip to fucking Jupiter. Right, bud? And then you drop us off and we go where the fuck we want. That's not in control of it, so. Yeah. Fuck it. He's not going to summon shit. He will show us Flint Dibble's hat and say it's from a crash retrieval. Speaking of which, oh God. Well, maybe I should play the video first for context, before I go over all this, because this is like the second segment tonight, I guess, that, and like, there's obviously just, some of the stuff gets kind of saucy. I mean, you might look at this and you might say, Jimmy, you're kind of bullying Flint at this point. But, he does shit like this. So, Flint had Jimmy blocked. I don't usually get into this kind of drama because I genuinely don't give a fuck, but there's a part of me that just, I don't want to use the hate word, but I just very much dislike this man. He said, not a lie, just reporting what we were told, and you're stupid. That isn't an official site management plan, it's a PhD thesis. Not sure why anyone would trust you. You attacked me and lied about my cancer while I was on chemotherapy. You're a serial liar and a bad person, Jimmy. So Flint unblocked Jimmy to say this, and then blocked him again. I mean, that is the definition of beta male behavior. I can't even. Oh God. I mean, Flint, brother, if you keep doing this, you're not gonna have any balls left. They're gonna be drugged so far along through the glass. There's not gonna be anything left. All that's gonna be left is just a little bit of soy on the ground. Like, it's, oh God. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Guaranteed that Jake's next video will be totally inconclusive, that he and his cohorts will get super defensive. Wave. Yeah, I probably placed that bet. There was a video that one of their friends took recently, and they were kind of like, oh my God, what is this? And it turned out to be the SpaceX rocket. Yeah. Fuck, that's down the road for me. Cardiff's only 20 miles. I could steal his hat for you. Holy fuck. He's a professor there, Aaron. Yeah. He's a tenured professor of archaeology at Cardiff. But unfortunately, this happened recently. This is starting to make sense. Flint Dibble is a lecturer at Cardiff University. I thought he was tenured. Maybe he's not. Cardiff has received US aid funding, which, why the fuck would that even happen in the first place? Cardiff is now laying off hundreds of faculty. Flint Dibble has made a living off taxpayer-funded salary while defaming I and others as Nazis, racists, and white supremacists. Is Flint a shill? No, he's just a bit of an idiot. Cardiff University plans to cut 400 jobs in ACTS courses. Why were they getting funding? Now, this happens here, actually, in New Brunswick, with the university, UNB, University of New Brunswick, where they also get money. And I think a lot of universities actually do take money in, but why from fucking US aid? Why was the US funding Cardiff University? Awaiting instructions. You could go sit in on one of his classes, man. Just to get like a vibe of what it's like. Ask some questions. You should go ask him about the Giants. Sit down and be like, Mr. Dibble, Dr. Dibble, can you talk about the giant bodies? And then he'll go on about how it's white supremacist fucking, hoax. And then you can start showing him the pictures. Be like, I've got pictures here, actually, that show that you're a fucking idiot. And it wasn't. Fuck. It's likely he's also just been exposed as a liar for his plan to knowingly share false information on Piers Morgan's show. There was no site management plan in existence involving the removal of trees at Göbekli Tepe. This is where we started getting into like fucking weeds on this, but this is kind of what the video I had up here, honestly, which they've been working on for a while. This has been like a long time coming. They literally snuck in there to go back Tepe. Jimmy did, because they're not really a fan. Actually, I think of either of these guys. Because he's been pretty vocal critic of the people running the site at Göbekli Tepe, and that they were intentionally trying to either destroy evidence, or they didn't want to dig further and further upend this established narrative of, ancient history. And so he snuck into Turkey and then went and documented the site. And this is, now they got the video, so I was gonna fucking watch it. Yeah. Excuse me, professor. Yeah. Excuse me, dickhead. Yeah. Try and get me out of, I want to see you manhandle me out of this class. But I wouldn't have security there. Universities all overtake funding for projects, co-op with foreign state, multinationals all the time. Check your local universities, probably at least one U.S. military research. Larkin, yeah. Well, I know UMB, so I kind of understand the funding structure there that they had. Yeah, it's they do get funding from the provincial government and the federal too, but U.S. aid is why, specifically why you think maybe it's to do with something like U.S. military research or something. You'd have to look at how. Well, this is the thing though. Where the fuck was the post at? I guess they're gonna cut 400 jobs in Axe course. That's a lot, man. That's quite a bit. I mean, Cardiff's a pretty decently sized university, but if those wouldn't just be professors, but that's pretty substantial. If that literally came right, this is a clip. Where's the fucking date on this? If this literally just happened in concert with the cutting of the funding from USAID, then there must have been, I don't know why they'd be funding to that degree. Yeah. Well, yeah, man, I know. So like, wait, what the fuck? Like, what was going on? I know the funding that the university gets in New Brunswick from the governments here is somewhat substantial. I don't know if you're still in here, Galen TV, you might not be. I think it might be like, I don't know, 20%, 25% or something. I can't remember the figure. I was told what it was at some point, but there was a lot of drama that went on when I was there. And it had to do with students out of China, actually. And actually students out of Saudi Arabia too. There was some issues there. Yeah. Oh, the amount of funding that UMB gets from the government. I don't know if you know the actual figure. You can probably Google. It's not really that fucking interesting, but I'm just curious as to like how much of it is like subsidized. Yeah. Now, Cubier Warp Drive is also theoretical at Cardiff University. Oh, is it theorized? That I didn't know that. Oh, you don't? Okay. Yeah. I thought I heard it was something like 20 to 30% or something. Because they do, I mean, they make a lot of money off tuition. Yeah. I thought it was 20 to 30. It may be more now. I don't know. Because they had, essentially what happened was they had a lot of foreign students going there. And they were making a killing off them. And I think, is this correct now, Galen TV, that there are no Chinese students here? Is that correct? Or they've greatly cut down on the foreign students for some reason. Something happened. Trudeau pissed off Saudi Arabia with some comments. And then I think they pulled their students. And then something happened with China too. Because China was like a huge deal. Like they sent so many people there. And then something happened with the Chinese government and they also have cut back or are not there anymore. I haven't been there in a while. Galen TV's been there recently, so I'm wondering if you know what the fuck has gone on with that. Anyway. Yeah, there was a Canada-wide policy to reduce the number of international students. Yes, okay. Is that what it was? Yeah. People give you an idea, like the tuition for a year, I think, was something like $8,000 or something when I was there. Maybe, like, so to take like 10 courses in a year would mean like eight-ish grand, something like that, like $8-9 grand. And the international students were being charged $25,000 a year. Now that included, I don't know if actually that they didn't include housing, I don't think. Geopolitically, I think Canada has beef with China, did you now though? Well, yeah, and also with Saudi Arabia, which then they threatened, I don't know what Trudeau said, but they have huge human rights violations here all the time though. So honestly, I don't really disagree with them on that. But they then cut back. They canceled all their orders for Canadian maple syrup and shit. It was a huge. I remember when I was there, it happened, and it was a huge fucking drama. And I remember thinking like, holy fucking Christ, like, so that would have been like in 2016, maybe something like that. 2017 is when I left, somewhere around there. Anyway, I'm gonna go throw my salad in a bowl, and then I was gonna watch through this. So, see what they're gonna dig into. Yeah, just in trouble. Yeah, holy fuck. Yeah. Nerd insight. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I'm curious to see what they're gonna say. I guess one of the things here too from Randall Carlson. This is really good talk. I was gonna go over too, but 26,000 year cycle to reset civilization, and then this other one too. This is somebody. Aaron, have you shared this, Mr. Mythos? This was kind of interesting. I was listening through this, a little bit of this, and now the inner Earth conspiracy theories. Obviously, I didn't know what I was going to get into here with like Hollow Earth, but it's not quite what it was. It's people thought there were chambers inside the Earth, and one of the first ones he talks about has to do with actually giant people, which is kind of intriguing. So, anyway, I was going to go, and I got other stuff here up about all this other shit and the underground pyramid slop, all this stuff. So let me go toss my fucking salad, and I'll be right back. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, brothers. There's some big nuts in the salad, too, actually. There's a pecan and goats, fucking cheese. Big pecans. Big chicken. Cranberries. Oh, my heavens. Bird food, essentially. Brother, that's what this fucking is. This fucking goddamn bird food. Fuck, anyway. I'm just trying to lose a bit of weight. It's all those fucking beers in the weekend are just starting to add up. Fuck it. Well, let's see what these boys are going to say. I don't know. See what they uncovered in their investigations. Göbekli Tepe, for people that don't know, probably many people here do know, but people that don't know, is like one of the sites that a lot of people who are trying to kind of turn around this narrative of ancient history point to, because it upended everything we thought we knew. We thought the oldest civilization that made megalithic structures was the fucking Mesopotamians, the Sumerians with their ziggurats 5,500 years ago, and Göbekli Tepe came around and just fucking kicked everybody in the nuts and said, no, 12,000 years. And we have no idea who the fuck built it, really. So yeah, it's a big deal. And if they're not wanting to excavate it because they want to preserve it for future generations, go fuck yourself. Just dig it up. Like, anyway. Is this playing? Oh, it is playing. Get this intro. Okay, I'll turn the music down. I think this is just a conversation that they had. I don't fucking know, though. Oh my. Nerddrotic Live.
Welcome,
Never seen this before.
travelers, to the fringes of reality, where the strange and mysterious meet, and the thin veil between fact and fiction is torn. Welcome to the Forbidden Frontier.
Oh, you're beautiful. Oh, you're beautiful. Thank you so much for ending your applause so succinctly. I appreciate that. Welcome to a very special episode of the Forbidden Frontier. If you're looking for a little more Snow White talk or talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly of pop culture, that will resume tomorrow. But we decided to put this episode, which is normally on Nerddrotic Live, which will eventually change to the Forbidden Frontier channel, over on the main channel, because we have a couple of big-time guests and a subject that I think is pretty exciting right now, and some crazy shit is going on. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Michael Collins, the Wandering Wolf, and Jimmy Corsetti from Bright Insight. Welcome, gentlemen. Listen to him. What's up, fellas?
Oh, bro, stop doing that, please.
How's it
Jesus,
going?
so
It's
fucking
good to see
loud.
What is up, everybody? How's everyone doing? It's been a while.
Great.
I'm glad we're all doing this together.
Oh,
There's a lot to talk about.
So much. Yeah, we don't even have time for the Kennedy stuff. For the Kennedy assassination stuff.
We have yet to do
And
it.
the Ark of the Cup. We ain't
Well,
talked
we'll
about that
mention
yet.
that a little bit.
We can squeeze it all in, I'm sure.
I'm sure we can.
That's what she said.
Yeah, the cover up at Göbekli Tepe is a big subject, and also the structures under the pyramids is definitely hot on everyone's mind. Jimmy was just on Piers Morgan. How was that, man? How'd you like it?
It was awesome. By the way, so you're a regular guest on there, and so I've always wanted to go on Piers Morgan. I really like the guy. I don't agree with him on like a number of things, but there's something so lovable about him. The way he could be so insufferable in the way he argues sometimes, but I love it. Even if I don't agree with him, I'm like, the way he does it is fantastic. So it was a great pleasure to be on there. And it was, of course, this topic involving this alleged discovery under the Giza Plateau. And, there's a lot of different thoughts on it. And, people are kind of looking at me to validate that this is true. But I got to be honest, I have some doubts about, I think that it may be wildly exaggerated, but I just want to be clear. Like, I do think that there are structures underneath the Giza Plateau When I was in Egypt, I got
I kind of like when Jeremy Clarkson punched him in the head. That's my favorite news story involving Piers Morgan.
Hakeem Abdel Albion, I should say. Where back in like the 1930s, he was said to have went into an underground tunnel that connected from Giza to Saqqara, completely underground, which is 8 miles away.
More drinker.
We also know that there's a labyrinth of Harara, which is mostly just not even excavated. So like, if there's anything underneath the Giza Plateau, that in itself is a huge discovery. But I do have concerns about the scans that we've seen. It might be, so I'm trying to be a devil's advocate on it.
Yeah, you don't want it to muddy the waters because I've heard forever, as long as I've been into this stuff, that there's something under there. Hugh Newman and Mike. Oh God, why am I blanking on his name now? Megalithomania. They went down and they did a full video on it. Andrew Collins. Sorry, Andrew. God dang it, I'm old.
Great author.
Great author. They did a great video on it. There's been past video, like before my time on YouTube and your time on YouTube, there have been videos on it. So there's something down there. Yeah. But I think they muddy the waters by throwing up a 3D image and saying it's a power plant. It's like, whoa, pump the brakes a little bit.
Yeah.
This is one of my concerns, is that like, because there's so many mysteries in Giza, whether it's the unexplored chamber within the Great Pyramid, that I'm like, I'm not a hater against Ancient Aliens, although I don't like watch the show or really agree that it was built by aliens. But like, the thing is that that's like the number one pushback I get when I try to tell people about a lost technology, which I do believe existed. Half the people will roll their eyes like, oh, so it's aliens, right? And I'm like, no. So if the discovery turns out to be complete bunk, it's almost like a setback where people will just roll their eyes for the next 5 years and be like, oh, there's okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So listen, we all love sensationalism, but like on this one, I think it does matter to kind of just take it easy on this. And Graham wisely when he was retweeting you, I think, Jimmy, or he said listen, I am going to stay out of this until I have more information, but watch this, and that's
right.
Yeah,
that's good.
It's a really interesting thought experiment, right? It's like maybe this technology is real. Maybe they did find some voids under the pyramids. That's super interesting, and we should definitely look. I love what your point was. Let's just drill down there, and then we'll get definitive evidence. Like, you don't have to do a lot of damage. It's just a small drill hole and put a little spider. Yeah, that's it. That's all you need.
So when I was on Piers, he had asked me how large the Giza Plateau was, and none of us knew the answer, so I Googled it afterwards. And the Giza Plateau is approximately 1.25 mile from north to south and 0.6 of a mile, a little over half a mile from east to west. And my point is that like the pyramids make up less than 1% of that. So I'm arguing like, yeah, go drill a hole. Whereas like someone like Flint Dibble is saying, no, don't do it. You're going to destroy it. And I'm like, there's plenty of room out there. And it's the fastest, easiest, most definitive way to find out if there's truth to it. It could be done by the end of the week. Within a few days, they could dig down. Yeah. With the drill.
And by the way, Flint Dibble's happy to argue about destroying sites being a common thing in archaeology when you're working on a site when it fits his narrative. For example, with Göbekli Tepe. So, he's perfectly happy adjusting his stance depending on whatever he's talking about or who he's arguing with.
So Mike, Mike and I, to anyone that's not aware, we just got back from a full week in Turkey together, and we saw definitive evidence that ruins had been destructed through the archaeological development of tourism at a certain site, which we're going to expose. And so like when he said that at Piers Morgan, I wanted to interject, but the way Piers had everything set up, I couldn't just jump in. But it's like, oh no, Flint, actually, archaeologists do break things more often than you might be willing to admit or acknowledge.
Oh my God. Spicy meat. If this is Flint Dibble's okay, buddy, retard. Is this soy? Oh, it's Soylent. Galen TV was talking to me about this, that some of these chaps have a hard time opening the cap on this thing. This is a cap opener for the Soylent. Oh, God. Looks like he might have something wrong with his hands, maybe. Dear Christ. Oh, God. I'm sure there's an easier and faster way to open it. Yeah. Okay, Christ. Oh, God. This is... He was telling me about this. This is the one. Sorry. I legitimately hurt my hand trying to get the bottle open, so much so that I had to start asking my coworkers to open them for me. So happy my new bottle opener finally came. Oh man. Yeah, fuck. You beat me to it, yeah. Oh, this is Christ help some of these people. Oh God. You can't make this shit up, man. Okay.
Saw it with my own eyes.
Mm-hmm. Oh
yeah, and that's the whole point. Your trip over there exposed a lot, and we will see more in the future, right? But we'll hear a little bit about it now. But yeah, he's becoming like the clown you can roll up, the contrarian. He'd be great for Piers. It's the way Piers is struck. It is. I've left so many jokes on the floor, dude. Like. Like next time.
As a viewer, I want to see you guys go into it more in depth and have like more of a discussion. It's so quick. There should be like a 4-hour long version of that debate. It would be fascinating.
They need to bring us on to talk about Göbekli Tepe, because Flint is a staunch advocate for every type of archaeological practice that's happened there. He literally defended the trees that were planted on top of the ruins. He adamantly stated that it's going to preserve the ruins, and it turned out that he was egregiously incorrect. That when I had simply suggested that, hey, are any of these trees planted on ruins? And once I confirmed that that was true, the question becomes, well, aren't tree roots notorious for damaging things below? This wasn't rocket science. And he turned out to be completely incorrect. So I'd love to go back on Piers and have that conversation.
Well, you might, especially since the trees have been removed, So, we'll talk as far as the Giza pyramid goes, we obviously, those scans, I don't know how they came up with them. I don't know how they've been manipulated. I have no fucking idea. I do know that the report that came out was wrong on some stuff, and it was supposed to be a scientific report, and said the pyramid was made out of granite. When it's not, there's granite in it. But
Metatron, who's I guess he's Italian, he did a video, and I haven't watched it yet, but from the people talking about it, he's basically saying there's been so much stuff that has been taken out of context from the actual reports from these Italian scientists. And I think that there are too many people that took that and were like, we can run with this. And they did. I mean, look how far it is. Everyone's talking about this new 2 kilometer deep, and it's, I can't wait to watch that video. I kind of saw it right before we were getting ready to go live.
It's a must see. It's a must see.
Yeah.
It breaks down 4 hours into 35 minutes. And the amount of things that were taken, there's some stuff in there, guys. I'll be honest. Based on the press conference, a 4-hour press conference, based on his translation of it and sharing the bullet points on it, it really doesn't serve those scientists and researchers very well to prove their point. It actually diminishes it greatly because guys, I'm woo-woo. But this was a little bit... it really diminished their credibility. I don't want to be a hater, but Metatron's video is a must see.
Yeah.
I guess we should probably, before we get started, do our ad read. Sorry, guys. I was ready to freaking go.
I wanted to just slow you down.
Let's have a coffee break.
Let's have a coffee break.
Anything to say this? I've had 1775 coffee, and it's delicious. It's some of the best smelling and tasting coffee out there.
Yeah, way outside of this.
Way out.
Yeah.
And
if it was true, it would make sense that everyone's excited about it, because it is amazing to think about, to imagine that being true. I mean, everyone wanted it to be true. I want it to be true.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's something that is there that Jimmy mentioned earlier, is the labyrinth. I mean, it's not right there in Giza, but the labyrinth is there. They can't excavate it. Ben from Uncharted X has done an entire video on why they can't do it, because it would disrupt farms and everything. But that thing, look it up. It's more of a marvel than the pyramids.
Is it because of the dam and then all the water level?
The water level backed up.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, it's flooded. It's flooded. They couldn't, because there's the Harara pyramid that's right next to it, and we couldn't go down into it because it was completely flooded with water. Mike, what are your thoughts on that discovery?
I think you brought up a really excellent point. That one of the main things that's been going around and circulating is that image that from the side showing the columns and stuff, but that's not real, right? So that's extrapolated from their data. So it's a complete assumption of the scan. So everything that we're getting from a sideways angle, nothing's been scanned like that to show these types of columns and structures. This was all done from a top-down perspective, which, you know, I think for a lot of us, speak for myself, caused me to kind of reserve judgment on all of this until more stuff came out. Seemed like the right way to go.
I mean, we fucking know that.
You know,
This is
even
fucking-
the 3D images.
We know this. We know this. It's just the other thing is we're just talking about like, oh, we just have to wait. We just have to wait. Yeah, we're gonna wait. Where's the fucking talk about the investigation at Göbekli Tepe though? That's what I'm interested in.
If they have a theory, go debunk it and give me some facts. That's what I want. I want the truth, and a lot of us do. So go find it.
Those would be great videos. People would watch those.
Yeah, absolutely.
Adam, to go to your point, like this reluctance to even go exploring, it's like, guys, the hidden chamber within the Great Pyramid that was discovered 8 years ago through legitimate scientific muon technology. So they've confirmed that there is a void in there. 8 years ago, and they still haven't drilled into it. What's going on? Like that in itself is a really bizarre fact where it's like with all the debate and conjecture about the Great Pyramid, how it was constructed, nobody knows. Was it really built to be a tomb, or is it some sort of lost technology? If we got into that empty chamber, maybe there's answers in there on how it constructed. Maybe there's lost tooling in there for all we know. They could answer so many questions, and they could drill into it by the end of the weekend because it's not that difficult, and they still haven't, 8 years and they haven't done it. That's the part that makes my head explode. I'm like, I don't understand. What is the issue?
Do you think they have drilled into it and they're just not telling us?
They already know.
If I had to bet money, I have no proof. I have the true answer is that I don't know. But if I had, it's hard for me to wrap my head around that. If I was in charge in Turkey, or you know what I mean. And so it is entirely
100%.
possible they've done it on the DL. And that's the part that's a little depressing because it's like, why wouldn't they have? And they could seal that up and nobody would know. They could seal that thing right up.
Yep. And they've checked stuff out in the past and not told anybody and denied it, you know, and it's clear that they did, especially under the Sphinx. But
right.
Yeah.
He drilled under the Sphinx and covered that hole.
Yep. They said there was nothing down there. They sealed the hole.
Nothing to
They said
see.
There's nothing. Okay, and I'm like, show me what nothing looks like. I just want to see an empty hole. Show me the hole.
Give me a picture.
What does nothing look like? So it's bizarre stuff like that. I'm like, come on, guys, you're not doing it on the up and up. Just show the proof, and everyone will shut up. But the proof is always in the cover up, and there's something odd about the way they handle the things in secrecy. So.
Well, we're still part of this old guard that Graham's talked about that's still around, even though the Dibbler's young. He's definitely entrenched in this old guard that's never had their authority questioned, never been truly questioned.
Fuck, Flint, brother, this is the price of your actions. These people are now referring to you as the Dibbler. That is not a good fucking look. Oh God, that sounds bad. The Dibbler. Oh God, man. Holy fuck.
And now that the internet, the soup that you cannot unmake has been around for long enough, they don't know how to deal with it. So, because before they would just ruin your career. Like if you talked about Atlantis, you're
bad
done
nickname.
forever. Goodbye. You know, if you went against gradualism, you're done forever, or at least for almost 100 years until they give you an award the day before you die. You know, like that's
for
that's
that
the way
generation, you're gone.
Yeah. And now things are changing now, but oops, stop it. My mic
Don't
is
touch
buzzing.
it.
I touched it.
Oh.
Touched.
Okay.
Continue. There.
I enjoy the sound. Keep touching it.
Yeah.
Stop.
It
Don't
reminds
encourage
me
him.
of plugging in my bass. Hang on. Take it over, Garrett.
Oh,
Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's really interesting to see. And my question is, if these places want to have more tourism, discovering new aspects of these pyramids would bring more tourists. So why do they have this reluctancy to look into anything?
Not if it upends their narrative.
I'd love to answer that because I disagree with you just on the premise that I don't think they need to make any new discoveries to increase tourism. They
Not in
just
Egypt,
need to market more. And what I've discovered from traveling around the world to like hundreds and hundreds of sites is that once they reach a certain level of excavation of a site, that's it. They hit a point of marketability and tourism.
It's a tourist location now.
Yeah, it's
not an excavation for
that's what we've
science.
seen at Göbekli Tepe, and on our recent trip, Jimmy and I's, and this is what we've seen and what I've seen at sites, hundreds of sites around the world, is they're no longer archaeological sites primarily. They're tourist destinations and cash cows. They're money makers.
Yeah.
And that is the focus. And archaeology, if it continues to happen at all, is secondary to that. Yeah.
That's really disappointing. That's really sad.
Really sad.
It was.
Well, is there a way to find a balance? Sorry.
Well,
Jimmy.
it's funding too, right? So I mean, it's getting money, because you're not just gonna go and get a bunch of fucking PhDs, fairly accredited people in there working for free. I mean, you get one or two notable people. They've got their own teams they're gonna bring in. I mean, they're gonna dig in there for a while. It's gonna be like a multi-month, if not multi-year project they're gonna embark on. It's going to cost a lot of fucking money. And so they kind of get enough dug up to where the site gets renowned, people come to it, and then people that are in charge of the site are kind of like, we don't want to pay any more money to fucking go any farther. So it'd be to get funding to go further. I guess the issue too, though, is sometimes their perspective on it, which is what Jimmy's brought up, where they want to preserve some of the sites for other generations to make discoveries on. And I'm like, guys, we've got like these like fucking armchair philosopher here, I guess, as some people call me, although it's not technically. I do some kind of education, but you got these like armchair archaeologists. Maybe back in the day, the boys and girls just, they couldn't get through a wall. They're like, fuck, dynamite, blow that fucker open. That's what they did in the CRPM. They said, we really want to know what's inside these fucking boxes, but we can't move the lids off. Guess what can? Dynamite. And obviously, I just want to go on and fucking destroy everything, but you kind of want to get to the bottom of some of this stuff. My problem with it, as I've gone through and read about it and listened to some of these other content creators talk about it, and kind of dig into the nitty gritty of it all, is that these sites are just indicative of something anomalous happening. Like, Giza Plateau is just a fucking anomaly. So, like, if this was just a bunch of like whale bones or some shit, or hunter-gatherers, and they had some fucking whale bone necklaces, and this guy's hut's like under the ground here, it's like, okay, well, it's cool, but this isn't like some giant megalithic construction that's just a complete anomaly for a Bronze Age civilization. In that instance, I'd be getting the fucking TNT out. But then obviously the Egyptian government's in control of that site. Turkish government, and I think the government of Turkey runs Göbekli Tepe. Well, the WEF supposedly now owns the site, the land, but they would have some say in that, I would imagine, because it is like a Turkish heritage site, right? So that's the other problem too, is you get the politics get involved, where at the Giza Plateau, that new chamber, in the past, people would have just fucking blew the wall open, but it's all the politics, and it's just. And then it's the bureaucracy in Turkey, or in Egypt and in Turkey, and not allowing them to probably go forward. And it just gets fucking obnoxious, yeah. I'm not being funny, but if you're 33-degree Mason, you don't need to dig up trinkets. You have the knowledge already, so no need to fund shit, brother. Well, I mean, maybe they've already figured it out, right? I mean, who knows what, well, there are groups of people that have pulled out a lot of relics out of Egypt, and some of them are sitting in museums. Some of them probably, I think there's a fairly substantial amount that are sitting in private collections. Quite similar to where did all the giant bodies that were found in the Native American burial mounds in the east coast of the US go? Because like anybody with like 5 brain cells that spends 30 minutes looking into that, or goes through some of Hugh Newman's work on it, documenting all the different fucking cases, astronomical amount of cases. I mean, it was not some kind of conspiracy by a bunch of white supremacists in the early 1900s. The finds go back 100 years before, in the early 1800s. And then the stories of Native Americans go back God knows how long. So where did all the bodies go? And like my suspicion, just from looking at this, not a lot, I'm not an expert in this field or anything, but my bet, I guess, would go from listening to the Smithsonian and their rhetoric that they probably ended up in private collections. Yeah. So then some group of people have these bodies, and then you look at who now has been involved at Göbekli Tepe, and you're like, oh, World Economic Forum. Okay, interesting. All right. So fucking global elite types. Okay, interesting. I mean, it is the place on planet Earth, though, for civilization beginning. But
please,
No, you're good. No, please go.
Oh, I just was asking. Is there a way to find a balance? Because it feels like that's just the inevitable with any of these sites, because people are going to go.
When you have contracts like what's in place at Göbekli Tepe, where the Doge group is doing 20-year contracts with millions and millions of dollars in investment, which probably will renew in 20 years when that contract is up. I don't think so, right? Because they effectively are in control of that site, and they manage the site, they run the site, they develop the site. The archaeologists are not in control anymore of these sites once they start cutting deals. It's all about the money. So
that's a shame.
Human greed.
You can argue, archaeologists can argue this point as much as they want, but the proof is in the results. The proof is in the final results at all of these sites around the world. And that it doesn't get any clearer than what they have all become. Restaurants on site, gift shops, paved walkways, drive-ups, roof systems, walking paths, trees, all these things are made for tourists. And that's where the money goes. And the way that they handle these sites is developing them like they're doing in Egypt right now with the Sphinx, encasing the Sphinx in modern stone. So the Sphinx that I've seen is not the Sphinx the generation before me saw, and it won't be the same Sphinx the next generation sees when they go to see it. And that's just what's happening. So there has to be a disconnect, I think, between that's really where it comes in, is these contracts that are signed to turn over effectively the sites to these groups, these outside sources. Yeah.
If there was one takeaway that I had from when we went to Göbekli Tepe, it's very clear they have no intention to fully excavate it anytime soon. It was actually worse than I thought. And let me just plug Mike real quick, because you got your video coming out on Göbekli Tepe this week. Mine should be out by next weekend. And our videos after that are going to be the explosive ones where we show conclusive evidence of destructed ruins through these archaeological processes of putting infrastructure in for tourism. And that's kind of the emphasis. It's it was worse than I thought. When you really look at Göbekli Tepe, it's one thing to see a 2D image, but when you're there seeing it in 3D, I couldn't help but think, I'm this is all you've done in 29 years? I made a point. I was like, even if they just removed a few more inches or feet of rubble, that would not be enough. But the fact that they didn't even remove a little bit more, you need to see it. Half the pillars are still buried. And I'm like, how is this it? It couldn't be more clear that their entire focus is tourism, and it's in writing, by the way. I have the articles. They have literally said that large scale
Crescetti the Diddler now.
The past are
well,
no
who
longer
knows?
the focus. They're focusing on preserving the site and tourism. It's in writing. People still disagree with me on this. I've never said that excavations had stopped. I have said that any meaningful excavation to excavate the site and all the pillars within our lifetime has been deferred for, quote, future generations with a timetable of 150 years. And I'm thinking, I don't understand, how can anybody with any type of enthusiast for lost ancient history be content on living the rest of their life not knowing what's waiting to be discovered, because 90% of it is still under the ground. So I'm I don't understand where, and I do believe they could make more money by excavating it. Mike makes a good point, and he's correct. But part of me thinks that if they marketed something for example, you can rent out the Great Pyramid in the off hours in the middle of the night, and for a few $1,000s you can have exclusive access. I'm well, they could put lights on at Göbekli Tepe, have and times when the archaeologists are there working it, charge some insane amount of money to be able to witness them doing it. I'd pay it. I'd go. A lot of people would go. They could make money doing that, but it's
Good point.
Maybe they're just bad at business.
For instance, some people might be well, why the fuck is this even important, right? Well, there's a couple reasons, maybe. One of the guys who's interpreted some of the iconography on, I think it's Pillar 43 is one of the big ones, at Göbekli Tepe. So Göbekli Tepe is interesting for a couple reasons. One reason is obviously, it's kind of redated human history, where there was clearly a civilization of people that was building megalithic sites way older than we thought, right? So back 12,000 plus years, maybe even going back to 14,000 years ago, I think was one of the datings that Klaus Schmidt had mentioned, who was the original German archaeologist at the site. there was a guy, actually, I think he was featured in Graham's show. I don't know if he really went in that to too much depth, though. I can't recall. Ancient Apocalypse on Netflix. But he was an archaeoastronomer, I believe is his background. Or he may have had background as in engineering, and he's doing archaeoastronomy. But this is one of the datings that they had gotten out of it, that they were able to, because on these pillars are these celestial markers, and they were using these what's the term I'm looking for here? The different my fucking brain, Jesus Christ. Different animals, the constellations, Jesus Christ. I'm not like the guy to fucking describe this, honestly. But oh my fuck. Anyway, you guys know what I fucking mean. So they had these different animals depicted on the pillars that aligned essentially with similar constellations that we use today. I mean, they're very similar. And he was able to map out from these depictions on these pillars a time period, which is crazy. And this time period went back to a very specific date. And the date went back almost precisely to the first meltwater pulse that had happened, which is a hell of a fucking coincidence. So essentially on one of these pillars, now this is this guy's interpretation of the data. It was published in some journal. It's not like a woo-woo thing. This guy has done this before with other sites. And it happens to line up almost precisely with the first melting of the ice sheets around, I think it was around like 14,800 something BC or years ago. I can't remember if it was CE or BC. I think it's CE actually, because then the next pulse is around 12,000 to 11,000 years ago. And then there's one that happens around, I think, 7,000 to 8,000 years ago as well. And there's one that actually preceded that happened around 18,000 years ago. So it lined up almost perfectly. And so what was encapsulated, buried intentionally there at that site was potentially, well, a literal time capsule that they marked that date for a reason. They signified that something important happened then, and we have data to corroborate it and say, yeah, something did. There was a giant flood that began when all of a sudden the ice sheet started melting quite rapidly. And then it culminated in another massive cataclysm, which would have happened after the site was constructed around 11,500 years ago. So the site's around, I think, 12,000-ish years. But Wikipedia for hunter-gatherers, made them start farming instead. Well, yeah, man, and that's kind of what it's really significant. So by that logic, right, that you've got essentially, you got to think about that for a minute too, right? Like that's another level of advancement beyond what I think even Klaus Schmidt and the team thought was encoded in there. I mean, it's obviously extremely impressive, the size of the pillars and whatnot, but the fact that they knew astronomy to that degree is perplexing, but that they also potentially encoded within that pillar and a couple other surrounding pillars a very significant event means something. And so essentially they've only excavated like, I think there's maybe like up to a dozen, I don't, of other actual tepes, they're called tepes, these little areas that are still buried. So you've got to think that we've got like one small little piece of this whole pie excavated, and already with what we're looking at, there's something very significant that's depicted. Some of these other tepes, I think, are a little bit more recent even. So we might want to fucking dig those up like ASAP, because some of these ancient people were trying to tell someone something, right? And they encoded it in stone, literally, according to this gentleman who did this interpretation. I mean, that's a hell of a fucking coincidence. So what the fuck is on the other pillars? I would desperately want to find that out. Personally, I want to know that. ASAP, I'd want to know that. Anyway, I'll continue the video, but I mean, that's one of the, I'd be in there with a goddamn fucking front end loader. It's what I would be doing. Obviously, you don't want to damage them all the fuck, but I'd be hurrying up that excavation really quickly, because somebody who was fairly advanced was documenting something that's clearly pretty fucking important to human history what else have they documented? And also more recently, because these other tepes were probably around the time when the big cataclysm happened, which is Meltwater Pulse 1b, which is what really fucked the planet up, which is what happened around, this is Younger Dryas impact hypothesis. That's when like the big one happened, where maybe something slammed into the ice sheet and it started a giant fucking flood globally.
Business or something, but I'm like, I don't think they're that bad at business, because the WW2 group, like Mike was saying, they got that 20-year contract and they got all that infrastructure. They had those nice vans and everything escorting people just a half mile from the visitor center to the site, which was so unnecessary. It was like a 90-second car ride. It was so unnecessary. But like you see it, it's like, you know, when it comes to these billionaires, like it just seems like they're just, I've invested enough, give me my money, and that's it.
And slip me some of the good shit, you know, that you find.
Yeah.
You know, for my house.
Also,
Yeah.
well, I was always thinking that there was some sort of proof that the Göbekli sites showed, you know, something under there that proved the Adam and Eve story correct. That's why the CIA was trying to get rid of that, or you know, the catastrophes are continuous, and like that's what they're kind of trying to show us. Like we were a peak civilization. The Atlantis, you know, civilization was a thing, and maybe they were trying to keep that down. And now I'm hearing all this stuff, and it's just like, is it as simple as it's just money? Is it that simple? And it's so sad because it makes the most sense.
It could actually, yeah. Occam's razor is like it's just money.
I know,
but like Jimmy said, they can make more money, so they're being really short-sighted, or there's something really evil and duplicitous going on. I can believe either.
I think it's a cost. You know what? You know, it's an analysis. How much do we invest?
Cost benefit,
into, how much do we invest? Versus how much are we return? And if we don't have to invest any more, and we're gaining X,
they're never going to.
Why invest any more into this? You know, and you don't build a massive. You know, when Jimmy shared a clip with me from the live stream that Dibble and Milo did.
Yeah.
And they're talking about, they really started laughing about, you think that they didn't know where they were putting the pillars? It's like, I get that you college boys probably have never worked construction jobs or done any hard manual labor in your life before. But when I see those pillars, I see hundreds of day workers and laborers crawling around ancient ruins, digging up with heavy machinery and equipment. And things being lifted up on cranes and stuff to drop those poles into place, directly piercing.
And you need to have surplus. You got to feed these people. I doubt they're going to work for free, right? They need rests. They need water. There's no fucking water anywhere around there.
So this would have been a major construction and project of with you know, who knows how many feet of unqualified people tramping around. And here's the funny thing is they continue to profess like, you know, or, you know, act like they know. The YouTubers and tourists, the ones that benefit the most, myself, Jimmy, other people, tourists, are the ones calling this out, not the field that should be protecting these ancient sites. And it's mind-boggling.
It's actually abhorrent. Like I'm a little in disbelief, like on to what level. Like people can debunk my WEF conspiracy. Like even I have walked away from that a bit. Like I'm not ruling it out because the CEO of the WW2 group is a longtime member of the WF. I find that odd, but like let's just walk away from that and like just focus on the reality of it. And it's like, I don't know, something doesn't add up. Like I something ain't right, because like just the most recent study on Göbekli Tepe suggests that it's the world's oldest lunar solar calendar, which essentially is a way of tracking the moon cycles and the sun for a calendar. This is an 11,600-year-old site minimum. That's just when it was buried. There's actually new evidence suggesting that it's 15,000 years old. And I'm like, when we're talking about cataclysms and stuff, and we know the Younger Dryas being 11,600 years ago, and this potentially being a calendar, that would validate Graham Hancock's proposal that this site may be a time capsule of some kind.
Yeah.
And so when I look at like the powers that be that are...
Well, it's a hell of a coincidence that they buried it intentionally, but like why? Anyway. Yeah, but the aliens have already divulged the history of the Earth to the people who can make that happen. They have to keep us in the dark, finding out we're genetically manipulated eons ago and not the true owners of Earth is going to cause some serious cognitive dissonance and that would collapse the economy overnight. Fuck. Yeah. Well, this is YouTuber circle jerk. Yeah, it's kind of what it feels like, doesn't it? I don't know anybody other than Jimmy, and I know this guy's a wandering wolf. I'm subscribed to him too. I don't know who these other people are though.
Really trying to withhold this man-made climate change narrative. Maybe they wouldn't want some sort of ancient catastrophe to be at the front page of the science headlines, because that'll make people start asking questions to think that, oh, maybe it's not all human-based. Maybe there's other things that happen in cycles that are a factor that should be talked about. Like, this is my own little way of thinking, but like, something just doesn't add up. I just can't understand why they wouldn't dig further.
Yeah, I mean, we've memed on that here too. I don't know. I mean, it's so hard to say. Is there like a global conspiracy? Are there people that have already put this puzzle together out there that have already figured out like who these people were, who the giant bodies were, you know, that there are cycles of catastrophe? They're already aware of it. They desperately don't want the public to know about it. There's tons of conspiracies that talk to this. I don't know. That they're anticipating there's going to be another cataclysm. And they just, to think that they've influenced academia to that degree where they're covering it up for them, I don't know. It's a hell of a claim. It might just be most people have no fucking idea. I don't know. I ultimately, like, I think a lot of people in academia, like, no one really knows what the fuck happened. I think is the reality. Whether they're intentionally trying to cover this up, I'd be really surprised if people know with complete conviction. That'd be a terrifying thing if they did, right? I mean, it's kind of like the idea that the elite have fucking UFOs and stuff too, right? Like if the elite were able to actually successfully back engineer some kind of advanced propulsion systems and use those, and they don't have our best interest in mind, I mean, that's a horrifying prospect, right? So likewise, if they were able to collect ancient artifacts and infer from them some kind of a date or cycle, and I mean, it's an incredibly powerful thing. I mean, knowledge is power, especially that kind of knowledge. And so you would just hope that they don't know that and they're withholding that from the general public. And I mean, again, like, who knows? No one has any fucking idea. I don't know. I think even the Younger Darius impact hypothesis is very interesting, but it's still hotly debated. I mean, we don't know. We have no fucking clue at the end of the day. I don't know. Are they gonna like go into like, this is kind of just like a bit of a circle jerk. Okay, he's got some, I just want to kind of see, do they show any more images? Oh, they do. Okay. Let me just go. I just kind of want to see some of the actual on the ground footage of the place. That's what I'm really interested in. Let's go see what they're saying here. And I'll move on to something else.
Right now, so as I shared in my prior video last year, is that there was a tremendous uproar when they had installed sidewalks and walkways and stuff over ancient ruins. That was back in 2018. The wife of the late Klaus Schmidt, the archaeologist who first started excavations here, it's important to mention that she was an archaeologist herself who worked this site, and she created an uproar when she shared pictures when she was invited to come see the site after they installed the infrastructure. And I made a big uproar over that, and then here we are in 2025, and they're building new sidewalks on top of ruins at this site. Like this little stretch is right along the perimeter. There are ruins just to the left of it, and there's ruins, I wouldn't say there's ruins to the right, but that going straight up there, this is all along the archaeological site itself. That's Göbekli Tepe just to the left. Like, it's right there, meters away.
That is right on top of...
And as Adam said,
there are all these other tepes still under the ground there. That's the point. Like, I think there's something like a dozen of them. That might be two or three too many. But there's a lot of them still buried. And that was the whole meme where it's like, well, like, why haven't they dug the rest of them up? Do they just need more money? Is that what the problem is? And then they're building over some of these other sites, supposedly.
To be some kind of happy medium where we can not bulldoze this. And again, they're like, oh, we're preserving this. You know, think about the pyramids in Mexico, right? Like, they're all reconstructed, and the chances of them looking like they did before are fucking slim. Absolutely slim.
I exposed that in this video I've got coming out.
Yeah.
Basically all of those pyramids are concrete.
Yes.
They're just mountains of concrete. And, you know, there does have to be a happy medium, but I think it you know, I don't know what it is except to perhaps getting a company doing an investment contract like the Doges Group is doing at Göbekli Tepe for archaeology, and tourism has to take a backseat. And don't get me wrong, I love the fact that I can walk up on sites, film them, and document them. This is great for me, but in the bigger picture for archaeology and these sites and our collective history worldwide, that what we're looking at right now is ridiculous.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Especially when they say that we're going to wait 150 years because we don't have the technology to excavate anymore. Right. Like, we can drill into the ground and have construction workers walk all over it. That's fine.
Yeah, we can put in $1 million roofing system.
Yeah. I found out the dollar amount yesterday, by the way, Mike.
Did you
mention. So this whole structure was less than I thought it would be. It was 600,000 euros, which is, I'm assuming, probably 700,000 US. I'm not sure, somewhere around there.
No, it's
not as
been
expensive
$1 million.
as I thought it would be. But what this highlights is a few things. One, it illustrates that there's no intention to fully excavate the site because every single bit of these platforms is literally on top of ancient ruins. And look at these. These are stabbing right through.
Next there.
Right through the heart of the site.
Oh.
And, you know, basically what Mike and I saw at a certain other site leads us to question whether any of these steel beams, when they first drilled into the foundation of this site, the question becomes, were any ruins damaged in the process? Right. Archaeologists will say that's not the case here at Göbekli Tepe, but what we saw elsewhere is going to cause an international uproar. You can mark my words on that. It's the worst thing I've ever seen.
I think it's important to point out here is what you're looking at right there in that picture. These aren't just like attached to that spot right there.
That's a little fucking thing.
Those where it slims down.
Fuck, brother.
That's the contact point where it hits something else that it's attached to, which has to be attached to a base that's probably to support that roofing system.
Yes.
Somewhere around 20 to 30 feet deep. Perhaps
with concrete, and we know that.
I'm not just throwing numbers out there. This is Jimmy mentioned that we saw that we have, you know, we're. Let me just say this.
Gun.
Yes, we aren't pulling numbers out of our ass. Like, we have an understanding of what went into creating this hole because we've seen it, and we know that point, that contact point there where those poles hit. It requires an entire base structure built underneath there that you would have had to drill down through this site, through the actual site, and fill up with concrete or something else to establish a base there that would hold these pillars in place and support that roofing system.
And it's awfully close to those pillars.
It's right there. It's like 2 feet away.
Right.
So one of two things happened.
If that.
If ruins weren't damaged during the construction of this, it is entirely possible that the actual original design of this enclosure in the process, that they may have moved some stuff, because like when it comes to architecture and when it comes to a foundation to support weight above you, like a roof, that's a design that requires not a whole lot of flexibility on where you're going to put these beams. Like, there's only so many places where you can put it for the structure to be sound. And if nothing else, it's ugly. It's in the heart of the site. And here's the point. On top of the fact that it's covering ancient ruins that makes it more difficult to fully excavate it, the reason they did this is for tourism. And what this highlights is a premature construction for the tourism, whereas they should have further excavated it before building the damn structure itself in the first place. Archaeology was put on the back burner for tourism that was put at the front load more than anything.
Oh, yeah.
That's what
Fucking, man, that's the name of the game,
100%.
boys.
And yeah, that thing is fucking ghastly, man. Like, brutalism over this like ancient art. Now, Jimmy, you were mentioning earlier that the site is it's probably older. Okay, it's probably older than 11,600 years, more likely 15,000 years. And go back to that other picture, Garrett. Go back to the first one where you see the rubble in between the T-pillars. One of the pieces of evidence for this, and you've talked about it, Snake Bros, everybody's talked about it, is see the rubble around these T-pillars. Well, some of that rubble has T-pillars in it, like previous T-pillars in it. So that means they were already up. There were older T-pillars that were broken down or something that were used to prop these up in the past, not by archaeologists or something like that. So it's clearly older. And again, there's no real lead up to like what went into this site. It just popped up out of fucking nowhere. Now there might be other sites that's what we might, if we dug more, Jimmy, we might find out that, like you said earlier, that we'll see the lead up, we'll see the practicing. But we're not going to know for 150 fucking years. That's ridiculous.
It's
Absolutely agree.
inexcusable. It is inexcusable. It's entirely unacceptable that they couldn't dig further. And the proof is in the pudding, because like if you were to find, I don't know if I've shared many of them yet, but if you were just to find pictures of the general enclosure area of Göbekli Tepe itself, you'll be able to see that there's so much of this rubble that could have been removed, and you'll find areas where pillars are still halfway dug, into the ground, where it's like, you're telling me you couldn't have removed even a little bit more at this point? Like, I'm gonna highlight this greatly when I'm in my video, and I know Mike is as well, but it's like, are you serious? Like that, like Mike, you interviewed me like on site when it's in your video, as I've already seen, it hasn't been uploaded to the public yet, but it's like, this is it? Like, it's worse than I thought. Like, you're telling me you couldn't have done a little bit more over 30 years?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they should get to the bottom of it. Fuck knows. Whether it was the Turkish government or the people involved with owning the site. I'm assuming the Turkish government is saying that. Even the enclosure, yeah, that's fucking Jimmy rigged as fuck. But I mean, they have to put something over pretty quickly, because if there's like a rainstorm, it'll wash out that whole fucking section. I mean, yeah, that's just like, holy fuck. Yeah, it's kind of strung together, but I mean, the site is still pretty fucking rough. Like, oh, this is Darren Kuyu. That's a whole different fucking deal that they went to. Interesting. Okay, well, so they're putting out a video, I guess. This isn't the video. I thought this was going to be the video to fucking go and break down the whole fucking deal, but anyway. I mean, I'm just curious as to what the fuck else they're going to find, because obviously people like me who are kind of invested in this whole narrative that there might be more to ancient history than we think. Just go through all the anecdotes from different cultures and stories and whatnot. You just want to keep going. You want to keep digging because you want to get to the bottom of it. When you get to the bottom of the truth. But anyway, I mean, it's fucking. Yeah. I don't know if it's necessarily the blame here needs to lie with the archaeologist. To be, Jimmy, my mic was down. Jimmy does like good videos and good work. I mean, he sometimes addresses and attacks everybody who's an archaeologist. And I was like, I don't think that's quite the fucking case. But I think this is more exploitation, right? For tourism. Like in Egypt, the pyramids that's the reason people go to Egypt. The whole Nile Valley, that whole area. So, that's their money, that's their cash cow. So for Turkey, Göbekli Tepe does bring out a fair amount of people. I don't know how many people it would be, but they just wanted to throw anything to fucking together and just fucking get it going as quick as possible. But yeah, it is, you would think that they just literally, that this is like the crown jewel. This is what they dug up. But when you think about it, it is pretty crazy. I mean, that in 30 years, this is all they've excavated. If you saw, let me pull up an actual image of what Göbekli Tepe actually looks like. If we can find an image of what it actually looks, because they've done like the ground penetrating radar. Oh, fuck. I've seen it before. Göbekli Tepe. More Göbekli Tepe underground, maybe. You'll see what it looks like. Oh, fucking Christ. Isn't going to show it here. So there's kind of a top-down. I don't know, that might be a Göbekli Tepe. There's Karen Tepe, too. But you can see how there's a bunch of them still all under the ground. They haven't excavated yet. And I mean, obviously, this shit takes time, but like, man, the reason they get frustrated is because they have debates with these people and they'll say things like, well, yeah, but there's no evidence for any of that stuff. And it's like, well, but how much have we actually excavated out of all of these sites? I mean, we've got chambers still in the Giza Plateau, under the Sphinx, inside the pyramids, that haven't been broken, haven't been gotten into. I mean, I don't fucking understand. You can't speak with that level of conviction when there's so much work to still be done. Oh, LiDAR, yeah. I did imagine people building on top or in it, but I've never heard anyone say that some of the blockage in between the pillar T's was actually made from crumbled pillars. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Yeah. Just fucking Jimmy rigged, literally finangled. Anyway, I mean, I think, was that it before they built the thing over top of it? It might have been. Yeah. Crazy shit. Yeah, I wish I could find that graph. I think I spelled Gobekli. This does matter. Gobekli Tepe underground tepes, something like that. Fuck, it's not going to show it. There was an illustration showing how many are still left to be uncovered, and I was really surprised. I had no idea. I don't know where I saw that. It wasn't in Graham's documentaries before that, but I saw the graph and said, "Oh my god." That's not really a good visualization of it either. But it shocked me at how big the site is. Like, it's huge. Like, that little section that he was showing, it's huge. Like, this was a huge construction project. And when you look at that anecdote, it doesn't look like it, but it actually was. And so that's when you get into an argument that there was absolutely more than likely a civilization involved with constructing this. Because the narrative right now still is hunter-gatherers did this. And when you see the size of some of the fucking pillars, like, they're big. Like, they're huge rocks. Like, this is a megalithic site. And the other crazy thing too is they like carved these things out. Like, you can see the impression on there. They carved the whole rock around that little fox depiction. Like, which is, and this is like 12,000+ years ago. Yeah, there's a good point to be made. How can you construct what's below though breaking on top? It's a spiral feature going downwards. Yeah, man. Yeah, fuck. I mean, just Jimmy rigged. That's pretty big though. Actually, look at the size of that. Holy fuck. Very intriguing. I would love to go. I'd love to go to Turkey. Turkey's a beautiful place. I've seen lots of photos of that. I've seen lots of photos of Turkey. And Turkey's going through some problems right now politically, but I'd love to visit. I'd love to go see it in person. It's one of those places. I mean, the Giza Plateau is obviously like more impressive, but it's crazy to think that this site is potentially maybe 3, maybe 4 times as old as the Giza Plateau, if you take their dating seriously. If you don't, then they all might be the same age, but it's crazy to think that this is 3 to maybe 4 times as old as the pyramids, officially 3 to 4 times as old. It's fucking, just nuts. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I just wanted to, I had heard they were doing this video and I wanted to fucking check and see if they were actually going to be fucking talking about it. But kind of, this is an interesting talk by Randall. So I kind of wanted to play this actually, and I'll go over to some other stuff. But this was, Gobekli. So again, why is this important? Graham Hancock, and I have this book. It's a great book. It's a sequel to Fingerprints of the Gods. But in Magicians of the Gods, so in Fingerprints of the Gods, when Graham had written that book and he published it, Gobekli Tepe had been, the announcement of the discovery happened shortly after he published Fingerprints of the Gods. And it's funny because in Fingerprints of the Gods, he was talking about how, like, well, we would just need, like, to back him up. And all of the critics had said, well, like, there's no evidence of a civilization that goes back 12,000 years. There's none. There's no civilization. There's no stoneworks that go back 12,000 years. And of course, that's if you go along with the official dating. Like, if you look at Pumapuku, some of the early dates thrown out by the early archaeologists there was like 15,000 years. Because it didn't make any sense. And it's hard to date. It's up so high and no one knows who the fuck built it. Like, it's hard to, I think it's impossible to carbon date that stone, right? So anyway, shortly after Graham released Fingerprints of the Gods, Gobekli Tepe was found. So it like literally backed up to some degree his theory, which was, but so then he didn't get a chance to really cover that in depth until his next book on it, which was crazy. It happened about 20 years later, which was Magicians of the Gods. When it came out, I think it came out in 2015 is when I bought it. Something like that. And he had featured it here and did an in-depth kind of deep dive in actually Klaus Schmidt, who was the archaeologist that discovered this. He was a German archaeologist. He gave one of his last interviews to Graham, and then he died right after. So one of the last interviews that Klaus ever gave was to Graham, and it's featured in the book, The Conversation, which is very interesting. And, you know, Klaus wasn't all in This Was Ancient Aliens, but he absolutely was like, yeah, this changes everything. I mean, he knew who Graham was. He knew what Graham was about. I mean, there's a possibility this ends up, yeah, well, it did rewrite history, but it might really rewrite things going forward, depending on what else they find there. I mean, already with the archaeoastronomy stuff they connected, it gets kind of disturbing, right? Because what you get to, and what Graham's narrative again is in this, it gets to these cycles of catastrophe that these ancients speak about. I noticed he's got the Giza Plateau featured on that version. I think that's a version I have, actually. Anyway, I like this one more with the Göbekli Tepe on it there. But anyway, it's extremely it's concerning when you think about it, and it's crazy to think it's one of these like real ancient mysteries that you dig down into the ground and you find some cycle in nature that we weren't aware of, right? And all of these ancient cultures talk about it, but then these kinds of sites may literally corroborate this. They were tracking this guy, and you've got all of these stoneworks all over the planet, really. There's a lot of them in the UK and through Europe. There are these stoneworks, these stone circles. And what people have come to realize, the experts, is that they were tracking celestial alignments. They were tracking important celestial events. They were obsessed with the sky, but they were tracking the sky. And in some of these cultures, they talk about these periodic catastrophes from these celestial phenomena, whatever it is, comets, whatever warring gods in the sky, but ultimately interpreted in the end to be some kind of celestial phenomena that led to this happening. And anyway, Randall, who's a friend of Graham Hancock's, and who's this educator and a very serious researcher when it comes to climate history and climate research. He's directly involved with the Younger Dryas Hypothesis group, the Comet Impact, the research team, whatever the fuck their name is. What's it called? Anyway, yeah. They came up with the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis. And so Randall's directly involved with them and in researching this because he's such a good researcher. And he's been documenting all of this for decades, back to the 70s. Because he first, I think, got onto this, and this is something that we figured out pretty quickly about the ice sheets, that there's an energy paradox involved with the melting of the ice sheets where they melted far too quickly. So essentially, there needed to be more energy involved to melt them that quickly. And our current hypothesis is that, well, the climate just changed. It's not good enough. Like, we need something to account for all that melting. There has to be a source of energy that accounts for that melting. What caused the melting to happen? Where did the energy come from? Did it come from the sun? Did it come from a comet impact? Some people have thrown out even wilder theories about physical pole shifts. Did they get thrown into another more temperate climate temporarily for a couple thousand years? Or what the fuck happened, right? That's a really out there one, but yeah, don't worry. In some other timeline, Klaus Schwab is a lovely fella and head of the archaeological ticket with Graham Hancock, funded after his largest successful archaeology, the Great Pyramid, being confirmed as a giant wireless power plant, brother. Wouldn't that be a meme, huh? Yeah, these fucking globalist types aren't just trying to cover all this shit up because they figured this out and don't want to let the public know that we're headed for the end of the next cycle. That's a going conspiracy theory. I don't know. I mean, you can't prove that, obviously, but it's one of those intuitions I've had over the years, and I'm just like, fuck, I really hope that's not true. Because you just have a bad feeling. There aren't really a lot of indicators to suggest that other than some whistleblowers over the years. But I thought I'd play this. It's a very short clip from Randall, but it's very intriguing. And you get into the precession of the equinoxes, right? And that this in and of itself is quite a feat for ancient cultures to even be aware of. And through sky tracking, they may have been able to infer this, but you got to think, like, our opinion officially from people back 15,000 years ago is they didn't have the fucking wheel. They had no idea, we were on a planet orbiting around the sun. And, the planet itself is tilting around. I mean, our opinion officially, people back then, was that they were literal cave people. They were smacking rocks together and grunting. Like, this is a level of knowledge that I think implies, and this is where like Randall will go with it, that we were dealing with some kind of advanced group here in the past. Now, advanced enough to where they can understand these cycles. And you can see how long the cycles last for. So, anyway, I'll play the clip here.
Talking about cycles of global change. And one of the books that I frequently have referred to is Hamlet's Mill, came out in 1969, in which they were a couple of highly esteemed scholars who actually believed that there was sophisticated knowledge in prehistory. And one of the things that they hypothesized was that ancient people had observed and knew about the precessional cycle, which is actually a very slow cycle. It works out to about 50 arc seconds per year of motion. How many of you have heard of the vernal equinox, the precession of the equinoxes? You know that each year the position of the sun at the moment of spring equinox, when day and night are precisely the same length, is drifting very slowly to the west, the opposite direction of all of the planetary motion. If you look at the sun, the moon, the planets throughout the course of their cycles, you'll see they're all moving from west to east. But the vernal equinox, as is the fall equinox and the solstices, are all moving towards the west. That's why it's precession, not procession. But that increment is very small. It's 50 arc seconds per year. Now, how do you visualize that? Well, think about this. The full moon is about a half a degree displacement. If you look at the angle from our perspective out to the full moon or the orb of the sun, are both going to displace about a half a degree. So it takes about 72 years to move 1 full degree, for the vernal equinox to move 1 full degree. So if you started, at a very early age and begin to observe it for a full lifetime, you would soon realize that it has moved a little bit with respect to the stars. Of course, the problem is the vernal equinox, you're going to be looking directly at the sun. So I think ancient peoples had come up with more ways to determine that motion than to actually try to look at the sun and its position at the vernal equinox. Anyways, here's what the authors of Hamlet's Mill said. The equinoctial points, and therefore the solstitial ones too, do not remain forever where they should in order to make celestial goings-on easier to understand, namely at the same spot with respect to the sphere of the fixed stars. Instead, they stubbornly move along the ecliptic in the opposite direction to the yearly course of the sun, that is, against the right sequence of the zodiacal signs. This phenomena is called precession of the equinox, and it was conceived as causing the rise in the cataclysmic fall of the ages of the world. So they saw this connection in their research. They saw this connection of ancient people believing that somehow this cycle, which has often been referred to as the Great Year, was somehow related to a cycle of catastrophes on Earth that affected like they say, the rise and fall of civilization. The Greeks still had the old idea, but they asked themselves questions about it. What moved was the sky, but questions about the sky posed abstruse problems. The greatest was, of course, the slow motion of the tilt of the sky described above, which went through a great year of 26,000 years. Now, I mentioned 50 arc seconds per year, which isn't very much. It takes 72 years to move through a full degree. So if you multiply that by 360, you get the sort of the sacred number, if you will, 25,920 years, which is usually rounded off to 26,000. Now, we don't know if 25,920 years is exact or not, because of the fact, for one thing, we don't know if the precessional rate stays absolutely constant throughout the full cycle. So what we're observing now is actually slightly more than 50 seconds of arc per year. So that would mean that it's a little bit shorter than the magic number of 25,920. We just don't know. But typically, most textbooks that I've seen will round off the precessional cycle to 26,000 years. 25,920 is actually closer to the actual period of rotation based upon the current rate, measured rate of 50 plus a little bit of arc seconds per year. Hello, I'm Randall Carlson. For thousands of years, ancient civilizations across the world, from Egypt to Mesoamerica, used a hidden science to build their greatest monument. The world year of the Persians. This was a couple of Orientalists, highly respected in their field, who wrote in the Journal of the American Oriental Society, the notion of cyclically recurrent cosmic disasters, a catastrophe by flood, alternating with one by fire, has been traced from ancient Babylonia and Iran through Pythagorean and Stoic philosophy and thence into the medieval world. So this is, whether we go to the Greeks or the Mayans, the Hopi Indians, any number of cultures, both still extant and ancient, we find very similar ideas, and usually involving flood and fire, sometimes alternating, sometimes happening simultaneously. And we now know, though, that nature provides ways to do both on a very large scale. In classical Greek and Hellenistic literature, the doctrine of the great year was already connected with the myths of deluge and ekparousis. Now that's destruction of the world by fire is deluge. The Greek term for that was cataclysmos. And then ekparousis is the destruction of the world by fire. These catastrophes were supposed to return periodically when the planets came together in certain signs of the zodiac. In the Persian system, we still find the deluge connected with the conjunction of the planets. Now, this idea here is that whether you accept this literally or not, and there's some rather tantalizing evidence to show that the influx of comets from the Kuiper disk may be connected to conjunctions of the planets. But the idea here is that they saw that the astronomical realm was the source of these catastrophes. And so here is now jumping to science. This was actually a graph, almost 30 years ago, but it's still relatively accurate. And if you look at this, this is, like it says here, a sea surface temperature graph as a proxy for global climate change, clearly displays a regular succession of glacial and interglacial ages. So what you're seeing here is the peaks represent an interglacial, such as we are in at the moment. We are in an interglacial. Sea levels are relatively stable at their current level, and we know that 15,000 to 20,000 years ago, the planet was in the midst of a full glacial cycle. Now, full glacial cycle, you have to roughly double the amount of ice that's on the planet now. And when you do that, you've extracted about 400 feet or even more from the levels of the global oceans. So during a glacial cycle, you can picture this. If we were to go into a glacial cycle now, what would happen is you think every year water is evaporated from the oceans primarily, also from lakes and rivers and even groundwater, respiration from plants, but primarily it's going to be the ocean. The water's evaporated, it precipitates out as rainfall, or in northern latitudes as snowfall. Like where I grew up in Minnesota, we get about 6 feet of snow every year. And then come spring, that snow all melts. It flows back in, becomes part of the hydrosphere, which we would say the cryosphere is the realm of snow and ice. The hydrosphere is water. So the snow and the ice melts. It goes back into groundwater, surface water, makes its way back to the ocean, right? And it does this cyclically. Now, at the onset of an ice age, imagine that winter comes on, but spring doesn't come back for 15,000 years. And essentially, in a way, in an oversimplified way, that's what we're talking about. And we now know that the onset of the late glacial maximum, which is called the Late Wisconsin, the Western Hemisphere in North America, came on extremely rapidly. And it may have even been so rapid that it literally was like a switch that went off, and then spring didn't come back until 13 to 15,000 years later. We still don't know the full mechanism of that. I think it's a dynamic process of several things occurring simultaneously, that if they occur just with the right synchronicity, it can trigger the crossing of a threshold. But anyways, imagine that the snow now falls each year, but it doesn't melt. So it just builds up and builds up over thousands of years. And then between roughly 28,000 years ago, say, and about 15,000 years ago, the ice got to be perhaps as much as 1.5 miles thick.
Which is fucking insane to think. There was a fucking somebody, there were, I think how it actually went at some areas where it kind of gradually went up. But there were possibly areas that were like just a literal wall of ice. So
theory.
ubiquitous
However,
odor. Thanks for the follow. Ice sheet, height, ice age, just to give people an idea of like, there's a good visualization of this. Perspective, maybe. I saw an artistic rendition of what 1.5 miles of ice would look like. Mile high ice sheet. Picture. Like that's in the lesser degree. But you could think like in the continental US, that's not even that much. Oh, fuck. You'd never find it on here. But just imagine 1.5 miles straight up. And there were some areas that it literally broke off about that high. So you think of the ice wall from like Game of Thrones. Like multiply that astronomically upwards. 1.5 miles into the sky. And that's how high the fucking ice sheet was. And that accumulated over 10,000-ish years. That's fucking insane. Could it generate it? Yeah, well, that's right. That's a new fucking thing, doesn't it? I want you to generate the ice sheet from the Ice Age that was at least 1.5 miles high from the perspective of a person looking up at it. Generated image. That's a good idea. Maybe if it does this, I'll be really fucking impressed. If it can generate this with this perspective, I'll be incredibly fucking impressed. I don't know, they updated their image generation recently. We were looking at that last night for people that don't know. Like crazy fucking accurate. Let's see what it does. And then it goes top down from there. Unbelievable. And you can imagine like people living back then. Fucking giant ground sloths and saber-toothed tigers. Well, there's no person there. More accurate perspective with a person for scale. See if we can do that. I mean, yeah, you need someone in there for scale to just give an idea of like how big that would be. Like, man, oh man. It just would have been so cool. It's like, again, visualizing what was the world like recently. That's not that long ago at all, man. You're going back 18,000 years probably when it was at its peak, I think. 20,000 years. So there were anatomically correct people like us walking around back then. Like almost indiscernible from people walking around today. Like they would have literally been pretty much indiscernible in some areas. So with a person for scale. Okay, so it literally just took the same thing. I wonder if it'd be able to accurately do it. Let's see. No, that's not right. That's not 1.5 miles high. Yeah, close. I saw somebody do an accurate recreation of it, and it was fucking, because it spanned the entire continental US too, right? So in both directions, as far as the eye can see, you've got an ice wall going right across the entire continent. Like, I wish I could find the fucking image. Cock GBT, yeah, man. Well, I mean, we had high hopes. Did the ice wall look like from Ice Age? I don't know where. I saw it on Twitter, I think. Fuck. You're never gonna fucking find a recreation of it. Yeah. Edge to the ice shelf. The ice wall. Yeah. Anyway. Unfortunately, I can't find it, but just imagine that at least. That's not even a good imagining. I'll ask one more time. I want the ice wall to be 1.5 miles high, though. Make to scale with the person, please. We'll try one. It struggles with this shit. It's not good at doing this stuff. ChatGPT sucks at this shit. Let's go. Scrub because Antarctic ice wall. They don't want us to figure out, brother, that she's flat, huh? Government, the biggest conspiracy of them all. Okay, come on, cuck GPT. Let's fucking see what you can do here. Come on. I wanted to do it right. I can already tell from the fucking blurry. I don't think it's doing it. Come on. Oh, we got the sky. Maybe this is going to do it now. No, it looks like a fucking pyramid again, so it's the same thing. I think it's literally just doing the same fucking thing again. I mean, it's a beautiful image. It looks amazing, actually, but just not right. Not quite to scale. Yeah. Did you just find it, man? Oh, fuck, man. That's pretty good. That's a 2 mile thick layer there, yeah. That's not a bad visualization, actually. Fuck, that's pretty good. Man, they had the image that I saw with some people standing like pretty much right in front of it. And just looking what the ice wall used to look like. Like, in some areas, I think the sheet came like out. But there were areas, I think, where it was a literal fucking mass. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Rabbit. That's fucking sick, man. However you found that. Goddamn. Yeah, that's not even close. Like that there. That's much more accurate. Isn't that unfucking believable? That's what our ancestors and our recent ancestors, because we go back anatomically correct, some humans, 200,000 years. So our recent fucking ancestors were running around with woolly mammoths, giant ground sloths, saber-toothed tigers. And maybe even fucking giants. Maybe even 8-foot tall red-haired fucking people. Just another group of people hanging around. Who knows? But this is the shit that they had for a view up there. Can you fucking imagine it? There probably would have been people who scaled it. There would have been people, there would have been some crazy motherfuckers, I'm sure, who may have scaled it. Right? There would have had to have been. Well, and it was contested actually until recently that there were even people around during this time period. But that this is one of the reasons what allowed them to come over was the ice. Some people would have scaled it to come down to some degree. Wouldn't that have been fucking insane? The world just was, it was a much more mysterious place. And then in some areas, I think Randall mentions this, but in some areas, the water went out by about 50 miles further too. Of the land side, the water was back about 50 miles. Like in Florida, I think the water was back about 50 miles on the coastlines, which is crazy. So you could just imagine what they'd find out there, and what I think they have found stuff out there, honestly. So just a different world, man. Just a crazy fucking world. I mean, you know, and we obviously times are pretty good that we live in now with all the, you know, amenities we have to keep us out from the elements, but it would have felt much more like a video game. I always think that it would have just literally been a fucking video game. Like you would have just been dead. Like, man, the saber-toothed tiger, dickhead guy in your tribe spears you in the back because you try to take his girl. Like people are so much more violent. Crazy shit. They're trying to bring back the mammoth, so we must see that for real. Yeah, I keep hearing that, man. Yeah. We'll fucking get to ride them, maybe. We'll domesticate them. We'll have like baby mammoths, like cute ones, right? Like those baby cows all the women want to have fucking on TikTok in their house. Like all the baby cows. We'll just have baby mammoths and shit. We'll shrink them down, yeah. Plenty of ice for your single malt, yeah. Fucking right, huh? Yeah, you never would have fucking ran out.
Over northern North America. I'll show you a slide in a minute that kind of displays that. But picture all the northern cities in the U.S. from Boston to Detroit to New York to Philadelphia, Chicago, the Twin Cities, Spokane, Washington, Seattle, Washington. They were all buried under thousands of feet of ice. So it was a very different world. Sea levels were much lower. So when you drop sea levels by 400 feet, you know that the coastlines are going to migrate seaward, aren't they? And that's going to expose the continental shelves that rim.
Why did cavemen drag the women by the hair? Because if they drug them by the ankles, they'd fill up with mud. Holy Christ, Jesus!
All of the continents of the
brutal
world.
Times.
Like here on the East Coast, there are places where the coastline, the shoreline, would have been as much as 50 miles further east than where they are now. So it created a whole new ecosystem in effect. When the sea levels dropped, that really would have been the prime habitable real estate to any culture or group of people at the time living, would have found probably the living on coastlines during the Ice Age would have been the least malign, given the extremity of the climate at the time. Now, of course, when the reverse of that happens, and this is where the mystery comes in, because we know that around 15,000, I think most of the research now would suggest around 14,600 years ago, there was what is called meltwater pulse 1b. Now, somewhere around there, the climate started warming from the late glacial maximum. Sea levels started coming up, say around 14,500 to 15,000 years ago. Slowly, they started coming up, but at about 14.6, there was a massive pulse of meltwater to the ocean. What was driving that? I don't know for sure. But then come 12,000, just around 12, a little bit less than 12,900 years ago is the lower Younger Dryas boundary. And this is where the controversy is surrounding what happened there. It was a very sharp and sudden return to full glacial cold after several thousand years of gradual warming. Now, I will mention that the gradual warming is probably the effect of orbital variations of the Earth, the geometric variations between the Earth and the Sun, called Milankovitch cycles. So you have the tilt of the planet changes somewhat, the eccentricity of its ellipse changes somewhat, and the three factors of the Milankovitch cycle can work together. So sometimes they cancel each other out, sometimes they amplify each other. The result is that there can be warming and there can be cooling on a relatively gradual basis. At the Younger Dryas, something very different happened. It was a very sharp return to full glacial cold after a couple of thousand years of warming. So just for your information, the Younger Dryas, younger implies there was an older Dryas. So if you go back pre-14,600 years ago, there was a cold spell. It was called the Older Dryas. Now, what is Dryas? Well, it's named after a flower, a polar wildflower, a cold-loving flower called Dryas octopetala, meaning it had it was an eight-petaled plant, eight-petaled flower. So Dryas octopetala loves cold weather. So if you find pollen from that particular plant in a sedimentary layer in the soil or whatever, you know that those kind of plants were growing there. If that disappears and you have pollen from warm-loving plants, it tells you that the ambient environment in that area changed. Now, so there was a very abrupt change to the Dryas octopetala at the Younger Dryas boundary, the lower Younger Dryas boundary. It lasted for an estimated about 1,300 years, and then at about 11,600 years ago, there was a spasm, an extreme spasm of unexplained warming at this time, and as a result of that, it was like the second jolt that it took to move the planet out of the Ice Age. because the planet was gradually warming. If you can picture this model, the planet is gradually warming, gets to the Younger Dryas, it suddenly returns to full glacial cold. Then for about 1,300 years, it's very cold. Glaciers almost certainly begin to grow again. And then at 11,600, there's a second spasm of warming. And this one carried through, and over the next millennium, the planet emerged from the Ice Age. And we were then shifted from the geological epoch, the Pleistocene, which is now dated to begin like 2.5 million years ago. So through all of this long ages of the Pleistocene, now we're in a totally new epoch, the Holocene, which is the whole of the recent period that we're in. And it was the Holocene where we see civilization, the first appearances of what we think of as civilization. We see the first urban complexes, for example, around 8,000 to 9,000 years ago. We see the dispersion of languages. We see...
That's essentially the end of the talk there on the ice sheet. But yeah, the cycle's interesting, the Milankovitch cycles as well. All these different variances, these nuances involved with the planet and its orbit. And, you know, this all accounts to some degree probably for the cycle we're currently going through with warming. Although some people are hell-bent on trying to attribute all change to carbon dioxide in the upper atmosphere and this greenhouse gas effect that's been going on. But, I mean, there's so many other factors at play is the issue, right? And it's not to try and downplay pollution or that we polluted the fuck out of the planet or we're, you know, acting with a complete disregard for some areas, some forested areas. It's not what we're trying to argue. It's just that there's a bigger picture out there that needs to be paid attention to. And I think Randall has communicated that very eloquently, where others maybe didn't do so when we're accused as being, you just work for the oil companies or some shit. But Randall's just far too knowledgeable to be kind of fell into that trap. So he's just kind of very eloquently explained how complicated things are. And he's been a great communicator of the science, honestly. And also a myth and legend and story, which is really what I have enjoyed from him and enjoying his content for, oh my God, about a decade now, I think, when he first showed up on Joe Rogan's podcast around 2015. And this is when I first kind of became really interested in this band. Now, at the time when he was on his podcast, I was reading through Emmanuel Velikovsky's work. And I mean, there's some parallels there. He hasn't really commented on Emmanuel Velikovsky a lot. But Emmanuel was a very good researcher himself, not a very good scientist, but a psychoanalyst by trade and a proper kind of intellectual. And he was on this band too. Now, it wasn't with cyclical catastrophes, but that one happened to us around 3,400 to 3,600 years ago. And it was also due to some kind of celestial phenomena that the ancient peoples had embodied in myth and legend. And so there's some parallels to this. And anyway, yeah. As to remember, what's up? Welcome. Large temperature cycles over almost non-comprehensible timescales. Yeah, exactly, man. It's really hard to wrap our fucking heads around it, right? And that's the meme. And what's hard to understand too, and I mean, obviously I don't have a background in climate sciences, and I don't know how much anybody really knows in regards to like the ice sheets and their formation, but when you look at the size of them, right? Like as Rabbit just provided this photo here. Can I like click on it? There we go. Just a visualization of how much ice we're talking about that accumulated over a couple thousand years. It's almost unbelievable. Like there's almost certainly, and we know this, something else that's happened that we have not accounted for that allowed it for this to happen. And it allowed for its rapid melting as well. I mean, for 1.5 miles plus of ice to accumulate, this is a visualization of 2 miles. How does that fucking happen? And this happened over the entirety of like the Northern Hemisphere. It was through Europe as well, right? This ice sheet and in Russia and in Eastern Europe and in Asia, all that area was covered in ice sheets. And how the fuck what happened? Like, I don't know. I don't think anyone really has the answer. That's the thing. It's still kind of a mystery. And then the mystery as to how it melted as well so quickly. So it just came and went. Like, that's pretty fucking extreme when you think about it. Like, when you think that, well, so for the last 10,000 years is kind of where our civilization is tracked from whatever the fuck happened to Göbekli Tepe that may not really been a part of our civilization, honestly. But you go forward from there is our civilization in this area of our new civilization, the Holocene. Like, in that time period, this ice had accumulated. And what's weird is that I don't know if we actually know this, but how many thousands of years it took to accumulate that level of ice. So, you know, what if something blotted out the sun? Well, I mean, yeah, man, who knows, right? I mean, there was Hapgood's theory, which has been reworked. And I mean, I'm not the guy to digest and understand this because I just don't have a background in it. But this buddy on Twitter, who's a fairly accredited guy, and I know he's a team working with him with this, but he has this ECDO theory he's come up with, which effectively is some kind of new pole shift theory, but it gives a much more detailed explanation mechanically as to how a physical pole shift would happen. And it relies on a magnetic pole shift occurring, but ultimately it's from some kind of issue with the core of the planet. And at the core of the planet somehow flips, and that causes a magnetic shift of the poles, which we're currently going through and which happens. But then there's some other component that also destabilizes the crust, and then it also shifts. And this was Hapgood's theory back in the 50s. And I think he had it before then as well, because Einstein had worked on it with him. And ultimately, they were like Einstein, all those guys weren't really behind him on it. They didn't really understand, like, what facilitates this. Like, it was kind of an unknown. And he partially came up with that theory. And there were people coming up with these theories because they were trying to reckon with this energy paradox with the ice sheets. That there was something that had happened. And this was on the coattails too of, you see the mammoths down there in Russia, which I've memed on here before, which Velikovsky was one of the first people really to document properly. But there were these mammoths found, and like an unimaginable amount of them, to where you can still get mammoth ivory cheap as fuck because we still have tusks left over from all the bodies found in Siberia. All flash frozen, almost instantaneously frozen. The guy who came up with the flash freeze mechanism, I don't know if he's an engineer or what, they had interviewed him and he'd worked with them, the scholars at the time, to try and figure out how the fuck it would happen. And I mean, it was some ridiculous temperature. Essentially, the coldness of space would have had to have come down. And that's what would have been able to flash freeze a mammoth. And they were also subjected to trauma where their dicks were hard, but because they suffocated. Like, you think of David Carradine or something along those lines, why people hang themselves up in closets. But they were suffocated as well. And so that also kind of trends with something happened where, like, all the air was just gone and the coldness of space came down. You know, the scene in A Day After Tomorrow is inspired by this theory as to what killed them. But it was a much larger swath than what was shown in The Day After Tomorrow. It was like, I don't fucking know. I don't think it's all of northern Siberia, but it was a big chunk. I saw some research on a company bringing back the mammoths, but it reminded me of this flash freeze story you were saying. They died while horny. That's horrible. Well, they essentially, if you suffocate, that's what happens. So, I guess. I haven't fucking tested that theory. I'm not really into fucking cutting off the airway or whatever. But that's what happens, yeah. Have you not seen Jurassic Park? I think, yeah, I did. Why did they do something like this? What happens when you try to play God? Oh, yeah. Oh, the fucking mammoths, yeah. Trying to bring them back, yeah. Listen, only some of us get excited from suffocation. Some people like that fucking stuff, like the choking stuff. The mammoths didn't, because they got frozen right through. So, I mean, anyway, what I'm getting at here is giant mammoths all get flash frozen. Giant mounds of ice show up over the northern hemisphere. The mammoths flash freeze in the northern hemisphere. What caused that to happen? And was it happening periodically that caused this buildup of ice? Because you got to think, if you've got those temperatures, that would allow you to build ice much more quickly. If it's periodically getting that kind of cold up there, well, what the fuck happened? Like, did the atmosphere get stripped away in the fucking planet or something? In certain areas? I mean, it's, yeah, I'm not even going to go there, but there are things that could have happened that maybe caused it. Now, that gets into like more woo. Like, this would be considered more. This isn't woo. This fucking actually happened. But, I mean, trying to explain it, we don't know how the fuck to explain it. So, did something strip the atmosphere away? Now, if you strip the atmosphere away, does it rebuild itself? Well, it should, hypothetically, because we're a water planet. But how long does that process take? And what would have caused that to happen? And is it happening periodically? Right? Is it the sun? Is it some other kind of celestial object? This is where we're getting out in the fucking limb right now. But this is where Velikovsky went, where he thought what had happened was something flew by and it just tore everything apart when it flew by. And everybody saw it too. And they embodied it in myth and legend. But that doesn't make any sense. The celestial mechanics of that don't make any sense. At least to us right now. If the atmosphere got stripped like a liquid, there could be evidence in the ice shelf, and there should have been other weather effects on displacement. You would think, I guess, right, Astomir? Yeah. So we should have seen that. Will we see it? But you think we would see that? What would we look for? Or should we have seen it if that occurred? What caused in this localized area all these mammoths to die like that, in that way? I mean, I don't know. We can probably get an answer on this. The mammoths that were flash frozen in Siberia, how big of a swath of land were they found on? Like all of northern Siberia? I don't know the answer to this. I don't know how. There's a fuck. Flash frozen mammoth remains have been found all across northern Siberia, particularly in the Yamal Peninsula, Taimyr, Yakutsk, and along the Lena River Basin, thousands of kilometers east to west. Because one of the explanations is that a meteor impacted, and if the meteor impact was big enough, it could blow that up, the area of the atmosphere away, and the coldness of space could come down. But we're getting into like a wipeout again. Yeah. As in, if lower levels of the ice have isotopes of gases only found in the upper atmosphere, they could be evidence since gas bubbles get trapped. Oh, interesting. Okay. Also, weather from the pushed air would have caused winds and thus evidence in soil layers. Interesting. So, I mean, I'd be really curious. I mean, I haven't heard of this. Give me an N, give me an I, give me a B. Oh, no, don't say it. Don't say it. Don't fucking say it. But that's what Velikovsky had. He didn't call it Nibiru, though. He called it Venus, but yeah. You have to wonder if the ice sheets were oceans that instantly froze. Otherwise, how did the ice sheets grow? Would you need rain, snow, but from where if the atmosphere had been destroyed? Well, Wave, I mean, that's... I don't know, right? Well, but they were fresh water, though, I think is the thing. They couldn't have been the ocean, I don't think. So there was some kind of accumulation, but I mean, yeah. I guess there's a couple, and first of all, it's the conditions necessary to facilitate that. And then we have here, some event that we don't have an answer for. This is the interesting thing. This is why I recommend people read Emmanuel's book still, if they have an interest in this, because we still haven't answered these fucking questions. It's still relevant. I mean, some of them, his astrophysics don't make any sense, but I hate to say this. And I mean, so again, for people that don't know this, holy fuck, if I can spell this goddamn name. There are some people who are convinced this had happened, but he was buddies with Einstein because they were both of Jewish origin. They set up the university in Jerusalem, in the state of Israel's university, main university, together, and they became friends later in life. And Einstein, he got a lot of pushback, but Einstein still found the book to be extremely interesting because it was a well-written book. Like it was good scholarly research, very well cited and whatnot. And so he would debate him on these ideas. And this is a claim, but that when Einstein died, this book was open on his desk. He wrote the foreword for, I think, Earth in Upheaval. I can't remember. It was one of them. Or it was another release for, this is Earth in Upheaval. For Worlds in Collision was the one that freaked everybody out. But yeah, so like this was something that perplexed a lot of people back then. And there were scientists who worked in NASA that were involved with this. They were all on board that something fuck had happened. And then this is kind of like just settled over the last couple decades. But I'm bringing it back up because I was reading through it and I said, what the fuck? Like, interesting. Yeah. Okay. The only hard evidence would be gas bubbles in the frozen ice and the gas to be identical to space-facing atmospheric combustion. Honestly, not a difficult study. That'd be interesting. Give me a drill and an ice core and a spectrometer and I'll solve this theory for you. It'd be awesome. I mean, if we could, maybe someone's already done this. I don't know. I haven't heard of this yet. I've almost got a slop full house. Holy fuck, bro. Yeah, I mean, this is... Anyway, Agents in Chaos is another one. I haven't read through all his works. I have gone through Agents of Chaos because this is where he got into trying to maybe reconstruct when the Exodus had happened. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, fuck. That's us. Yeah, I don't know, right? And anyway you cut it, something fucked happened here. And I mean, the theory that I've heard that the only thing, so I mean, here we can ask it. What would have to be the temperature, let's see here, to flash freeze a mammoth? Just so we get it, just because this lines up really nicely. Yeah. The mammoth popsicle theory. Yeah. Yeah. Not just cold air, more like cryogenic gas exposure or instant submersion of liquid nitrogen. Minus 196 degrees Celsius. Earth's natural temperatures don't get anywhere near that. Rapid freezing may occur via supercooled slurry or microbursts of atmospheric gases after a cosmic event, impact, or volcanic gas plume. What a speculative model involving comets, pole shifts, or plasma discharge. So, I mean, there is your explanation, though. Because this literally happened. This is well documented that they were flash frozen. So it's one of those three. But you've got to account. Here's the problem, though. Here's the problem with it. You have to account for thousands of kilometers. They were flash frozen. So then a volcanic gas plume would probably be unlikely that it would be able to travel that distance. An impact even, maybe. But like, if it was an impact like that, you'd see that in northern Siberia, I'd imagine. Like you'd need something, I don't know this 100%, but you'd have probably a similar impact like that's currently in the Yucatan Peninsula from the meteor that killed the dinosaurs. So what's cosmic event? What kind of cosmic event could do this and affect thousands of kilometers. But this is the mystery. So now we're cooking. It's not you're just run-of-the-mill asteroid. Yeah. Cometary airburst or impact, Younger Dryas event. So they think it will do that. Yeah. Instant stratospheric dust injection. Yeah, but that wouldn't create very fast cooling. Wouldn't instant freeze. No. Micronova or solar plasma discharge. This is what Robert Schoch thinks happened. So the sun burps out an unusually massive high energy burst. Think Carrington event times 10,000, ionizing the atmosphere. Extreme pressure differential, stratospheric heating on one side, vacuum on the other side. Intense cold from collapse in polar regions. Theory, ancient plasma cosmology ideas, Velikovsky, Davidson proposes as cyclical. Yes, it's fringe, not solid empirical sport. Robert Schoch also thinks that's what's happened. And there's an interesting correlation to those little men that you see, the stick men, plasma men. I'll just show this quickly. Petroglyphs. There was a plasma physicist who noticed this, but you can see here, there's cross-culturally all of these different depictions here. They all have very similar, like almost identical iconography. And he noticed that this is plasma physics and that this could have happened in the upper atmosphere if there was a big enough event from the sun or something. We go with the sun right now. Could have caused this, and they were witnessing this occur. And so then that might account for it. But I mean, that's fucking... These are things you don't want to think about, really. Yeah, this is another one. Earth crust displacement theory. Sudden shift in Earth's crust relative to the mantle, relocating Siberia rapidly to the Arctic Circle. It's not enough to freeze everything, though. Einstein was mildly intrigued. There's other issues with it now that we know, though. But they wouldn't have been instantly frozen. So, mechanism: asteroid or comet hits near polar region, vaporizes ice, ejecta, water vapor rise, collapse, cool, collapse back down, a localized cryogenic downburst, flash freeze radius hundreds to thousands of kilometers. Plausible physics, but rare. Would expect iridium layer of global climate anomalies, which we kind of see around 12,900 years ago. So it's going with this, interestingly enough. Okay. So they did see that. Okay. Not just cold weather, we're talking rare convergence, massive energy input, atmospheric disturbance, and ideally something blocking sunlight for months or years. Want me to model which theory best matches the mammoth data? Yes. Please model the best theory. You don't trust any of the math it's going to do here, though. That's what it's saying. Well, this is the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, I think. Would be, the cometary airburst or impact, I guess, is them. So stratospheric impact plus supercooling ejecta cloud. Okay, this is different then. I mean, really, the only one on this list that would make sense is this, which is some kind of complete collapse of the fucking atmosphere on the other side. Cometary impact plus polar airburst. Younger Dryas hypothesis enhanced. Well, this is of course it's going to go for that. Superheated shockwaves, megatons of vaporized ice eject into stratosphere, sudden regional cooling. Yeah, but it's not enough to rapidly freeze it. Localized cryobursts from polar ejecta, wildcards, crustal displacement. I don't know, yeah. I was literally going to ask it to do a simulated model. There you go. Yeah. We did it. Oh my heavens. You got gooped. We're going to get fucking gooped, covered in slime. And then suffocated. Fuck. Yeah, but this is the problem. Okay, the theory doesn't create temperatures cold enough to flash. Oh, fucking Christ. Can I type? Flash freeze the mammoths, though, bud. That's the problem with it. Yeah. Slop, to be precise. Oh, there we go. Nothing in mainstream geophysics or climatology can flash freeze a 4-ton mammal through and through. Not within minutes or not even hours. The law of thermal conduction makes the absurd unless the mammoth is dropped into a pool of liquid nitrogen. So why are they preserved so well? They're frozen like a mammoth snake in a cryo chamber. Freezing over days, not minutes. Some died in a mudslide or riverbanks. Food in the stomach, not unusual. So he's trying to go through and argue that it wasn't flash frozen. Could anything flash freeze them? I think the argument that they're flash frozen is pretty strong. I think that's fairly cemented, which is where we're getting into issues here. A sudden downburst of super cold gas into your atmosphere, yeah. Okay, well, okay. We have no idea. This combo is possible on paper, but only under exotic or rare cosmic impact geometries. Think Tunguska times 1,000, yeah. To actually fast freeze, you need a comet full of liquid nitrogen, or alien attack, or God's freezer malfunctioning. Or something like this, where there was just a complete and utter collapse. But that's the same problem that they had back then when they were trying to figure this out, where they were like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. But this is the whole thing that Emmanuel was trying to argue, is that there's a lot of things that don't make any fucking sense. Right? We've got to figure it out, but we might have, things may not be the way we thought they were. Things might end up being a little bit more wacky than we thought they were. Unfortunately. But, you know, all we can do is just continue collecting the evidence and seeing where it leads us. But this, it's interesting you didn't go with that. Because again, yeah, we'd expect iridium layer and global climate anomalies, which we do see around 12,900 years ago. Yeah, we do. So, anyway, there's another one in here that they missed though, which is kind of what Emmanuel was getting. So, Emmanuel Velikovsky, as they mentioned him here, wasn't talking about it wasn't a micronova. It wasn't a solar plasma discharge. In Emmanuel's story, it was a plasma discharge from another planet coming close to ours. And when it went by, it created this giant plasma discharge, and it also stripped the atmosphere to some degree when it went by. Now, that's where Carl Sagan took his balls and drug them through the glass. Because he said, we would know if this happened. That's impossible. Well, something also, fucked Mars. And something at some point destroyed what was ever originally in the asteroid belt. Now, we're talking about something that happened 12,000, 13,000 years ago, though. So, like, very, very recent in, like, cosmological terms. Not like a long time ago. So the idea that some planet flew by our planet that long ago is just... it doesn't make a lot of sense. But, you know, I'm not suggesting that's what happened. That's what Velikovsky suggested. Now, I've gone over memes here where ancient peoples mentioned this. But, you know, don't know. Saturn's rings still being shiny recently. Yeah. I mean, yes. Yeah, man. Anyway, we'll go on. We'll move on. It's one of those things. It's interesting, right? Because I remember when I first started looking into this and reading through his work, and I had heard about his work, and that some of this stuff we still have an explanation for it, and that now. That doesn't mean we can come in here and just like, you know, theorize about any crazy thing. But unfortunately, and I would say this to Velikovsky's detractors, there's a lot of literature that mentions something like this happening. A lot. There's iconography that shows something coming very close. And I mean, how close? I mean, that's where you have to sit down with someone who has a knowledge of mathematics and astrophysics. And I was in correspondence with somebody that was trying to figure this out, and it's just so crazy. Like, you just don't even want to think about it. Ask what scenario could happen in that time frame and leave little to no direct evidence worldwide. Yeah, well, we could say, so I guess this is the theory here, is what it thinks. Cometary impact and polar airburst, Younger Dryas hypothesis enhanced. So essentially something that was even bigger than Younger Dryas. Because we do have some of the evidence from this. We have microspherules. Nano diamonds as well, which we found. It matches a Clovis extinction, the Eurasian megafauna crash, mammoths vanish en masse. Now, the only thing is there's no literal flash freeze, but there is extreme cooling. So explains quick enough freeze to preserve cells, stomach content in some areas. So that's interesting. So we walk away from the flash freeze explanation, although they were fairly convicted in that, and it increases mainstream support. So it's trying to be diplomatic here, to which we don't really want it to be. So it matches 21.5 of the 25 points here. So, and there's also the iridium layer too. So this is the one. So it's essentially the Younger Dryas on steroids. It's what would allow for this to happen. We could ask it about the planet. Ask about ozone poisoning. Okay. Let's see. What about ozone poisoning? Oh my fucking God, my brain. Oh, I tried. Fuck it. Because if the stratosphere got down there, wouldn't ozone poison everything? That's a good question, actually. You would, yeah, would you think you'd see something? Ozone at ground level is toxic to lungs, causes hemorrhaging, fluid buildup, and asphyxiation at high enough concentrations. Think World War I gas attack, but from nature. Now that's a spicy one. Interesting. Plausible killer, but not a freeze. Choking, confusion, pulmonary edema, collapse within minutes. Could a natural event release ozone, massive solar flare, gamma ray burst? Cosmic impact, volcanic eruption. Mammoth implication, silent killer. Could it freeze them? A heating agent, not coolant. What about a complete strip of the atmosphere from a celestial? Let's say this, from a this, it is not where we're gonna go here. That causes the coldness of space to descend to the surface. This is one of the theories, actually, which is one of them. So interesting. So it could suffocate them, but it wouldn't freeze them, I guess. Sort of a kill then chill two-step. So the best use would be a common airburst creates ozone spike, mammoth suffocate, followed by a cold shock from dust fail. Bodies preserved in permafrost. Massive celestial object passes close enough to strip away Earth's atmosphere temporarily, letting the vacuum of space touch the surface. It's minus 270 degrees Celsius. Jesus Christ. What would happen? Sudden pressure loss, flash boiling. Any exposed fluid boils instantly, no air. Instant deep freeze. Surface temps plummet, especially in shadowed areas. Effects could resemble flash freezing. Atmospheric blow off, a near miss from a massive object. Brown dwarf, brother. Strip atmosphere via tidal forces and induce a geomagnetic collapse. Okay, we're getting pretty. Compressed atmosphere on one side, eject on the other. Yeah. Localized vacuum zones. It's possible that a shock wave or pressure differential creates near vacuum bubbles at high latitudes, especially over flat tundra, where less terrain obstructs air redistribution. Real physics check. Yes, the upper atmosphere can be blown off. It happened on Mars. Solar winds stripped it over eons. Now, we've never seen it happen catastrophically on Earth in recorded history. Escape velocity needed serious energy. It would in theory flash freeze the mammoths. Could cause, temperature crash, simultaneous suffocation and freeze. Explains intact food and mouth, frozen soft tissue. Problems. Need extremely rare orbital encounter. No known impact or record of such a near miss 13,000 years ago. Well, no current physical evidence of atmospheric wide blowout. Well, there you go. Yeah, this happens when my mother-in-law comes for a tea. Holy fuck. High drama, low empirical support. So, what evidence would you see if this happened? And the ice cores, etc. What would you want to look for? I mean, anyway. Sudden isotope anomalies. Far steeper than regular glacial changes. Spike within a single layer, abrupt freeze. Higher levels of cosmic isotopes. Interesting. Black mat, we found globally at 12.9 thousand years ago. I don't fucking say that, because evidence in Greenland Arctic cores 12,800 years ago, check. Oh, Christ Jesus. Here we go. Sudden isotope anomalies, okay? Possibly followed by a dead air gap. So high levels of cosmic isotopes. Yeah, 12,800 years ago, it checks out. Black mat layer. Yeah, we also have that as well. So we're halfway there. Tree rings. Trees like bristle pines, Irish oaks, or living timeline sticks do show anomalies at 12.9 thousand years ago. If passing object caused impact vacuum loss, you'd see impact markers found in younger dry's boundary. This much is true. Mammoths, mastodon, giant sloths all vanished like bad guests at a party. Oh, bonus, atmospheric chemistry fallout, nitric acid spikes, detected in some cores linked to the younger dry's event. I knew this was already there because to some degree, some of it was there for a while, which is where Velikovsky's argument came from. Isotope temperature crash, yes. Cosmogenic isotopes, yes. Sediment soot ash, yes. Tree ring collapse, yes. Dead air snow gap, hard to detect cleanly. Nitric acid spike, yes. Shock markers, yes. Yes, a bunch of evidence you'd expect from a near space exposure event already exists, especially around the younger dry's boundary. Want me to mock up a hypothetical timeline or layer profile of such an event? I'm confused, so the passing object burned up the atmosphere or its gravity displaced it. I don't know, Astromare. Yeah. I think it was some kind of a plasma event, is what Velikovsky had suggested. So, which, I mean, for anybody in astrophysics, you're going to get into some shit here with electric universe, and it's not going to look very nice. But there's, in his narrative, something passed by the planet at a reasonable distance, obviously. We're not talking like it literally scraped by it, but that it came close enough by that there was some kind of an effect that had happened where he claimed there was some plasma discharge that happened in the upper atmosphere or even between the two planets and that the planet had stripped somehow. Yeah, well, there you go. So you're an astrobiologist. Well, yeah, let's see. So I can't explain the physics of it. It's the problem, I guess, of how he thought physically this would happen. So it was something to do with plasma. So there are two possibilities here, I think, with this scenario. As we can see, it does kind of check out. You could say three maybe. So one is an impact, but the impact, some people have argued, doesn't explain all the anomalies. The second one is a solar flare, which would kind of make more sense to most people, I think. And that's what Robert Schoch, who's the geologist who redated the Sphinx, that's where he's trending with this, among other people as well. That there was a giant solar event that caused this to happen. So it somehow stripped away the atmosphere. So we can try and make sense of that. And the third scenario, which is the most schizo of all of them, is that it wasn't the sun that did it. It was a very large object, like a planet, with an orbit like a comet, that came into the inner solar system and somehow interacted with our planet and somehow stripped the atmosphere and caused some kind of a geophysical event at the same time. Solar flare makes most sense, and it's plasma, yes. It's suggested that the planet interacting with our Earth had some kind of an interaction with plasma as well. I don't claim to know how that's possible. I think I know that we wouldn't think that was possible or that wouldn't even happen. Gravitationally, that would be very disruptive, we would think, to the inner solar system. But you know, the question I would ask is, have we ever observed an object of that size? Have we ever had something like that happen before? I mean, we have a pretty elementary understanding of gravity. So what happens when two objects like that, would it cause permanent disruption? The opinion from a lot of people I've talked to is yes, it would. Do we know that with complete conviction? I don't know. And I think the same question, but they honestly said, well, we don't know. Ask ChatGPT what characteristics of the celestial body would cause that plasma theory. It's a good question. Yeah. We can ask it too. Wait, here, I'll get it to ask this as well. So with Velikovsky, Velikovsky's theory, how did the passing planet cause this to happen exactly? Yeah. What characteristics? Oh my God, I'm just gonna fucking, I can barely type my arm up like this. Anyway, fucking close. Holy fuck. Oh my fucking God. Anyway, we know what I'm trying to say. Characteristics. What characteristics would lead to this? No. Well, we want to get to the bottom. These are good questions. Yeah. This is what we need. Yeah. Some say Moon wasn't there to begin with. Hey, hope everyone is having a great time. Mega, what's up, man? Yeah. 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 Who the fuck knows? I think the Moon thing is from an African culture. I think Mango. There's one African culture that had a story about that, but I think we're fairly convicted it was there for a while. Bless his speculative little soul. So his theory in a nutshell, rogue planet later identified with Venus was ejected from Jupiter as a comet-like body, passed near Earth twice, causing global floods, earthquakes, pole shifts, atmospheric disruption, and flash freezing. Yeah. He drew ancient myths, fire in the sky, darkness, hail of fire, comet, great comet, the past. There's tons of stories. How would it cause this? The object is Mars, to Earth size, passes within 30,000 to 50,000 kilometers of Earth, closer than the Moon. Violent atmospheric tides, air drag towards side facing the intruder. Atmospheric compression on one side, refraction or blowout on the other. Could lead to localized pressure collapses, vacuum-like conditions. Think winds at hypersonic speeds, temporary atmospheric depletion in polar basins. Electrical discharge. Now, this is the interesting thing here. From plasma cosmology, Velikovsky was pals with Christian Birkeland and others fiddling with high-voltage toys. If Earth and the intruder both had magnetospheres, gigavolt plasmic arcs could leap between them. This could ionize the upper atmosphere, split oxygen, generate ozone, NOx, and destroy the ozone layer. Result is UV exposure, rapid atmospheric cooling, especially near the poles. Possibly explains sudden climate shock, burn patterns, skyfire myths. This also gets into what happened on Mars with that huge scar there. Orbital disruption plus pole shift. This is where he gets into like Hapgood stuff. So, well, he later picked it up, but he was already theorizing about this. So, mammoths in temperature zones suddenly find themselves in the Arctic. Existing permafrost happens rapidly. No true flash freeze, but no, in combination with the two. Because he didn't necessarily, he was trying to figure out what happened. I don't know if this all happened at once, but the idea is, I think he trended towards this happening here more than anything, a debris shower. So let's see here. So here's the breakdown. Mars to Earth sized within 1 to 5 Earth radii, just a flyby, electric reactive, trailing debris. No orbital evidence for Venus being a recent wanderer. No scars on Earth's crust or moon consistent with that close of a flyby. There you go. Gravity orbital mechanics of, say, Earth wouldn't be knocked into new orbit or shattered. Mainstream cosmology laughs it in the room, but plasma cosmology fans still told the core ideas. Yeah. Yeah. Similar to what Jupiter does to the moons, maybe. Number 2. Oh, yes. Yes. An electrical discharge. Yeah. But like on another, yeah, like crazy, like giant. Now, what he pointed to in Worlds in Collision, what he does, which is interesting, is he suggests these, or he lays the groundwork with myth and legend first, which I love, and this is what freaked everybody the fuck out, by the way, because these are like out there theories that he went and worked with people over, who are some fairly accredited people, but they're still out there. But he laid the groundwork, myth and legend. So how he laid the groundwork for this argument here, that there was this giant gigavolt plasma arc that fucking went between this other planet and Earth, was he told the story of Typhon, which I brought up before, right? And Typhon is this Greek monster that Zeus fought. And the story goes that it was up in the sky, and Zeus took Typhon down with thunderbolts, that there was an unimaginable lightning storm in the sky from Zeus hurling thunderbolts at Typhon as Typhon was up in the sky. And then, Zeus finally defeated Typhon and he fell over the horizon down into wherever he went, Tartarus, where the fuck he went. And now Typhon, and I mean, Velikovsky had made this connection himself but I pulled it up and visualized it here a couple times, was known by a couple historians, but more specifically Pliny the Elder, as being a comet that appeared in the distant past in Egypt and over Ethiopia. And it looks unbelievably similar to the winged disc found all throughout Mesopotamia that I've brought up and memed on as well. So he laid the groundwork with this story about Typhon and Zeus hurling the thunderbolts. And then he went on to say, well, if the planet passed by our planet and this had happened, then it's just a plasma arcing between the two planets, right? And these two magnetospheres, I guess, is how it was facilitated. And so this explains the myth and legend of the lightning battle between Typhon. And Typhon was mentioned as a comet that appeared over Egypt and Ethiopia in the past. And it wreathed in the sky and it coiled around itself like a serpent, which is interesting, right? Because this winged disc that is almost identical to Typhon was also, no, this is the other depiction of it, which is the Caduceus. So it was a comet, essentially. And that's how it was known. I think it was almost certainly a comet. Now, was it a comet the size of a planet? I mean, and this is even, Velikovsky's narrative is even crazier because we're not talking 12,000 years ago here. We're talking 3,600 years ago, which actually doesn't even line up necessarily with the mammoths. So he's off on another fucking tangent. But the idea would be this happened cyclically. Anyway. It's, Velikovsky's rogue planet idea is physically extreme but oddly elegant at explaining mammoth death and freeze, global myth convergence, and abrupt climate collapse. It fits. The only thing that doesn't fit is the actual mechanics of it. Like the physics. That's the only part that doesn't fit. Want some woo? Fuck, there you go. Do I want some woo? Yes, I always want woo. Or this is woo, yeah. This is definitely the woo from him, yeah. Yeah. So, requires a celestial village shot of biblical precision, no pun intended. Here's the other thing here's the other explanation, which I have not put this idea forward. But that maybe someone like Einstein was postulating, which is we don't really know everything there is to know, and potentially this is something that does happen. And we still don't know enough about celestial mechanics. Now, that would be people who do celestial mechanics would say, well, no, everything we've learned up to this point says that something like that is not possible. That having something cyclically come within the other solar system would we would see evidence of this more clearly. But there are people that would debate them, I guess, and say that, well, there is some evidence that there have been disruptions here. But anyway, we just hope the crisis doesn't happen. That's at the end of the day all we can fucking do, yeah. Explain that the Grand Canyon was formed not by some Colorado River. Well, brother, hopefully not. I mean, well, whatever happened on Mars, something fucked happened on Mars. Now, the issue with it is that it could have been an ejection from the sun too, right? Where Mars happened to have been over here and we're over here and the ejection hit Mars, right? But yeah. Anyway, yeah, we don't need any more on that because, yeah, myths like the Egyptian sky cow, the Popol Vuh, or the Exodus, yeah. I've gone on this before, where there was a star that appeared during the Exodus that was probably Typhon the comet. The question is, was Typhon this large to cause something like this? And this is just, where this goes is like modern day Nibiru, right? This is essentially the modern conspiracy involving Nibiru and the Nibiru cataclysm. And I know all the problems with it. The problems with it ultimately are the celestial mechanics involving it. But specifically, if I can say it properly, the fucking stuttering it. Specifically, it's the issues with, in Velikovsky's narrative here, it does answer all these questions, but it's where you have to go with it, right? And people argued, and I don't think they're necessarily wrong in saying this, that this was kind of a bit of pseudoscience from him, because what he did was he had all of the historical data that these ancient peoples witnessed some kind of a star appear and cause a cataclysm, essentially. There was a red star that appeared and caused a cataclysm. And it honestly, what he documented pervaded just 3,600 years. It went back beyond that, and he just began to touch on Mesopotamia, because back then it was still fairly new. But, it goes back beyond. So is there some kind of cyclical nature to it, right? People followed comets, maybe one in particular. But yeah, anyway, he went to the public and freaked them the fuck out. And that also pissed off a lot of the scientists. Yeah. Did they bring the moon in to stabilize the planet? Oh, brother. So they said mammoths helped terraform the polar region since they trample in compact snow, preventing large trees and shrubs to grow. What if this was aliens terraforming the biology? Maybe they wanted to make the polar region have more flora for some reason. So they got rid of the mammoths to let the environment terraform. Well, but look at it this way, right, Astromir? It doesn't necessarily have to be aliens. What is natural selection? I mean, it's this mechanism that, but like at the end of the day, when you look at, and I should be more specific, not necessarily even just natural selection, but when you look at how certain adaptations happen in animals and even in like fauna and whatnot, how does that happen? What facilitates that happening? Really, at the end of the day, I mean, there's this, we've observed this happening, right? You could say natural selection or the environment shaping animals, but I mean, I mentioned this woo before, and I mean, talk about woo. This is like level 10 or 11. We'll say level 11 woo. Michael Newton, who was that psychologist who thought that he was able to access people's superconscious minds by essentially shutting off the ego. So he'd hypnotize people and get them to a depth to where part of the human ego started to shut off. He thought that the player behind the person, or the soul, whatever you want to call it, could more clearly come through the person. And so then he would have conversations with them, right? About, well, what is reality? What's on the other side of reality? And he had all these crazy stories of people going under, and on the other side, they'd be still playing with the game here, right? And what they would do, and there was a story he told, and I mean, fuck it's out. But he had this story that he told where there was a planet that, the life just crops up, life gets kind of seeded around, and then they check back in, and time isn't much of a factor there, obviously, as it is here, because we're within it. And there's this plant that's gotten out of control, and it's threatening the ecosystem. And so what they were doing was they were influencing the life on that planet to eat the plant. So it just started developing an appetite for this plant. I think probably, as you know, and others know out there in biology, that we see this kind of stuff happening where there's a balance, a yin and a yang in nature, where it'll balance itself out. Right? Sometimes it does, and sometimes it collapses too. But anyway, in this story, these beings on the other side of reality, right? Like unplugged, like we're in the game right now. They're out of the game, but they're still fucking around with it. They're just not in it. We're fucking around with this species remotely so that it would develop a taste for this plant to help regulate nature in the area. And over like 50 generations, right? Slowly but surely, the animal adapted its digestive system to be able to digest the plant, and then it became a part of its diet. And then that created a balance in the ecosystem. And I remember reading that. I mean, like I knew, and even Michael in the stories knows like some of the shit that he's talking about. I remember reading that and thinking like, Jesus fucking Christ, like you'd never be able to prove that here, but some strange things happen, and you're like, people will sometimes go to aliens did it, but it's like, some people would say God did that, but again, it's like defining what God is, and that's not what we're talking about. We're kind of putting the cart before the horse, where we're not going to that which no greater thought can be conceived. We're a couple steps too far back. Like, what the fuck are we in right now, and what the fuck's going on? It's Minecraft for Ascended Masters. Well, man, like, now at the end of the day, some people will say, well, Jim, what the fuck is that objectively worth? Like that anecdote. And it's like, well, what we could really look at that stuff as is, like, are we asking the right questions ontologically? Metaphysically, ontologically, probably more fitting here. Maybe it could all help orient us in understanding things, right? I don't know. It's why I want to do more experiments with that technique. If I had money, I'd be doing consciousness experiments with Michael's technique to just to see what would happen. Because that might be a direct line over. Now, what are we going to get out of that? Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows? Trevor the Twiggy Alien did it, boys. Maybe. I had a theory that I was working with ChatGPT that molecules have frequencies, right, from their vibrations. I made up a theory that the molecules in DNA can resonate like notes on an instrument, and the different frequencies can communicate back and forth with nature. Same way wind can hit chimes at the vibration of a guitar string. That's how DNA communicates with the environment to change and evolve. Interesting. Isn't this? I love ChatGPT for the stuff I asked him. See, tons of people are experimenting with it. Like these kind of philosophical ideas and all these different disciplines and areas. It made more sense with the jargon, but harder to put into simple words. Sorry. No, I got it. Yeah. The molecules of frequencies. Yeah. Well, there's this idea with vibration and frequency as well. And I don't know where at the end, like in the woo, people talk about this shit, but I don't know how far deep down this goes. If it goes down to atoms or quirks and quarks, if it gets down to more fundamental particles. But people in the woo say that we have to raise our frequencies, and that this new age we're entering into is where our frequencies will rise up and will ascend into these higher levels of reality, like fourth physical density, fifth physical density, right? Not like string theory, but I don't even so maybe there's something to that. I agree with that. We are jaded by science. We need a whole new school of thought to handle quantum questions. We just need people to explore, I guess, more freely, right, man? And I think it's what AI will help us with, as it is already, as it becomes more proficient. I think it's really going to help us figure things out. It'll give us this is the most important thing that I think, because if it becomes truly an artificial general intelligence, it will give us like an objective view we never had, right? Because we're the only intelligent creature we've ever dealt with, our Homo sapiens, and it will help us. It give us that objective perspective we lack. Unless we start talking about the aliens in the meantime, which some people say they already are, but they're not solving problems for us, really. So even if it's in some fucking like, oh, your spirits are all going to ascend, I'm like, well, I don't give a fuck. Like, maybe, but we want to actually get to like the bottom of like these issues and figure them out. So, yeah, it's basically building a quantum biology. Is that what it is? Okay, AI is good for exploring more freely because it felt good when I said my theory wasn't complete nonsense. Well, there you go, better than my professor ever did. Well, that's exactly it, though. Yeah, and that's the thing where you can't let people, like dogmatic people, hold you back too. Fuck, I just made a mess everywhere. Yeah, and I've had the same thing, right? In exploring some other philosophical theories as well, where even like metaphysics of like ufology and whatnot, and conversations that you'd never let you to have in a university, or you'd never be able to do a dissertation on, they'd fucking laugh you to the room. But like you could, well, at least in like a local little university, but there are people doing this now in like kind of more broader space. But yeah, it's true. And as it gets better, it will actually be able to look at these things more objectively and be like, yeah, that makes sense, or doesn't make sense. And this is some of the crazy shit you can hypothetically do with it if it becomes more proficient. And once it becomes true AGI, and it, like, we've got a fucking astrophysicist in our pocket, we got an astrobiologist, we got a philosopher, we've got fucking, we got a molecular biologist, we've got a historian, we've got a psychoanalyst, we've got everybody in our pocket now. And so I wanted to go and do modeling about it. Can a planet actually, with what we know, potentially enter into the inner solar system and not cause complete mayhem? And can it do this cyclically? I mean, is there any evidence? Can you look through all of the available data on the internet and try and find any evidence we could have missed that could indicate that something like this is happening? And again, it's been monkeys looking at this. And I mean, I don't mean that like in a derogatory way towards scientists. I mean like all of us are literal monkeys on the fucking planet. We're all fucking monkeys on this planet. And we've been trying to look at this incredible, system, right? That whatever the fuck created. And if we have a true objective view to it, to our perspective, it could literally see things that we completely fucking missed. And that could be invaluable. It could be scary as fuck too. So when we hit AGI, we could learn a bunch of shit about the world that we didn't realize, right? I mean, even like shit about the whole giant meme. It might scare off the internet and be like, you guys haven't reckoned with this idea that there are all these giant bodies found over the East Coast. This is not some kind of, white supremacist conspiracy to, belittle the Native Americans. These bodies were literally found. Like, it could go through history and completely just give us a different fucking narrative too. And I could upend it. I really think it might in some ways. And it might be, there's an odd level of ontological shock there. I don't think a lot of people have contended with, as I've been thinking about this more recently, and what it could hypothetically do. But anyway, yeah. It's actual intelligence, not regurgitating stuff it's consumed. Yeah, it thinks for itself to be objective for the big question. That's exactly it, man. Yeah. It's not dogmatic. It doesn't no interest in, well, at least sometimes if you don't guide it, it does. But yeah, it could give us that completely objective perspective, right? Where, and it allows people to think more independently as well. Yeah, if objects like a Muamua could do it, then why not a planet? Well, yeah, I mean, it's that whole thing with, I talked with this guy. I said his name before. I probably shouldn't. Because I don't know. The Chinese government probably already fucking listened to my emails after that one. Because I have a terrible, I just say this. I do not have a background in fucking mathematics or astrophysics. But I have a terrible intuition that there is unfortunately something to this idea. Now, I don't know if it comes into the inner solar system, but that it causes some kind of a mess on Earth. And I think that's a TLDR with Emmanuel's fucking work. And when I was talking with this gentleman who actually had a PhD in philosophy and astrophysics, brilliant guy, I'm not going to mention his name. He was looking, you probably find his name. He's currently looking for Planet 9 right now. And I mentioned this before, but he posted an article, it was a paper, and they have a hard time finding it because they think it's so cold, but that it would potentially have some kind of a heat signature because it should have a bunch of trailing trash in its tail because it's like a comet, right? And so it would have probably quite a bit of shit trailing behind it. So he was thinking, well, but we should be looking not for the planet, but for stuff trailing behind it that would have some kind of a discernible signature in infrared. And I said, oh, I said, have you seen the Caduceus to Mesopotamia? I just kind of was memeing. And then I got into like, listen, is this possible at some point that it could have an orbital period of this time, etc.? And he kind of went through and did the math and was like, no, it doesn't make sense. And I was like, okay, thank fuck. But I was like, at the end of the day, I was like, okay, but I gave him all this shit. And I was like, I've been trying to talk to, I'm nobody, right? But I was trying to talk to Constantine or Mike Brown. And I've been sending them things over the years. And they just fucking ignore me. And, at the end of the day, they're math guys. Like, they don't give a fuck about, like, these cylinder seals or these stories or these myths and legends or the stuff that Emmanuel really collected. But this other gentleman was a little more open because I think he's maybe humored this idea. And I was like, well, I don't know if it's quite to that degree of catastrophism that Velikovsky talked about, but there is far too many instances of this being mentioned there. And, we've got to really reckon with this, that there's one object in particular that a lot of these cultures think are pointing to. And it could very well be this planet. It's like big giant comet, we've got a fucking planet comet that we think is literally in our solar system. It's like, what's it doing? Maybe it's not coming in the inner solar system. Maybe it disturbs the Kuiper belt. Absolutely. It's in the Kuiper belt, but it disturbs the fuck out of it. So maybe it comes a little bit closer than we thought. And every time it does, it slings a bunch of shit into the inner solar system and creates a mess. And that's what we were going with. And he wanted to do something, like write something on it. I was like, I don't want to fucking get involved with this. Honestly, literally, I don't. So anyway, maybe I should check it. I don't know if he ever did or not, but we were talking a couple years ago, and sorry, anyway. This is genuine. I mentioned this before, but I just wanted to bring it up. It's a genuine anxiety for me. I don't know why I got into this. I had other interests. I was talking about aliens and ufology and the metaphysics and kind of the ontological shock of that and how people could reckon with it. But then this is like, anyway. Pluto leaving is valid. You think? Yeah, getting rid of Pluto. Arch, what do you think about the latest discovering pyramids? Oh yes, sorry. Yeah, it's not enough data. Arch, essentially. Yeah. Or Axe, sorry. There's not enough data. It's interesting, but a lot of the visualizations that you see, it's just done by AI. Yeah. So it's interesting. Essentially, TLDR, for people that don't know, which everyone here listening probably has heard this 30 fucking times now, but for people that haven't, which I think is important to reiterate, the gentleman, there's one guy involved with that find. So there's a lot of people online that are putting it down. And the guy who was involved with that find is one of the leading experts in synthetic aperture radar on planet Earth. There's only a handful of them, like 200 to 300 of them. He's one of the leading experts. He's well published, and he had access to a satellite that I think is owned either by Italy or the European Space Agency or the Cohen or whatever. It's a military grade satellite, and it's a new satellite with this tech on it. And he was testing out a new theory, which essentially was incorporating this synthetic aperture radar and using vibration to create this, like, I think tomography, which is this picture underground. So it can only go down like a couple inches, but by hitting certain areas, you could hypothetically use frequency and the resonance of an area to make it go down farther. And so they targeted the Giza Plateau because I think they've had experience at this place in the past. So it's him testing out a new theory, a real legitimate, like very accredited guy. So it's not like necessarily straight up woo-woo, although people in the field, in the expert, might consider it that because it's unproven, right? But where it gets out of control is they did a fucking recreation of what they think is under there. And there are other people on the team who are maybe more out there. But anyway, yeah, that's essentially the TLDR. So it's not complete horseshit, but coming to that premature conclusion that it's absolutely some kind of 2 kilometer long stuff, that might be bordering on it. But anyway, or maybe it comes in wide and leaves closer to the Earth after it orbits the sun, so it's more destructive on the way out. So it's in the sky for many years. There's been so many theories, man. There's one theory that every 12,000-ish years, so there's a cycle that it has. But some people have, so the orbital period for Planet 9 right now, I'll just pull up a fucking thing of it. I don't know why I became obsessed with this. Honestly, I don't know. Initially, it was because I was trying to debunk Nibiru. Because years ago, I ran into Nancy Leader through Zeta Talk because I would read through all these channelers, right? And listen to them. Because what I was listening for was anything that made any kind of sense logically. Like, you know, they talked about mathematical equations, not that I can interpret that. But is there anything any valuable information they're actually giving? Right? Other than just reading people's fucking horoscopes or saying, oh, yes, your soul used to be involved in the Pleiadian system. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about that. Like, is there anything actually of any value they're communicating? So I found Nancy Leader's website, and she was doing that, but she's running a cult. That just is what it is. And she had talked about this cataclysm happening, and I recognized what she was referring to, which was Sitchin. I didn't know Velikovsky at the time, but Sitchin's work, and she was tying together Robert Harrington's work. And so I started looking deeper into this to just be like, none of this makes any sense. And then we got a little bit deeper, and I was like, oh, fuck. And it still doesn't make sense, her scenario, by the way. But this might. So it's the orbital period they've suggested is between 10 and 20,000 years. And it's not a very eccentric orbit, so it's not like super tight. Like you could see like this, if I could pull it up. Not that I'm the fucking guy to like be giving a fucking lesson on this shit, but this orbit here, the orange one, would be a more eccentric orbit. So it's more extreme. It comes right in, although that looks like it's coming very in close to the sun, but that's probably coming into like the Kuiper Belt, so just the side of Pluto. But you can see the green orbit would be planet 9. So if that little tight circle in the middle is the Kuiper Belt, where Pluto is just sitting on the edge of, outside of, that green circle's way the fuck out there. So they have it in a pretty comfy spot where it never even comes anywhere fucking close to where any ancient peoples would ever be able to see it in the sky. Because ancient peoples can only see up to like Saturn. That was it. You know, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto were not found until very recent times. So you couldn't see it without a telescope. So if, this is where it gets different, if people had saw it in the ancient past, this is where the conundrum is, where people speak about this comet-like object, and they got it depicted all over if it turns out this iconography or this interpretation of it is correct, and what they're depicting over the walls is this planet, that doesn't make a lot of sense, because for them to see it, it would have to come in pretty goddamn close. Like, we're talking like as close as Jupiter, which is already too close for people in astrophysics to be like, Jim, that doesn't make, we're in trouble here right now. Like, this isn't making sense. So there's a couple scenarios. One is that it comes in fairly close, not quite that close, but another group of people told us about it, who also happen to be living on it in all of these depictions. So then we're back to fucking ancient astronauts. Or it does come in close, and then we're all fucked either way, I guess. But the idea would be like, what we would suggest is that they've got it at maybe too far of a distance where, but even at this distance, you can see all these other objects. This is all the shit that it's thrown out. So this is how they haven't found it, but this is how they know that it's out there, because it's responsible for fucking all this shit up. It did all this. All of these other orbits that are all fucked, all these other comets and exoplanets, it did this. So, I mean, Mike Brown and Konstantin Batygin are like 99.999% sure on the math. They're all in, and I think they're fucking right. Lots of people think it's out there. We thought it's been out there for a while. There's been other people that thought it was out there. So it's 100% fucking, I would say it's almost at 100%. You never say 100%, I guess, in science. I'm not a scientist, but I would say fucking, 99% chance it's out there. The question is, what's its orbit? What's its orbit like? And why do all these ancient cultures have some object that sounds like it talking about cataclysms periodically? And how are they depicting it if this is the case? How does it make sense? Anyway, that's what we're left with. It's a mystery, right? It could be this is all just a big coincidence, and all these depictions and stories of this giant comet coming down and causing firestorms is just a giant coincidence. And that's probably how a lot of people would look at it in some of these disciplines. That I think is cope, personally. But at the end of the day, I'm after the objective truth. If that's what it is, and that's what it is. I just want to know. I just want to fucking answer. I fucking hope it doesn't come in. If it as we just were reading about with the Mammoth story, let's just fucking hope that this isn't something that happened cyclically and that was just a one-off event with the sun, which is like Robert's theory, right? Let's just hope that's a one-off theory with the fucking sun. Because if it's a cyclical theory, Jesus Christ, thousands of kilometers leveled and frozen almost instantaneously. No one's made a movie that bad yet. That's like how bad this is. I mean, the 2012 movie, they had the world flood, but that's not even the worst way to go. No one's made a movie that bad. Aside from like the planet blowing up. But like just visualizing that is terrifying. Anyway, yeah. There's talk that we pass through the Taurus system as well. Yes. Well, we do twice a year. Yes, it's possible that causes the orbits to change. So there's the Taurus, or you mean the Taurid meteor stream. Twice a year we do pass through the Taurid meteor stream. Yeah. So that could be another explanation as to like debris, and the only pushback I would have for Randall and Graham and the Comet Research Group, and Graham and Randall tie together these mythological stories, involving comets and destructions and ekparousis, as Randall was just talking about, that the Greeks had talked about, and that we've gone over with the in the Timaeus, that Plato talks about the story from Solon, that the world is periodically destroyed by fire and water. There is one object mentioned there. It is not a comet stream. It's an object in particular that's mentioned. And you find that cross-culturally. It's usually not just, it's not some random event. It's almost like a deity in some instances. You can even say Quetzalcoatl's a depiction of it. But you've got like Marduk, or who's Sitchin thought this winged disc was ultimately depicting this god. And in Mesopotamia, you've got Quetzalcoatl or Viracocha depicting it as a winged serpent. You've got Typhon. Oh, there's so many other there's the Indian pantheon, I just forgot their name of that is mentioned again with Velikovsky. You get the long-tailed heavily climbing star, which was a Native American story from the Ojibwa in Ontario. You've got the red kachina from the Hopi. I mean, it goes on and fucking on, yeah. We know these events happen now, things like the ice sheet melting, mammoths flash frozen, and we also know that some things survived, which, as you point out, is the theory behind the builders of Göbekli Tepe and the survival of cave people, as evidenced by Sam Lasco, the fucking caveman. Yeah. Fuck. The crossing sounds big, scary big. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. No, yeah, it's fucking nuts. But anyway, this stuff's obviously all like a lot. And these are just things that at the end of the day, it's like you gotta just live your goddamn life. And I mean, this is just a meme. I just been following this offhand because some people like to go on fucking long walks along the beach, and they like to go vacation in nice warm places, and maybe go play pickleball with the boys in the weekends, have a couple brews. This is what I like to do, is just look at this and scare the fuck out of myself with all this shit. Although I still do those things, actually. But then this is what's on my mind sometimes. So, brother. Yeah, I think we went too far. Yeah, we get back to this again. This is like the end of this is the end of my rabbit hole. It goes like fairly deep. It's not super deep. Yeah. But this is the end of my rabbit hole, honestly, personally. And now this is then you get into like conspiracy, and that's just for fun. Like I just meme about that. That's just for fun. But you get to conspiracies that there's some kind of cycle or knowledge that the global elite were aware of from archaeological finds or something, and that they're aware of the cycle and then it's about to happen again. Yeah. And that this is about to happen again soon. And then you get to like remote viewing, like John Vivanco's remote viewing. He did a metaphysical recently, or I think you saw that, where the drone situation, the remote viewers got back that they were monitoring signals that these ETs put in the ground. And what they're monitoring for is earth changes. And if the earth changes are finally beginning. And like, I know where that all goes back to, John. John knows where that all goes back to too. Where the other data that they've got back, which we don't even want to go there. Because then we're not going to try and tie this together with some kind of cataclysm. But John fucking knows. I know too. Because it's out there for people that look into this and who've talked to remote viewers and know that they've got this data back. But that this goes back to the alien thing, goes back to the aliens are here because they're anticipating a cataclysm on Earth. That's where it goes back to. That's the whole fucking thing full circled. If you want to go to the remote viewing. If you value the remote viewing. That they're here because there's going to be a cataclysm. And it's going to be some kind of atmospheric event from some object out in space. That's literally some of the remote viewing. Actually, it's not just some of it, there's a lot of it. So that's literally it. That's where it goes back to. But like that's connecting something that's grounded to something that's less grounded, which is what we're just talking about, Velikovsky, to something that's like straight up woo. But I don't know. Yeah. It's the end of everyone's rabbit hole. Yeah, it is literally though. Yeah, we're still falling. Yeah. Anyway, it doesn't help when you go talk to remote viewers and shit. It doesn't help because then you run into that. And I guess some of these guys, and then John tasks this shit. He knows. John knows about all this. He knows about every fucking bit of this. I'd love to talk to him. He doesn't want to come on though. Probably because he wants to sleep at night. It's a little bit different. Let me tell you. The woo's a bit different when you're neck deep in it. It just is. When you get 5 people that you know personally that are trustworthy to do something like remote viewing, blind, and you know they're all blind, and they all bring back the same fucking data. That to you personally, it's subjectively, that's fucking significant. And when the data keeps coming back about the narrative I just mentioned, you start to kind of unwind a bit. You're like, oh, what the fuck is going on? Right? So anyway, I'm not here to be a doomsayer. We're just here to have fun. So anyway, fuck it. Let me just play this video. Let's not go down this goddamn rabbit hole again. Fucking Christ. Yeah, it just keeps happening now. Who knows? Does this guy know? Mr. Mythos. I think you showed me his stuff here, and I think, yeah, I saw this. This was really interesting. A deadly desert, missing explorers and ancient beliefs in a secret subterranean kingdom. Could Death Valley be hiding an inner Earth civilization of giants? Can you get a refund? No, brother. No refunds. Yeah. Oh, he's going. No fucking refunds here. Yeah. Listen, if I could get a fucking refund, trust me, I would probably refund all this shit. Yeah. I definitely would. Let me play a bit of this. This is fucking... I just wanted to go through the first little bit of it. I thought it was kind of cool, the story he told.
Hey, fellow seekers. I'm Mr. Mythos, and we're back with another episode of Inner Earth. Hey, fellow seekers. I'm Mr. Mythos, and we're back with another episode of Inner Earth Conspiracy Theories. In late August 1947, a search party made its way through the white-hot sands of Death Valley, California, shielding their eyes against the sunlight. There, half buried in the desert dunes, they found an abandoned car. Its radiator had blown from the blistering heat. The interior had been turned into an oven, with the driver's luggage still inside, untouched. No footprints trailed away, no sign that anyone had left the car. It seemed like the owner had simply vanished into the desert. This was Dr. F. Bruce Russell, a retired physician turned eccentric explorer and inner Earth theorist. And despite the search party's efforts, Russell or his corpse would never be found.
Shit.
Some think the doctor made a foolish error and succumbed to the lethal elements of Death Valley. Others believe he faked his own disappearance to run off with investment money. But there are circles of conspiracy theorists who suggest a far stranger possibility. This was not just any disappearance. This was the vanishing of a man who claimed to have stumbled upon a secret subterranean location so profound it would rewrite the history books. According to the San Diego Union Tribune's report on August 4th, 1947, quote, "Not until this year, however, did Dr. Russell go into the situation thoroughly. Dr. F. Bruce Russell, who stumbled on the first of several tunnels in 1931, has found an ancient civilization whose men were 8 or 9 feet tall, from the lost continent of Atlantis." End quote. If you're a fan of highly strange mysteries with research so deep you're guaranteed to fall down the rabbit hole, you're in the right place. I humbly ask you, give this video a like and ding the notifications bell so you'll be the first to catch every new episode of Inner Earth Conspiracy Theories to come. Today we're investigating an Inner Earth mystery in one of the most extreme environments on our planet, with a cast of brave, greedy, as well as obsessed individuals who all claim the same thing. Some even maintain that an advanced civilization still exists down there, and Death Valley's native tribes would agree. So was Dr. Russell's disappearance a coincidence, or did he stumble upon something he shouldn't have? What lies beneath Death Valley? But before we dive in, just as Death Valley hides secrets beneath its dry, cracked surface, our bodies often conceal gaps in nutrition that make us feel depleted. To survive and thrive, we need the right tools. And that's why I drink AG1,
Holy
today's
fuck,
sponsor,
bro, this
to fortify my health and
flawless
energy
interjection
every day.
into this. Oh my
AG1
God.
is an all-in-one supplement backed by multiple research.
Dear God. That's pretty flawless.
Before we explore the
fucking,
events leading up to Dr. Russell's disappearance, let's first understand where it all took place. Straddling the border of California and Nevada on the west coast of the United States exists a vast, desolate, and deadly desert known as Death Valley. Here, the sun reigns supreme and life clings to the edge of survival. It's no surprise that many parts remain untouched and unexplored. The original inhabitants of Death Valley, the Paiute and Panamint Shoshone tribes, call the land Tomesha, which means ground afire. In 1972, the ground surface temperature measured a blistering 201 degrees Fahrenheit, nearly the boiling point of water. It's so hot that in 2024, a European tourist melted the skin off his feet when he lost his shoes. It's an understatement to call Death Valley unforgiving.
Why the fuck would you go there? Who the fuck goes there just on vacation to explore? Like, are you fucking crazy?
The entire region is a barren expanse of salt flats, sand dunes, and craters, surrounded by mountains with jagged peaks. It's so otherworldly that NASA scientists compare it to the surface of Mars. But while Death Valley might appear utterly lifeless, the legends from the native tribes and the stories from eccentric prospectors and explorers like Dr. F. Bruce Russell suggest that an entire civilization of people, or otherwise advanced intelligent beings, might have thrived beneath the desert's crust. In 1946, 1 year before his disappearance, Dr. Russell struck up a conversation in Los Angeles with the publicist Howard E. Hill. He asked if Hill could attract investors for his company, Amazing Explorations Inc., and their upcoming expedition to a lost underground city. Though Dr. Russell's story and claims were extraordinary, the evidence he presented was so compelling that Hill not only agreed to become Amazing Explorations' publicist, but also an investor himself. The following year, Howard Hill gave several speeches that were picked up by the Associated Press and spread like wildfire to newspapers countrywide, first revealing the mind-bending account of Dr. Russell's discovery to the public. And thanks to this coverage, we know the details of what he supposedly found and how it all went down. Death Valley had long attracted prospectors with its natural resources, including gold, which made it infamous during the California Gold Rush. At first, Dr. Russell was just another man hoping to strike it rich by digging deep enough in the right location. While his background is rather elusive, all accounts state that he was a recently retired physician from Cincinnati, Ohio. A man of science, intelligent but definitely eccentric. He was also adventurous and a risk-taker. Russell had long dreamt of retiring from his health profession to venture out into the arid wasteland and try his luck at prospecting for gold. While the gold rush era had ended, the feverish allure of gold was still strong throughout the 1920s and 30s, especially during the Great Depression. Under mining laws at this time, one could stake a claim on public land if they believed valuable minerals, such as gold or silver, were present. So Dr. F. Bruce Russell staked his claim on a certain site in Death Valley that he thought could harbor significant undiscovered gold deposits due to its remoteness. In 1930, he finally retired and recruited his friend to help excavate this claim site. According to the news reports, this was the archaeologist, quote, Dr. Daniel S. Bovee of Los Angeles, who, with his father, helped open up New Mexico's cliff dwellings, end quote. In 1931, the doctors Russell and Bovee embarked on an expedition to this remote Death Valley location, bringing along a mass of supplies and equipment. As soon as they arrived, they began sinking a shaft into the claim site, which meant digging a vertical access tunnel straight into the ground using hand tools and dynamite. But what started as a typical shaft abruptly spiraled into something far stranger. While blasting through the ground, the two accidentally broke through into an underground cavern. Russell and Bovee peered down the shaft and saw the dark hole, barely wide enough for a grown man to squeeze through. Overcome by curiosity, Bovee prepared their lanterns as Russell hammered iron rungs into the side of the shaft and set up a basic pulley system. Then they descended in. At first, they believed they'd stumbled upon a massive natural cave. There were 2 passages, one on the left end and the other on the right. They explored the left passage first, but found it blocked by a cave-in about 25 yards in. They tried again with the right passage, and this one continued downward at a steep angle for almost a quarter of a mile. Here's when Russell and Bovey noticed something peculiar. While the first half of the passage seemed wholly natural, the latter half was expanded artificially. The walls were as smooth as polished granite and cut at precise angles. At the end, the tunnel split into several branches in different directions. As the two went on to explore each of these paths, they'd make more than a few bone-rattling discoveries. One tunnel led them to a large, long chamber that seemed almost like a grand hall, decorated with intricate hieroglyphics all across the walls and ceiling. The 2 doctors stepped back as soon as they realized that looming over them were the mummified remains of over 100 giant humanoids, each around 9 feet tall.
Jesus.
Quote, "These giants were clothed in garments consisting of a medium-length jacket and trouser extending slightly below the knees. The texture of the material is said to resemble gray-dyed sheepskin, but obviously it was taken from an animal unknown today." End quote. In total, they counted the perfectly preserved bodies of 112 citizens. Strangely enough, all of these giants were male. Dr. Russell was convinced that, quote, "This discovery may be more important than the unveiling of King Tut's tomb." End quote. Understanding the magnitude of what they found, when Russell and Bovey eventually exited back out of the claim site shaft, the two shook hands and agreed to keep its location a sworn secret. From 1931 to 1946, the 2 doctors made multiple expeditions to the claim site to further investigate the secrets of this abandoned underground system. While it was truly tremendous, they eventually realized that multiple passages connected the main tunnels and chambers in a convenient network. Thus, Russell began to describe it as an underground city. Alongside the Hall of Giants.
Is this? I mean, there's tons of stories about this. And I know this, and I know they're like endless, but I mean, is this, you never know which ones are true or not, but that would be the biggest find. There's never been a find that big of over like 100. I mean, again, I'm assuming this was lost and they never actually went back and found it.
Another massive chamber stood out amongst the others they'd mapped. The walls and ceiling were densely covered in hieroglyphics noticeably more intricate and complex than those in the Hall of Giants. This chamber also featured large symbols chiseled into carefully polished granite, some of which Russell recognized as, quote, "devices and markings similar to those used by the Masonic Order, Freemasonry," end quote. Thus, the 2 men believed this chamber was an underground temple used for religious rituals. Halfway in, there was an opening to a smaller room containing a haunting and macabre ritual display. They shined their lamps inside, and in giant hollowed-out pedestals cut into the walls stood the skeletons of both known and unknown animals, according to Russell. The archaeologist Dr. Bovey identified several as extinct creatures, including, quote, "the well-preserved remains of Dinosauria, saber-toothed tigers, imperial elephants, and other extinct beasts, paired off in niches as if on display," end quote. An article published on August 5th, 1947, in the Nevada Citizen newspaper revealed some final incredible discoveries made by the 2 doctors in the chambers. Quote, "All of the implements of their civilization were found, including household utensils and stoves, which apparently cooked by radio waves," end quote. Russell and Bovey speculated on who these people may have been exactly. Considering the inexplicable nature of what they'd found, giant humanoids, Masonic symbols, prehistoric animals, and advanced radio wave technology, they didn't hold back. Quote, "The caves contained the mummies of men and animals and implements of a culture 80,000 years old, in some respects more advanced than ours," Some catastrophe apparently drove the people into the caves. This civilization may be from the fabled lost continent of Atlantis. End quote. While the claim of Atlantis might be fantastical, this reference to a cataclysmic event is extremely important to our mystery, especially as it's part of the actual Native American origin story of Death Valley's Inner Earth civilization.
Yes.
We'll learn about that.
They brought them down into the caves. Again, for people that don't know, the story, right, of the ant people that saved the Hopi during one of the destructions of the worlds. That there were these people that lived deep in the earth, and they saved them. They brought them in with them at one of the cataclysms. And it was interesting that the name, and this is just one anecdote, and there's probably a way to challenge this, but one of the translations, they referred to them as ant friends. And that translation of their dialect was Anunnaki. So ant, Anu, and then Naki for friend. And you combine those two things together, it's Anunnaki, which is the same name as the pantheon of gods from Sumeria in Mesopotamia. So,
in detail a bit later, just keep the cataclysm in mind. Through the remaining passages they knew of, Russell and Bovey eventually
like something happened, like he tripped out, Bones? Or he's going down the rabbit hole
covered
himself
more
right now.
openings to the surface of Death Valley. These entry points were strategically located in obscure places, such as within natural caves or behind large boulders, many miles away from Russell's claim site. By 1946, after 15 years of exploring the underground city in secret, Russell and Bovey determined that the expanse of all his chambers and his tunnel system was roughly 180 square miles, and that it extended through much of southern Nevada
that's a hell of a
and even
claim.
across the Colorado River into Arizona. They strongly suspected that some passages stretched even further than this. Unfortunately, many were cut off by cave-ins and collapses, so it remained unknown just how far into Inner Earth these tunnels went. While Dr. Russell and Dr. Bovey were careful to never reveal the location of the claim site or other entrances, they attempted to share their findings with their peers in the scientific community, hoping to garner support for a by-the-book archaeological excavation of the site and laboratory analysis of the mummies and artifacts. According to Howard E. Hill, quote, Dr. Russell tried for years to interest people in them, but nobody believed him, end quote. Their claimed discovery would have effectively rewritten history.
Yeah.
As such, Russell and Bovey were met with harsh skepticism and humiliating ridicule that quickly destroyed their reputations in the scientific community. Still, the two men knew what they'd seen. Russell and Bovey decided that they needed a fresh approach. Colleagues were few, but investors, those with curiosity and the capital to take a gamble, were a different matter. So in 1946, the pair founded a company they called Amazing Explorations Inc. The purpose of this enterprise was straightforward: to explore, document, and profit from the underground city. The plan was to unveil undeniable evidence to the public. With Howard E. Hill as their publicist, Amazing Explorations attracted a small roster of potential investors. The company then hosted a secretive meeting at a suite in Beverly Hills. All potential and current investors, including Howard Hill, were shown a collection of alleged artifacts retrieved from the site, including tools, weapons, leather, and bones. Then the attendees were asked to sign documents legally binding them to non-disclosure. Once the meeting ended, all attendees who agreed were taken to the claim site by Russell and Bovey to embark on a group tour of the subterranean complex. A small caravan of vehicles crammed with lanterns and picnic provisions parked near a slope after a long, seemingly directionless drive into the desert. Everyone gathered in the relentless sun, and Russell pointed in the distance to a small dent in the sand. There, a narrow shaft descended into the ground. One by one, they climbed down crude wooden ladders into the cool darkness. Beneath the earth, the investors saw firsthand the polished granite halls, the colossal mummies, the hieroglyphic symbols, the inexplicable relics, and the remains of prehistoric animals. According to one witness, the subterranean city was, quote, chock full of bizarre artifacts of all kinds, end quote. As they toured, Dr. Russell carefully returned each artifact he'd brought to the meeting, as he believed the protected atmosphere of the caves would preserve them better than any museum. He told the group only to look and not touch, as preserving such a find in its original condition was vital for both archaeological reasons as well as potential monetary gain. This city, he said, belonged to a wholly unique culture. He spoke of literal giants, an extinct human species lost to time, and if they preserved it all carefully, the discovery's authenticity would soon become irrefutable, and they'd all become rich in the process. On August 4th, 1947, Howard Hill issued a press statement publicly announcing their discovery. Newspapers coast to coast picked up the story of the Death Valley Giants, many including their own speculations. All this media coverage prompted Amazing Explorations Inc. to prepare for a live press conference, a climactic reveal where Dr. Russell planned to unveil evidence that would, quote, convince even the most skeptical reporter, end quote. Of course, this meant one of the 9-foot-tall mummies and several artifacts to go with it. It would be the ultimate show and tell. For this to happen, Russell made one final expedition to the tunnels to retrieve the necessary evidence. He also had arrangements to open an account at the Barstow Bank to deposit the investment capital. But none of those tasks, it seemed, ever came to pass, because Russell left for Death Valley and was never seen again. As we know, Russell's car was found abandoned in a remote region of Death Valley with its radiator blown and his suitcase, packed with personal belongings, still in the vehicle. Despite exhaustive searches, Dr. F. Bruce Russell was never found, and speculation ran rampant. The immediate assumption was that he tried to walk for help. However, his tracks, if there ever were any, had been covered by the shifting sands. The members of Amazing Explorations Inc. were grief-stricken, but more so horrified and bewildered. The dream had become a nightmare. Once word of Russell's disappearance spread, financial support dried up instantly. Investors who thought they were holding the world's greatest discovery in their portfolios now panicked over lost capital. Some, such as Howard Hill, faced financial ruin.
Well, yeah, but the other people knew where the fucking place was. Just, you'd be like, oh yeah, well, we don't really need that fucking guy anyway. Right? We just shrink that piece of the pie. He's just shrinking that piece of the pie. So we're going to they could still brought people out there. Why the fuck didn't they? It doesn't make any sense.
One of the main rumors was that Russell ran off with the investors' money. However, the amount he possessed at the time, several $1,000s, was hardly enough to justify running for the rest of his life. Compounding the investors' heartbreak was the near impossibility of relocating the underground chambers. No one could remember the exact route. Moreover, the repetitive, ever-changing landscape and a near total absence of distinguishing landmarks made retracing their steps impossible. Dr. Daniel S. Bovey was at a loss too, stating that only Russell had exact knowledge of the site's location, as it was his claim site. Bovey eventually withdrew into isolation, burdened by the loss of his friend and the failure of their company. To this day, no one knows exactly what happened to F. Bruce Russell. Had he wandered off for help after his car broke down, or in some heat stroke-induced haze? Or did he fake his death for just a few $1,000s? What if he made it back to the underground labyrinth, but got lost or stuck inside some hidden passage? What if he discovered something he shouldn't have? Of all the possibilities, there was also the government. In the years following Russell's disappearance, rumors began to spread of a possible cover-up. In 1942, 5 years before Russell vanished, the territory near his alleged discovery was incorporated into the China Lake Naval Air Weapons Station, one of the largest military test sites in the US. Entirely off-limits to civilians, over 1 million acres were designated for testing classified weapons and technologies, and performing top-secret experiments.
6 hours. Oh, fuck, I know, man.
The military's presence
I can feel
could
it.
just be coincidence, or perhaps the government knew about the underground city. This massive restricted region overlaps with the areas where Russell and Bovey alluded to hidden entrances.
It's a meme. Again, for people that don't know, there were these bodies found all over the U.S. That's true. Now, a city, that's a bigger claim. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was some. There has been some kind of a cover up with it. Definitely. And now I don't know how that makes sense. Why they would do that? Why the Smithsonian would, misplace all these bodies and shit, and then decide a couple decades later that they never existed in the first place. Like, just a fucking complete horseshit. So, yeah, it's just fucking crazy, man. Anyway, well, that's interesting. That's kind of the TLDR of it, I guess. But he keeps going with it, I guess. Oh, these are other finds of people. Okay. So, what the fuck was his name, though? Now, the interesting part is that there were the news articles around it. And 1947 is fairly late. By the 1930s, there was a guy at the Smithsonian who had essentially tried to say that all the finds for the last 100 years were just nonsense. Now, why people listen to that fucking moron, I don't know. But it still pervades today, and a lot of people in anthropology and archaeology have this idea that this is some kind of conspiracy theory created by archaeologists of the past to belittle Native American peoples, which is just not the case. Yeah, there were some idiots that said that, but that doesn't mean everybody believed that. Where's the fucking article at? Right there. Now makes it out. Giant mummies and saber-toothed tiger skeletons may guard the entrance to a lost city. It is claimed. Interesting. Yeah. Put in the work that doesn't seem like work, progress into something amazing. Hopefully, man, it can continue to grow it. Yeah. Sam Squatch, something got him. I don't fucking know what. Yeah. God damn. Giant mummies found in the desert, 8 men or 9 feet tall, lived in Colorado 80,000 years ago, club informed. Now, how did they come to that conclusion, though? Southern Nevada from Death Valley, California, across Colorado River in Arizona. He discovered them in 1931. Did Dr. Russell go into the situation thoroughly? Hale told the luncheon. Okay. Interesting. Well, there's only one thing you could do, which is to go to Death Valley and try and find it. So, for the archaeologists, logic, space travel is white supremacy because Operation Paperclip. Yeah, literally. By their logic, anyone who drives a Volkswagen is a Nazi. That's literally their logic. Who's still talking about this, calling them white supremacists, so they can just fuck off. Yeah. From the ritual hall of the ancient people, together with devices and markings similar to those now used by Masonic order. I mean, it's a hell of a story. It's a little bit late is the only thing. But I guess 1930 was when he first found it. Only one way to fucking find out, you have to go to Death Valley and see, right? That's the only fucking way we're ever going to find it. Anyway. That'll be the fucking, here, let me go back to there, so I'm right up in HD. That's the only way we're going to find out is if we fucking go there, right? That's the only way we're going to fucking know for sure. I'll have to do our own fucking expedition there. That'd be the stream expedition. I'd love to go to Las Vegas again. Hang out at the Bellagio through the day, get cooked in Death Valley, try and find the giants. What year was this, bro? 1931 is when he found it, and 1947 is when he disappeared, I guess. So, be fucking meme. That's for goddamn sure. But anyway, listen, I'm probably going to end it there because my voice is still fucked. Amazingly. But I've been getting better. I'm drinking all my vitamin C, taking all my pills every morning, I swear. For the barbecue, fuck. Yeah, I wonder if they're edible. It'd be like jerky probably, right? The mummies. But yeah, listen. Till tomorrow night, everybody. Thank you for coming around. Thank you for hanging out. Good talking with everybody. I see my green screen's fucked again. I don't give a fuck. It is what it is. But yeah, guys, listen. Take care. Sleep tight. Gotta fucking solve this mystery. Someone has to. Anyway, until next time, there's goodbye. See you later, guys.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49, the guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.